Welcome to this resumed hearing. I'll do that again. So welcome everybody and welcome to this resumed hearing on Plan Change 2, which is an ISP plan change for the Kapiti Coast District. And we've already sat for 1 week and we had a mihi from Tangata Whenua at the start of our process. And Tangata Whenua have passed it on to my fellow Commissioner Ralph Kirikiri to hold the space. So he thinks it's appropriate, and I agree that there should be a karakia this morning to start off the week. Just take a moment.
Kia ora tātou. Good morning, everybody. As my colleague here said, we started off this way last week, and we'll continue to do so this week. So let us pray. Hei mō koe ia mātou e ua e tōtou ia mātou mahi katoa. Ko koe no he whakakahi ia mātou. Ia whai kūri ai koe ia mātou mahi katoa. He me tīmata, he me mahi. He me whakaoti roto i a koe. Kia whiwhi ai koe tūra tōni te mea atu whaitenia i koe. Koe hu kreitina i tō mātou a reki. Amen. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you, Commissioner Ralph Kirikiri. So my name is John Marston and I'm chairing the panel, and on my left is Jane Black, Commissioner Black and Commissioner Kirikiri. And we've been charged with the process under Part 6 of Schedule 1 of the RMA to prepare a report on submissions to the plan change. And last week was a range of matters that we dealt with. Today looks a lot like rezoning requests, and first up is the Waikanae East landowners. So welcome, and if you'd like to explain how you'd like to proceed, and I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
Just briefly, just to read 4 pages of to summarize my evidence, and then hand over to Frank Boffa to talk to his evidence, and Harriet Fraser to talk to their evidence. Then may come back to me to summarise anything or answer any questions that you may have, if that's okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Right. I'm a senior resource management consultant with Land Matters. It's a consultancy located on the Kapiti Coast, specialising in planning, surveying, engineering and project management. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm providing evidence on the submission by Waikanae East submitters and their submission number S023, some of whom are here today, down the end of the table here. I'm summarising my evidence that was submitted to the panel. The submission represents 12 landowners and covers just over 40 hectares of land located on the eastern side of the main trunk railway line in Waikanae. The land, which we refer to in the submission as Waikanae East, is bordered by Elizabeth Street to the north and east, and Waikanae Awa to the south, and the railway line to the west. I don't know if we can have those up. So these, you might want to just and zoom it out to get that full picture. There you go. Frank, Mr. Boffa will talk to these plans in his evidence. So, but that's a reference point for you, and you can see. Actually, Frank, would you mind just pointing to Elizabeth Street, please? Just show you. So Elizabeth Street is that street there, and the main trunk railway line runs to the west. And you can see the Awa in blue, which actually in blue is what you're looking at is the river corridor precinct from the operative district plan. And the very south end of the site is the boundary, which is marked out there on that line. Several of the landowners are clients of Land Matters, and it was through these relationships that we ended up representing all of the landowners in Waikanae East on this submission. Mm-hmm. This evidence was prepared to support the submission to rezone the land within Waikanae East, and we prepared the evidence as recommended by the hearing panel in its November 2022 minute. Further advice was sought from Council's district plan team as to the extent of evidence considered necessary. And the advice we received was that we should look to what was referred to in Council's own Section 32 report for the areas proposed for rezoning. I determined that we would need a spatial plan, and we engaged Frank Boffa to undertake this work, and he will speak to his evidence after me. And those plans, or that plan set, identified the likely developable area that was suitable for residential development, an 800-metre walkable catchment. So the likely developable area being that area in red and also the area in yellow there. And an 800-metre walkable catchment measured from the Waikanae railway station and measured to the nearest cadastral boundary. So that's that line there.
It's 800 metres from
The Waikanae railway station. So we'll get that. The spatial plan also identified transportation connections and site constraints, including ecological sites or sites of significant Indigenous vegetation that may not be picked up as ecological sites in the district plan currently. River corridor precinct and fault avoidance zone, that's the Harriet fault avoidance zone you can see in red running through there. The river corridor precinct in blue. The ecological sites, which runs through the site there at that southern end. And then obviously you can see the roading connections that we've shown. I also determined that we would need a transportation assessment and that considered opportunities within the site and existing constraints within the existing transportation network over the short, medium and long term. And Harriet Fraser was commissioned to do this work, and she'll speak to her evidence after Frank Boffa. I considered consultation with Te Atiawa ki whakarangatai as integral to this process. And after finalising the first draft of the spatial plan, I sent a copy of that to Te Rangi Marie Williams, who prepared the statement of values for Te Atiawa, and that is included in with my evidence. That original spatial plan was further updated following changes made around the inclusion of the industrial zoned land, which Frank will discuss further, and that was also sent to Ms. Williams. Based on the methodology adopted in the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, the NPS, for determining site yield that is both realisable and feasible, and depending on the type of housing that is eventually built, I determined that Waikanae East could accommodate between 469 to upwards of 1,641 new dwellings within the medium to long term, so i.e. in 10 plus years. The site yield excluded land required for roading and servicing, that's for potable water and wastewater reticulation, land required to treat stormwater, such as constructed wetlands, swales, rain gardens, land required for flood storage and attenuation, and any riparian areas along the Waikanae Awa, any significant Indigenous vegetation and land within the fault avoidance zone, and identifying and calculating those areas. I relied on my experience on previous resource consents applications, particularly in relation to land area likely to be required to treat stormwater and for flood storage purposes. After receiving Te Atiawa's statement of values, I also wanted to review the historical records held for the movement of the Waikanae River bed. Te Atiawa place high value on the protection and enhancement of the Waikanae Awa, and in particular seek to ensure that built development is located outside of the Awa where it would move in times of high flows. And that new development is placed in an area that avoids the need for flood protection measures that may impact on natural systems in the river or may impede cultural practices. I have given Hannah McCashin a plan, we call it Plan 4, and you've got it in front of you, which shows that historical river channel. And so what I did is I reviewed aerial photographs of the site going back to the earliest records in the 1950s. And we have identified the closest extent of the Waikanae Awa, which is shown on a historical aerial dated 1952. We've aligned that aerial with identifying markers in the present day and have been able to accurately position the location of this historical riverbed on Plan 4, which you have in front of you. We've also overlaid the position of where we retain the general rural zone boundary to ensure that this historical riverbed is retained within the zone. For the most part, we have the zone boundary in the right location, we think, as it follows that lower river terrace contour. But I would recommend that any rezoning of the site to general residential zone excludes this historical river channel. I specifically avoided the use of the term structure plan when we started labelling these spatial plans, on the basis that we're not seeking for a structure plan to be embedded in this IPI. That would require a specific development area with associated precincts to be defined, and I don't consider that either necessary or an effective means of achieving policy 2 and policy 3C of the NPS. I considered understanding the constraints within the site, that the proposed extent of zoning and the application of existing qualifying matters, together with the relevant objectives and policies, that a well-functioning urban environment would be achieved through this IPI alone. As can be seen with the development area precinct over Waikanae North, which is also subject of a submission on this plan change, the final outcomes can be radically different. The final outcomes in a development can be radically different from what was anticipated in a structure plan. And it's my view that the IPI, along with the application of the medium density guidelines, will achieve the type of development that will contribute to a well-functioning urban environment within the site and how the site relates to its wider context. Harriet Fraser, in her evidence, has determined that it is likely that the intensification of the existing urban area would result in the existing single vehicle crossing over the railway line connecting Waikanae East will be getting close to capacity in the medium term. With the contribution that this land would make to new household numbers, Ms Fraser is recommending that a second crossing will need to be provided for to meet the levels of service within the medium term onwards. It is my view that this is best achieved through the council as the road controlling authority, securing land either through purchase and or designation. Ms Fraser and Mr Boffa have identified potential options for a second crossing on plan 3. If you could just scroll down to plan 3, that's it there. And if you could zoom in, that would be great, to the purple area. Allow you to zoom in a little bit further. No. No. You have a copy of this in the evidence. And what this shows is that there are a number of connections that have been identified for a second or an alternative crossing over the main trunk railway line from Waikanae East. Yeah, it would be.
Oh, okay. It's yeah.
So the site is. Yeah, there we go. So there is a number of options, and Frank, you may talk to that in his evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On your, yeah.
So they've identified a number of potential options for a second crossing on plan 3. And the feasible option for a second crossing is likely to come down to a number of factors, including cost, securing land and connections into the wider Waikanae urban area. The funding for such a crossing is likely to be a combination of a targeted general rate to all landowners located on the eastern side of the railway line and a targeted development contribution for all new development. The timing and application of the targeted rate and the DC, development contribution, would depend on when council begin this process. Based on Ms Fraser's evidence, a second crossing would be required in order to meet levels of service, not only for the land that is the subject of this submission, but also from the development of land identified as suitable for infill and intensification by council in this area from the medium term onwards. I would like to briefly discuss whether the submission, just moving from my evidence now, it's moving to the topic of scope, and I'd like to briefly discuss whether the submission met the 2 legal tests by Waikanae East and whether it was in scope. The first test being whether it was on the plan change, and I note that the legal advice council received in January 2023, which was made publicly available on council's website, noted that, quote, although an area needed to meet all 4 criteria to be considered for inclusion in Plan Change 2, our view is that some level of consideration for inclusion in Plan Change 2 needed to be given to the areas included in Appendix N assessment. Appendix N is the greenfield assessment prepared by Boffa Miskel for council and included in the Section 32 reports as appendices. And I go on to quote, even if it to conclude that their inclusion in PC2 is not appropriate, for that reason, our view is that a submission on any area covered by Appendix N assessment may be considered to be a submission on PC2. So I believe we meet that first legal test. The second test being whether there was a real opportunity for potentially affected persons to have an opportunity to participate in the process. And to this end, I'd like to highlight the robust process Council has followed in developing Te Tupu Pai, its Growing Well strategy, which identified WA04 being the land within Waikanae East submission as a priority green area for urban development. This was a well-canvassed document. A number of people attended workshops, which myself and my colleagues also attended on behalf of clients. Landowners, key parties, including Te Atiawa, Kiwirau, and Waka Kotahi, were aware of proposals set out in Te Tupu Pai, including that Waikanae East WA04 potentially could be included in this plan change. And that is why I believe submissions were received from landowners from landowners in the area on plan change 2. There was a submission received from the landowner to the north at 20 Reikorangi Road, who did not want their land included in the rezoned area. And to that point, we haven't included it in this area either, excuse me. And I also acknowledge the submission from Jonas Malu, a resident of Waikanae East, who I believe is speaking today too. Possibly.
No, we've had.
You might have been already. Yeah. And then there were submissions from Te Atiawa and Waka Kotahi, who were also supportive in principle of the rezoning of this land. Council's section 42A report also argues that the land is of sufficient complexity and or a size that a structure plan is required. And the argument for a structure plan appears to come from 4 criteria that were initially put forward in Council section 32 report for considering inclusion of greenfield land. I'm not sure of the provenance of these 4 criteria, but there appears to be some connection to policy 55 of proposed change 1 to the regional policy statement. But it's my view that the proposed rezoning of Waikanae East achieves the outcome sought by policy 55 of proposed change 1. I note that policy 55 is not dependent on the rezoning of greenfield areas or the development of greenfield areas. It's not dependent on a structure plan being prepared, particularly where significant development capacity will be achieved. And in all other respects, achieves a well-functioning urban environment, including one where it will be well connected to an existing urban area, existing transport corridors, and high-frequency transport nodes. So that ends my my evidence.
Should we just go through all the witnesses or just one of those questions for each witness?
Just a couple of quick ones, or would you? Sorry,
No,
should we just do the whole thing?
No, you go.
Oh, just a couple. When you talked about the feasible realisable land amount that you said you estimated 469, and you excluded some of the infrastructure matters. Did you also include, if you're thinking about public open space and other community land, so that you had enough when you were considering that you had enough sort of path in the calculations that would be enabled?
Yes.
Are you going to deal with that later?
Well, I can speak to that now. So the area that we actually show up on, Frank, if you could go back to the other plan, that area in red and yellow, that area there includes everything that's in red, I should say, that area includes everything that's developable up to 50% of that red area. So in accordance, so
Okay.
it's 50% of that red area is developable. And so that we've taken into account. And in addition to that, large tracts of open space, we believe, will be created through development.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just last quick one. I've got some others, but we'll leave this later. When you were talking about the process, did you, so that the plan change development process, this wasn't included in the draft proposed plan change, draft plan change. Did you submit on the draft?
We did not submit on the draft. No.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a bit of a sort of a gap there, just in that process. I'm just thinking about how how do these things get missed or dropped or.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was obviously a large number of landowners to work with. So it took some time to bring those landowners together.
Yeah.
And that's where, so we landed where we have landed at the time of the plan
That's
change.
I'm just thinking through with people have a chance to comment with legal discussion on that. But thank you. I'll leave my questions to you.
Well, I might as well ask a few questions. So we've got a number of customers or submitters today seeking to rezone land. And generally speaking, the office's recommendation is to not support that for a range of reasons, of which structure planning requirements are one of them. But there is potentially a credible theme here that the council and its focus on the intensification has potentially missed an opportunity to pick up some greenfield sites that more realistically are going to provide housing supply, because we all know what brownfields problems brownfields present. And over the course of my reflection over the weekend, walking along Otaki Beach, I came up with an idea that I potentially should test with all the planners that come along today. And so I'm going to test it with you. There is merit in the argument that to just simply rezone these sites without careful site consideration of the opportunities and constraints is problematic. And it presents a whole range of issues that are different from just simply allowing intensification in existing urban areas. That said, various sites have been interrogated for their capacity to varying degrees, and I'm thinking particularly of a site called the Mansell site, which is in Otahanga, which has been interrogated to the extent of a land use consent and subdivision consent granted by commissioners. Yours is a little bit less interrogated, but there are clearly opportunities and constraints. One idea is this. You establish a new qualifying matter called new IP greenfield sites. And you identify those as sites that have been identified for rezoning, but would not qualify for the standard regime provisions. And then you had a rule which said, despite anything else in the plan, but subject to any more restrictive classification, subdivision or development from land which is within that qualifying area is a restricted discretionary activity or a discretionary activity, and these are the things you have. And then you have a separate policy that says, say, Otahanga X, and your policy is to achieve this. Now, what that does is it identifies the area for development, but provides a range of powers and discretions to ensure that that effectively a comprehensive development occurs in a way that's well structured. Do you understand conceptually what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
So my problem is that I agree, I have some sympathy for the view that just rezoning the land in some of these occasions to residential potentially frustrates an optimal outcome. But it doesn't follow that necessarily that you then have to go to a point where you wait until there is a specific instrument to do that. There is this halfway house where they are treated as a qualifying matter, and the qualifying matter is the fact that these sites haven't been interrogated for their full opportunities and constraints, and therefore justify a higher level of discretion and assessment. And I guess you didn't wake up this morning expected to be asked that question, but that's something that I'd like you to reflect on, because I'm going to ask of every planner that comes along for a site to get it to balance that tension.
I have some views on that that I can respond to now, but I might come back to you later if I can add to it, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
My view on this site, and I know the site extremely well because of my experience with 2 previous resource consents. One was for Goodman Holdings, where we did the stormwater treatment and the stormwater attenuation area, and the others more recently Brett Percival's property, Brett, who is on this table here, for a development on his side. As far as I feel confident that all the existing qualifying matters in the district plan currently are sufficient to cover any of those matters that to ensure that we have that well-functioning urban environment, i.e. we have matters of discretion relating to stormwater treatment and maintaining hydraulic neutrality within sites. So we must treat stormwater within the site, and that was why that was quite a critical piece of work to identify how much land is likely to be needed to do that for a development with this kind of yield. We have matters of discretion relating to flood management and providing for attenuation of flood waters if we're going to be doing any filling. And we have requirements in Council's SDRP around all of those matters relating to roading design, connectivity, provision of infrastructure. The only area that I think is something to be flagged, and I probably was why I specifically raised it, was it's around roading. And one things that you do see in a structure plan that's helpful are notional roads. But notional roads in a structure plan in themselves are not that helpful, because like most structure plans, they're not developed at that level of detail, to that granular level that you'd see in a consent. And so often a notional road isn't always in the right location, but it's the notion that we need connectivity. We need to provide these connecting roads in some manner, and that, you know, if development's going to be staged, that those connections somehow need to be provided for. So that, and I guess the fundamental element for this particular site is if land was ever needed to provide a second crossing across the railway line, how would that be provided for? And it's really my view that that is a piece, that's such a large piece of work, and we don't know where that's going to land. We don't know if it's going to land on this site or somewhere further to the north in Waikanae.
Sorry, what's going to land?
The second crossing over the railway line.
Oh, yeah.
And so again, I guess that critical piece of work really needs to start being done by council as soon as possible, investigating opportunities for land purchase and where that might go. But if a qualifying, I think one of the things that additional qualifying criteria could do is focus on roading connections, because I think all other matters generally, well, particularly for this site, are addressed already by the existing qualifying matters.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that's right, but I certainly agree that the roading is, I mean, I think, and when you read Dr. Boffa's evidence, he's looking at a conceptual design which optimizes the use of the land and its coherence, and that points to me to the need for some form of comprehensive development planning, which would be particularly important if there were multiple landowners, which is the case here. Yeah. But also there's potentially interface issues with adjoining land, all sorts of potential things that it strikes me that just a plain vanilla residential zone would not optimize in a consenting process. It could be quite incoherent. And that's just 35 years of experience of the council lawyer seeing residential land developing with a lack of coherence. So, and it's not always obvious what the opportunities and constraints are until there's an interrogation. So And in this case, there's an exclamation point, which is the traffic access point, which is fundamental to development. And that could be covered as a matter of discretion and policy.
Yeah.
In other words, that development occurs in a way
Yeah.
that accords with that. And when you talk about, well, the council would then need to get its ducks in a row, and it would need to get a financial contributions policy that attributed growth to that node and also to the intensified node. It would then need to identify the land and all of those. That is such a major constraint compared to other sites to its appropriateness. So it would need to, the policy would need to signal, if we were minded to look at that site, signal that these things would need to be in place before development was contemplated. I'm just sharing with you what I think are, because for me, this looks like a very sensible extension of urban form, but it, I can see both sides of the argument that there is a need for proper planning for this particular site because of the constraints and so forth. So that's the tension I'm working with at the moment.
Can I just jump in? Because I was thinking on similar lines, but I had a slightly different way of thinking about it. What I was going to ask is if the structure plan, which is the biggest, say, stumbling block to achieving this, because I agree with Commissioner that it seems it's a very logical, easy walking catchment to everything, as you've outlined. How might, if the structure plan is the stumbling block, what mechanism might be used to get it over the line? So if that structure, how might you put a structure plan if it was to be dealt with as a part of this plan change? What open question to you, what mechanism do you think, what planning technique might be used to ensure that a structure plan was planned? Because I agree the structure plan issues are complex. I understand what you're saying about the qualifying matters. You do point out that the transport crossing is complex, therefore it's really important. So there are those things to get right. And I think you raised it as well about the staging. And I think that's an important thing about structure plans is having confidence that the area gets developed in a staged way that ensures that amenities are available to people when the first house goes up. So I think I was thinking the same thing, but in a more over to you to think about that really.
So the way I approach this type of process is that sometimes two people, the council and the submitter, come together and they're slightly at cross purposes. And the optimal solution lies somewhere in between, not always, but sometimes it lies in between. And people haven't got to that point because of the speed of the process and all those sorts of things. And it's our job to put your counterfactual to their factual in the best possible light, to have a proper assessment of what is the appropriate outcome. And I think just saying residential zoning per se is not your best argument, because I think there is strength in the argument that there needs to be staged comprehensive development with infrastructure in place to justify the development. And my question to you is, and it'll be the same question I ask to your colleagues and other plan changes, is what is a halfway house? And I thought it was a qualifying matter because it's a reason why you wouldn't just apply the MDRS as the governing standard for subdivision and development. It's not necessarily only qualifying height, but it is qualifying the appropriateness of that operating on this site immediately. I don't know that there are many tools that we have in this ISP process. Do you know what I mean? Because we can control earthworks, subdivision, and bits and pieces, but yeah, and I'm not a planner.
I guess I'd just say one other thing to that, which is that council are proposing to rezone other greenfield sites where there are potential infrastructure constraints in place. And it is, to me, something that falls on the obligations for meeting that demand falls on the shoulders of council through its long-term and annual plan process as well. One of the benefits of rezoning the site, and it's not the reason why it should be approved at all, but is that by enabling the development of the site, increasing the intensification of land holdings over Waikanae East, it reduces those overall costs and makes that second crossing more feasible. Now that second crossing will need to go ahead regardless of whether this greenfield site is rezoned or not. It has to be done through the intensification process. But I'm hearing what you're saying about it's more than just roading connections, and that roading connection, it's things like open space, buffers to existing areas, particularly for the medium density, that sort of thing. And perhaps upon reflection, the council's current provisions for open space, they are there. There is provision for providing for cycleway, walkway, horse riding networks, and through that design, medium density design guideline, there are requirements, setback requirements from boundaries, open space requirements, vegetation requirements. So I'm still confident that a development would end up achieving the good outcomes of a well-functioning urban environment based on those provisions that are already enabled in our operative district plan and through this IPI. But I can definitely see the advantage, particularly in relation to roading connections. Not so much in the sense that, you know, that development is staged until capacity is met, because capacity, that capacity to provide infrastructure is ultimately going to be a decision that council can make, and it will be taken out of the hands of the developer. They can't, you know, that second crossing will be a bit of benefit to not just those residents in Waikanae East, but to the wider Waikanae East residents. And council will have to do something about that. That's an obligation that council will have to start working towards. And whether or not you could, as a hearing panel, make those recommendations, I don't know. I don't know whether that's something that's outside your ambit.
An executive function advising the council about how to run its budgets. But I have sympathy for your view that that increasing the area that's zoned triggers the sort of cost benefit analysis that. So we had Mr. Jonas Millar, you know, say what's planned for this and who's planned for that.
Yeah.
And life's actually a little bit more messy than that, and sometimes the thing has to be planned there, and then that comes. Yes, I understand that. But it's such an important piece of planning that I'm not sure I would want to pass the bitter pill to council. You solve this problem immediately now because we've rezoned that. I think it does need some thinking. We just need to pause for a moment because we just need to stop, but have a think about that, because it's been playing on my mind a lot, both in relation to Aitahanga as well. I'll leave it there. Well, since Commissioner Kirikiri is going to talk, I'll just
I assume that you're happy with, not happy necessarily, but you've read my evidence.
Yeah,
And if I just talk to the plans, would that be
that would be best.
more productive?
I think so.
And if you don't mind, I'll stand up. And
Yeah. And do you mind if we just come closer because
no, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go up.
let's just go up and have a tutorial.
Come over here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because, I've mentioned about the site and it covered some of that in terms of its characteristics. But on plan one, it was demonstrating, you can see on this plan that the council's 800 line sort of comes around here, it goes off the picture and comes down here. And we have an 800, and if you literally connected those two together, you take them like so. Our 800-meter line comes here because it depends how you measure that 800 meters. Is it 800 meters walking from the station now, which would be rather difficult because you'd have to come around and go that way, or was it 800 meters when the site was developed? And quite clearly we could come as far as this, and because the access is more direct. So this is quite a meaningful line as opposed to perhaps that.
You're contemplating that precinct A with overlay over this portion.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this would simply be residential, general residential. And the reason for that is in order to get to that, we have to have that to get to that, which was what you were exploring with Anna. So it seemed to me that the first part, because this is ideally suited, I think, for a comprehensive, spatially well-planned development, which meets the requirements and outcomes that the government's seeking and what we in Waikanae would like to see happen. And the land sits a little lower, which allows it development to be a little higher. It's easy walking to the distance of to the railway station, and it cuts the town centre. The anomaly at this stage in the short term is there's a general industrial area located within the site. And if we look at, this is the zoning at the moment of the industrial site. Now, if you go out,
Bunnings.
Was,
no, it was Bunnings in here,
Yeah.
and this is Goodman's.
Goodman's now owned by.
They do.
Right.
And so this land here is really not particularly useful for industrial development. And it seems to me that either a zone swap or an activity swap, whereby you took that land out and put it there and allowed that to consolidate, at least you could start developing this area here now for intensive development. So that's,
but does your concept depend on a swap?
no, not really. No, it depends. Well, a lot depends on when the landowner is ready to move on here. They've got quite a bit of investment there, and
So
They-
Goodman's
in
the
the
industrial
medium-
property investor.
Goodman's own this property. This is their depot.
Right. So what's
They
the
also own-
business that they run there?
Oh, earth moving.
Oh, I see. So that Goodman's.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Not
Sorry,
the other.
Stand.
the family.
Yeah.
So their view is that they are there for the medium term, which could be 10, 15 years. And so that could still work because you could still develop this area here. So if we just put that aside and move to plan 2, and this one assumes that there is no additional crossing because Hannah
Was it a pointer?
has identified, yeah, it's probably has identified that in the medium term there will be probably an another crossing. And so this plan 2 takes it to the medium term stage, if you like. So this is short term, short to medium, this is medium to long term. And on this particular site, there's 2 options. There's one that suggests, well, if there was another crossing, and a crossing has been talked about at various times over the years, extending Tiamoana's road across at that point. Now, we haven't had discussions with railways on this or anything at this stage, but if in fact there was a crossing across here, this development could still work, and it would provide a good link down to the expressway and so on. And this is in the medium to long term. That activity probably would seek to change in the medium to long term. It logically could become residential, just as these other lungs, if you like, or comprehensive little development packages could be. Or in fact, it could, as I point out later on, it could in fact become part of the town centre with development with residential on top of it. And so you get, quite a nice community. In fact, this part of the site abuts, that's town centre there. So, and the other thing which doesn't show on the plan, which I think is quite important, this land over here is, this is on the other side of Elizabeth Street, opposite Relish Cafe and all that. It's zoned residential, but most of it's actually town centre. It's public open space. There's community buildings there. There's a museum there. There's iwi interests have the cemetery there and a few other things. And so in fact, that is already town centre. So the town centre really is like that, not really like that.
Increasingly so with the.
It is, I know, yeah. So,
And sorry, Frank, can we just interrupt very briefly, but for the purpose of the submission and this plan change, the boundary for the proposed residential zone is to exclude that square of general industrial. So we show that it's being to that portion red line.
oh yes, in this short to medium term, in the longer term, or it could go to that.
Could be rezoned in the
Yeah.
longer term.
But in the fullness of time, general industrial is a bit of an anomaly here, really. And I think the Goodwins recognise that they've got an investment there that they've got.
Well, it wasn't anomalous at the time, but it's become so because of the way
So,
the railway and all those sorts of things that happened.
That's right. They were there probably before it was electrified. So that explains that. And I think I'll point out one other thing Adam mentioned was that this is the wetland that has been developed by Goodwins, which would be logical to extend should this go ahead. And we'd have the stormwater treatment facilities here. We've proposed that this all become public open space in here, right down to this terrace level. And so there would be this, even though it says rural, this would all become potentially public open space connecting the whole banks of the river there and linking in, obviously, to you could walk down to the estuary. Maybe in time you could walk to the Tararua. So there's a wonderful opportunity, and that's quite a generous area. And other public open space would be buffer plantings around here, buffer planting here, while this is still industrial. This has a good, it's quite a belt of trees in this area here, which would be retained and further developed. So if we move on to the next plan, this one here, I guess, is these two here. So that you can see that there's, from all these, I see these as clusters. These are over a hectare in size. And so you get a really nice development. There's another one there and another there. And they would all be quite complementary, but kind of different too. And then you'd have access ways to the railway station. In this case, if that was residential or partly town centre, you would have great access, from the open space through to the town centre. And Elizabeth Street, if this went ahead or some other connection went ahead, this could be played down a lot and be more pedestrian, even though there would be access at times. But when you come back come to this picture, I think it sort of puts it all into perspective a little more. You can see that the Waikanae river is just here in the town centre, sort of hugs it. And there's this piece of land here, which I personally have never thought much about it until the last few months. It's a beautiful piece of land. And it's on several terraces. There's some good stands of karitari and other plants there. And really, it's almost the lung of Waikanae relating to the river. The question of transport links is quite important. This shows a possible link, as I've shown on there. And it probably may be an act road rather than underground. It doesn't have to come out here and be shown here. Most of the intersections in Waikanae seem to be T intersections, but it seems logical to me that the intersection might be to Winara Road. And then you've got a good connection which could cut across up here. So you're almost creating a loop around the town. Now, strangely enough, this roading pattern is being developed with the expressway. There's now, this is a new entrance to Naimanu. So there's almost a road to here to the state highway, but no thought of any connection to my knowledge at this point. You've got the road goes under the expressway currently onto Narara Road and over Narara Road here. So you've got a cross connection over the motorway. It just seemed to me that, you know, some of the options might be Moana Road. There's an emergency exit opposite, or an emergency crossing opposite New Road here, which could be further developed. And this seems to me to be a prime. The other thing is the expressway is with us now, and it's a good thing. Up at Pekapeka, we have a partial interchange, and it seems logical it should become a full interchange. We've got, this is all Narara Road in here. This is a paper road right here. So there's obviously an opportunity for road connection there. It could hook into this interchange somehow or other. We've got Hatfields Road here, which dead ends there. It's about 100 metres. You could hook it into there, or you could hook it into Hillier Street. So it just seems to me that, you know, we talk about intensification here, and really there's a bigger picture, and intensification is part of it. But you know, maybe the structure plan is for the whole area, not just here. And this is just, there's a huge opportunity there. And if we don't take that advantage of it now, it'll end up primarily being lifestyle and rural residential, and nothing will happen.
Its current zoning is what?
General rural, and it's level plain, so sector average.
But it's, you know,
Is there a future zone, residential zone in the plan?
There is, yeah.
so really what I was trying to think spatially and integrate all these things in a plan, which to me is kind of like a structured plan, but structured plans seem to be more about land use and transportation. And there's a lot of opportunities here. And,
That intersection's been talked about for years.
years.
And years. I'm
And-
just not, I can't remember, I can remember that, but I can't remember what the
Could've-
detail of what the constraints
So
are.
the last costs on that was something like 20, getting underpass through there. It's extremely expensive.
But maybe it
Some
doesn't have to be an
short term.
underpass. Maybe it could be an act road.
Mm.
There's a lot of road there.
Yeah.
But it-
Well,
And
it's not
the
state
railway,
highway
the
anymore,
railway
it's
is
the
actually lower than 10 Mile Road there by about a metre.
Yeah. Right.
Well, if I wrote it too, 'cause it
But you
was a
know, we
state-
didn't have time to talk to railway for anyone else, and it's beyond my brief even to look at this. But I think it's important to see this whole project in this context.
A lot of really good thinking there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Ms. Fraser, you wanted to comment on things?
Well, I haven't got anything additional to add to what's in my evidence, but it depends on whether you want me to, whether it's useful for me to highlight a few points through there or whether we go direct to questions.
Well, I just want to get just an oral presentation. Maybe we return to that. Just tell us what the major constraints are. Progressed here. Existing. Where's the existing access?
Oh, this was street.
Through there.
It's probably
So just-
it's one of the, it's more like the existing
That's
situation. Yeah. So what I sort of identified or was the fact of the constraint being the capacity for the left turn out given from Elizabeth Street, with the railway line providing a limiting amount of traffic can cross, and also the signals separately. So and the fact that because the trains come in and then they go out, you've got for every one train there's 2 times the crossing comes down fairly close together, and for the traffic turning left out, they get held for 2 minutes about each time that happens, which is the railway, the arms aren't down for the whole 2 minutes, but in combination with the signal settings, that's what happens. And so part of the ongoing capacity of that point will depend on what happens with the trains. And I'm not, all I've assumed in my estimations is that there will be more trains, because is that not what we're all kind of hoping for? The reason that you can have the intensification by close to a train station, there's going to be more trains or longer trains. Which will reduce the capacity. So we've got a balancing thing. We've got, not only have we got increased residential with an ongoing vehicle reliance to some degree, we've also got a diminishing capacity across the railway line if there are more frequent train services because of that at-grade nature. So my evidence is it does include some quite bold assumptions, but I think it gives the essence of that equilibrium. So at the moment, you'll see for a quarter of an hour around school drop-off time in the morning, it can fall apart there now. And it's partly to do, there is a section of clearway coming back from the railway line, which could be extended if you took out, you allowed for a longer queue of traffic. That might help a little bit.
That's only on one side.
On the one side, it's primarily just getting that stacking right. So when you can go, that the maximum amount of traffic can cross the railway line. And I've highlighted in my evidence that there are some other factors that could play into that. I mean, at the moment, we've got the Waikanae Primary School is on this side of the railway line. So there's people coming in and out from the other side of the railway line to access the school. And there's quite a few childcare centres on this side as well. So, if there were, it's not for discussion now, but if assuming there was then capacity for a second primary school, it then goes on the other side, and then you remove some of that unnecessary traffic that's causing these peak problems, which at the moment are for a very short amount of time. But what will happen is we'll gradually see that extend out a bit. And my assessment is that in the short term, it'll be fine. You just see a little bit as there's a bit of growth takes place, whether from the infill, because there's quite an amount of infill potential on this side as well. So you've got the combination of the two, but possibly the greenfield might be able to happen more quickly. That there'll come a point when there will be a need for additional capacity, and which will be a combination of the increasing residential and the increase, or I would assume will be increasing train services.
So what sort of critical size threshold would here start to trigger the real need to adjust things?
I would have to look back into my evidence, but I have got assumptions in there of the number of houses by the sort of 10-year mark, and but by the time we get to 10 years out, with and I've assumed a certain rate of delivery of houses for each of the infill and the greenfield, with slightly higher delivery rate for the greenfield, and my feeling was that by 10 years we would definitely begin to need some extra capacity, and that beyond that we need at 30 years we need these bigger interventions, that there could be some capacity benefit from moving the railway crossing to the north of the train station, so that we're not dealing with all of those trains. But then that depends on what are the trains going to start running more frequently up to Otaki and Levin, so there's some but as it stands at the minute, there will be benefits to the railway crossing being shifted to more where the emergency connection is, or yeah. So yeah, I think I've set out, I think it's around paragraph 6.1 is a list of pointers which where I form my conclusion about it being a well-functioning urban environment. I think from a transport perspective, there's everything positive about that location apart from this medium-term constraint, but in all other respects, it's got very good urban the access to everything that you would want from a residential point of view is all there.
But in terms of just integrating those elements that would be needed, those parts that are needed, what do you say would be the right sequence in terms of transportation planning? Do you have those big network issues planned for and programmed, and then identify the land, or do you identify the land and then start those? Because once you rezone land, it tends to it's hard to see how this would. I can see how if say Timawana Road was the point of crossing, if there wasn't a logical structure to the residential development to the east, then you could potentially foreclose options. But being a site, the character of the site doesn't seem to strike me to foreclose any other major options in terms of infrastructure. But generally speaking, what would you see as good transportation planning?
Well, first of all, I would have expected some transport assessment around the infill on the Waikanae east side. So from what I've seen, I've not been through every single document of the plan change or all the, but from what I've seen, I don't think there's been an assessment of the transport capacity associated with the infill within Waikanae. And that if that had have been done, then it would have probably picked up on some of the points that I've picked up on. Given the timeframes involved, it would still be possible for assessments to pick up on the need for additional capacity and for that to go into future programs and 10-year plans and to be delivered in a way that would enable the development within Waikanae East.
So do you mean that, like with the precinct A around there and the intensification in the general residential zone, there is at least a significant programmed now increase in transportation requirements already?
I think the signals are there that we've got some congestion happening now for limited parts of the peak hours.
Mm.
So that's just, as we gradually get more infill, that's just going to gradually increase.
Mm.
I think it's particularly in the morning, it's particularly around the school, and so that's not necessarily going to change. The school has a certain capacity.
Yeah.
So we'll probably just see other periods of the morning fill up as people travel to and from work.
Mm.
But the indications there that we're in a situation where we're beginning to hit that congestion. There's some capacity, but we're beginning to hit some hotspots, and those will only increase. And then if an additional train per hour was introduced in the peak hours, that would probably, that would trigger a need for some change.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's regardless. I mean, yeah.
So that's you're just saying, well, implementing policy 3 and 4 and NDRS in this type of location is already burdening the council with implicit infrastructural demands.
But I'm not sure how, transports has it not, it's sort of not included as a qualifying matter. Is that, or roading infrastructure or something?
No.
Mm.
Yeah. Hmm. Well, it's 10:08. We have another submitter at 10 a.m. Yeah. And but there's a lot of things that might come out of our discussions and thinking about this that we would want you to potentially respond to. And probably Mr. Banks, your colleague, is sitting there with his hands over his head thinking, well, I've got to deal with this and thinking about that, which is quite complex. But I do want to explore these rezoning plan changes pretty seriously, because I think relatively little greenfields land has come through in this plan change. So I guess that's where we'd have to leave it at the moment, but stand by. And I'd like you to think about what I've discussed with you.
Sorry, just go on clarification. I think I read somewhere that it's a land use capability of 1, soils 1.
Yes, they are identified, but I've excluded it from meeting that criteria under the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, on the basis that it's identified in a growth strategy. It was notified before that NPS came out. And if I could just quickly respond briefly to also, and I think I make the comment in my evidence about feasibility of greenfield sites versus infill intensification, and the feasibility of developing a greenfield site is higher than that for intensified brownfield sites. So it's advantages to, really delivering and meeting that household need and capacity through this process. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
So you're on again. Thanks very much for coming. And if we have any further questions, we'll come back to you. Thank you. Right, so the Loyalty Initiative and Anna and John.
Hi.
Kia ora koutou. I'd like to introduce Tim Sunderland, who's the owner of 18 Huiawa Street and one of the directors of the Loyalty Initiative. That's the company name. This is a block of land that was previously occupied by the Waikanae Women's Bowling Club many years ago, and is located not far from the Waikanae beach and the Waikanae neighbourhood centre, and it has been identified in the Plan Change 2 as being suitable for intensification as Precinct 2B. And we're really here just to support that proposal, and also to answer any questions that you might have. Mr. Sunderland is in the process of looking at land development options, so we're working really closely with our environmental over flood modelling, and also with his architect, Tim's architect, in terms of design for the site and how we can best utilise the site. We have, and I just wanted to highlight, we did provide information in the submission on the previous sale history, and I think the reason we did that was to really give you a sense that the site is not public open space, it's privately owned land. It is no longer used for open space. It hasn't been used for open space for many years, and was willingly sold out for that purpose, for it to be privately owned. And so it's no longer required for achieving open space requirements, and unless the council wanted to purchase it for that purpose, and I don't believe they do, it's basically vacant land, or land that could be redeveloped and repurposed. Tim, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I mean, I guess we purchased it off someone who was a willing buyer at that stage for the same purpose. I think we have a slightly different view on what needs to be done in that area, and the quality of development that should be done in that area, if applicable. So I guess that's probably the only thing to add from me.
Sorry, what were you saying?
So the block of land, we purchased it off the previous purchaser bought it from the bowling club. That was a willing transaction for the purpose of it being put into private ownership. Their plans for it were quite or didn't work out for them. It was quite intensive what they were trying to do, and so we've I'm a local. We're into high quality development around the area, and so we've purchased it for the same reason that they were going to do, what they were going to use it for.
So this is shown as Precinct B, and just wonder if we can get up on a map. Where's the town centre zone that the bridges are?
Should be on the submission.
The local centre at Waikanae Beach.
Yeah.
That's the bakery one.
Right. So this is a
The
sort of
local-
slightly
Is it that one?
I see. So that's the bit that's been caught by the bakery and the
That's the site there.
yeah. Part of it.
That's good.
The local centre is the Waikanae Beach local centre, right?
That's right. That's
That one.
I don't want to. That's that area there, Rangi Hira Street.
Yeah.
Street, that's Timoana Road through
Yeah.
there.
Mhm.
And it connects up, and then this heads north to Fieldway and on that road. Yeah.
Right.
And that is the Waimiha stream that goes out.
So that's the one
And
that runs through the golf course.
That's the Waikanae Golf Course to the north of the site.
So the Waimiha has been diverted, I think, from its original course through to that point there.
Well, substantially, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to go to a lot of Waikanae.
Yeah.
But yes, there was not necessarily the Waimiha, but there was you can see that you've obviously looked at the title plans because it shows the old string bed on the title.
Not really. It's because Karewa Reva Urapa identifies the Waimiha as being in a completely different location. And this site, Waimiha, has been also referred to by Philip Milne because of hazards issues. That's why it's come up, not because of any incredibly geeky me looking at the titles. Sad to say. But you're supporting 4 stories basically allowance on that site.
That's not the intention of what we're
Yeah.
trying to do.
Well, that's what the consequence of that zoning
Yeah.
or that precinct does.
The development that Tim is looking at doing is a mixed use development. I think it's looking at combination of higher density on part of the side
Mhm.
and a lower density on part of the side.
Mm.
So his yield is probably not realistically looking at 4 stories, that development. But yes, certainly we would need to be doing, there's going to be redevelopment of the entire site.
Yeah.
And a yield somewhere, probably in the vicinity of 15, possibly more than.
Right.
At
So-
this stage, it's 13.
So one submitter, or two submitters in Rangi Hiroa Street were quite critical of the precinct B as out of character, and that it would be hard to describe the bakery and so forth as town centre. But what you're saying is that actually potentially this precinct will give you the chance to offer some other commercial as well as residential, a mixed use component.
Sorry, I should clarify, not
Okay.
mixed housing type.
Oh, I
I
see.
mean, I actually have got plans, initial concept plans for the site. But that's still being developed, and I guess with that prejudice that we can offer them to the hearing panel, if you'd like to have a look at that development.
Well, it doesn't really carry much weight with us because these can change as the market changes. But the point is that here's quite a large site. What's the size? It looks like about a hectare. Is that right?
4,800 or
Yeah.
give or take,
So half a hectare.
on hectares. I'll work in square meters.
Yeah,
Uh,
5,000 roughly.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Now, you said that you said something about adjusting the rules or the regime so that flooding doesn't overwhelm that. What did you mean by that? Doesn't the qualifying matter just operate as it operates? Why would you want to adjust it?
I am not actually quite sure what I'm referring to there, but I'm happy to accept the qualifying matter. It stands as it is.
So that part of the submission or the
Yeah,
submission doesn't really run.
Yeah, can you point me to the submission point that you're referencing?
Yep. So amendments to page section 3, which is your submissions and changes sought.
Yeah.
Section 3, item A, make it clear that a qualifying matter will only be a limiting factor of consideration of resource consent applications where that qualifying matter has not been resolved in accordance with the council's land development minimum requirements or other matters that council has reserved control over. And I thought to myself, well, the qualifying matter, if satisfies the council, will be resolved. I don't see why we would need to make that clear.
I think that that really I'm highlighting that as long as it is resolved, that it's not a reason to preclude development or intensification of that site. And as we start moving through the planning process of applying the IPI, I'm probably confident that that will happen. I just felt a bit nervous that that could be a reason for declining development without giving it due consideration to how we might mitigate those effects. I'm sure that as we work through this, the planning regime under the IPI, that the qualifying matters just need to be robustly considered as part of an application. So,
And I'm not even sure that actually flood hazard notation is a qualifying matter. is it, isn't it, is it actually expressly said as a qualifying matter? So you've done section 77, whatever, which says you can just adopt and identify.
Yeah.
And that's because qualifying it as a to some early form of development policies and also one which so we want to clear what qualifying would actually mean.
Hmm. Okay, there's a lot of moving parts, but
Yeah,
I don't see the point of that exercise. If it's there and it's there, it's a qualifying matter. And
yeah.
the policies private.
We're not objecting to the qualifying matter, the existing qualifying matter, and we are supportive of the proposed zone provisions.
Is that a ponding or an overland flow path?
There is both. There's a very small section in a corner which has stream. We can put that up on the district plan if you want to have a look at it. If you go into hazards and on the map tool layers, on that, scroll down on that right hand side with the legend. Yep, scroll down. You can see your overlays. Yeah, you have to click the overlay button. Yep, there you go. If you zone back in, so majority you have to change the layer, but you can see that there's a very small section of the Waimiha stream corridor, yellow, and the remainder of the site is ponding. So any new habitable dwelling needs to be at a recommended building height of the 1% AEP plus freeboard.
Right.
And we've modelled for this already and found that the level of fill that we require to place on the site will have negligible effects downstream.
Right. So are
Less
you
than 10
slightly
mils.
elevated from the riverbed?
Yes, yeah,
So it slightly contours up the same with the road.
that's right. But not at the same height of the road. You actually come off the road down into the site.
Oh, yeah, I see.
But it is actually, yeah, it's from street view, you can get a good view of that position. I don't know if you can bring street view up, but
No, I can sort of roughly see the contour on my Google Earth.
yeah. So yeah.
And the other is the public tennis courts and so forth. So you've got a golf course. So residents would enjoy access to, well, make a reasonable access to a golf course and a tennis court and the beach, of course. All right, well, that's clear. So yours is just a thumbs up for the council.
That's right. We really just wanted to be here to answer any questions that you might have in relation to this particular site.
You had some other amendments to do a subdivision, and the council planning officers considers that the provision as it is adequate to cover the matters that you've addressed. Is that, do you accept that?
I guess that was another point of clarification. It's around applying for a subdivision and a land use consent at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's just the wording of it that we just want to make it clear that, you know, one doesn't have to precede the other, and it's just a matter of process and how they work that through, that you can apply at the same time and get a land use consent granted, which would then enable it to be assessed as a controlled activity subdivision.
Well, the planners addressed that.
Yeah.
Decide that that was your, so that's right. Yeah, thank you.
So is there anything else to do with Anna and John Carter that we need to?
Yes, that's a separate submission.
Right, so we'll move to that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Statement the submission made on behalf of myself the side of the I'm one of the owners of the 41 submissions
Mhm.
Now, property, water and wastewater. Access is via a public road and a 10-metre wide access strip. And the property sits outside the adjoining ecological site adjacent stormwater easement area, and the land is suitable for further intensification. The underlying parent subdivision creating this title granted subdivision consent for residential development for all of the land within precinct 1, which is considered a preserved precinct, and precinct 3, which is considered an open space precinct for the Waikanae North development area, which was a structure plan area. It also granted land use consent for each lot within those areas to construct a residential dwelling and associated accessory buildings. The land I've just described is now residential, both in nature, i.e. development, and by consent. However, the land is not contained within an existing residential zone. The site is not clearly identified as any zone, while it is contained within a development area and is subject to the rules in the district plan relating to the development area. These rules are no longer relevant or appropriate. And for these reasons, the provisions of the National Planning Standards should now be applied, and that is that land should be rezoned general residential and development areas removed from the district plan. Table 18 of the National Planning Standards states that when the associated development is complete and the development area spatial layer should be removed. Where the development area provisions in the district plan don't automatically allow for that, it should be undertaken through a plan change. And I'd suggest that this IPI is the most appropriate vehicle to do that. The council officer's report claims that our submission is out of scope on the basis that the medium density residential standards are required to be incorporated into relevant residential zones in the district plan. And the Waikanae North development area does not meet the definition of a relevant residential zone because it is not a residential zone listed and described in Standard 8 of the National Planning Standards. However, I point you to chapter DEV2, that's of the operative district plan, titled Waikanae North Development Area, which indicates that Waikanae North is intended to support residential development. And that chapter states, and I quote, the residential zones of the Kapiti Coast are a low density and detached urban form. However, there are areas where other built residential forms, including higher density and non-traditional, i.e. shared housing residential developments are provided for. Waikanae North development area covers part of a larger area identified for urban expansion of Waikanae. And chapter Subdiv 2, titled Subdivision in the Waikanae North development area, further clarifies the purpose of Waikanae North for residential development in policy DO03, which seeks to, quote, maintain consolidated urban form within existing urban areas and a limited number of identified growth areas, and to provide for the development of new urban areas where these can be efficiently serviced and integrated with existing towns, delivering an urban environment that enables more people to live in, more businesses and communities to be services to be located in parts of the urban environment. Now, that definition, urban environment, is defined, and it has the same meaning as urban environment allotment according to the district plan definition section, to that section 76(4)(c) of the RMA, and basically that, I mean, that's in relation to native protection of those of trees, but an urban environment allotment under that section is one which is no greater than 4,000 square metres, is connected to a reticulated water supply and sewage system on which there is a building or used for industrial or commercial purposes, or as a dwelling house, and is not a reserve. And I would say that except for the roading network, the open space reserves and the stormwater easement, none of Waikanae North's allotments are greater than 4,000 square metres in area. And all the lots are connected to reticulated water supplies and reticulated sewage systems. And all lots are consented for dwellings or have dwellings on them. So I'd respectfully suggest that the Waikanae North development area is irrelevant to the rezoning of the site. And as an urban area within a tier 1 council, it should be zoned general residential. And the medium density residential standards should be applied to the entire Waikanae North area, including 41 Moorpork Drive. I should just add a proviso there that it should be applied to Waikanae North where it's been consented or consents in place. I believe the front part of Waikanae North has yet to be consented.
This is, I did make a disclosure earlier that I have acted for Waikanae North Land Company in relation to a dispute over wetland. This is only in relation to your land, is it?
That's right. My submission actually was broader. It actually included Waikanae North. I thought for Waikanae North and our site to be rezoned. Didn't make sense to me that you just rezone one small parcel. And on the basis that that development area is no longer relevant,
Right.
where a consent is in place.
All right, well, it may be that, well, whereas the panel reflect on that, but I may not make a decision on that component of it. Are there any questions?
The planner's comments about that was just, it seemed to be a matter of timing, but it's not complete yet. As you're saying, it's complete and the mechanism to change it, the plan change, here we have an opportunity. So, but the planner's saying, well, it's just not ready, it's not finished yet.
The stage into Waipunaho Road is all complete. Ryman's is all complete. Moorpork Drive, which is the road that our property is located on, is all complete. It's been consented. That consent that I've given you the reference number, and actually my submission includes identification of the lots approved under that consent. That has been approved and consented in this type, and they're going through the 2 to 4 process now for various stages of it. The only area that has not been consented is the front part of the site between the state highway, and it extends up to in front of that Ministry of Education designated land.
I just wonder if there's a trigger by which there is a saying, this is finished. It means that why it's
Well, it seems that
really a disagreement about that.
that's right. It seems you could be sitting on, inappropriately zoned land for many, many years while you're waiting for small parts of it to be rezoned. And if the opportunity comes up to rezone it, such as under this IPI, then that I believe that opportunity should be taken.
Very good.
Thank you.
Noel, you have any questions? We'll go and look at it again.
Yeah.
I've been there once.
Great. Yeah. Just mind the, you'll be fine. Mind the rabbit holes. There's a lot of them.
The rabbit hole.
The rabbit holes.
You can see how many rabbit holes we're dealing with on this place. All right, so that concludes the morning session. Mansell application is now going to be heard after morning tea. I apologise that we're running a little bit late, but it's a good time for you to set up. We'll commence with that after the break. So I still think we should have 15 minutes if that's all right, but we'll come back at 10:45. we're on YouTube, so that's why. Welcome. And so this is the Mansell Family submission.
Yes, it is. I probably need to apologise in advance for filing a very, very large amount of information for the panel. I hope that's been useful. With
You
the
mean all the
evidence.
evidence?
Yes, yes. And it has come about as a result of the previous resource consent. So we had that information there and in response to the minute, thought that that was the appropriate option so that you had everything before you. The other apology I probably have to make is how late these submissions were being filed. I just wanted an indication as to whether the panel have had a chance to read the legal submissions.
I think.
Well, I can't-
Have you read the legal submission?
No, I don't think I've read the legal submission. I don't think
I have read them.
I don't think I've got that.
I was,
One slide.
No, I don't have that.
yeah, I'm conscious of time, so I was going to do a sort of a brief run through with some key points and then hand over to the experts that I think would probably be.
I don't have the
Well,
legal. submission.
They came through
Oh, they came through on.
last week,
Oh,
and
I think I read it.
so we'll probably start first with introductions. So you're Ms. Tancock.
Yes,
who
I am.
know.
Yes.
We run into each other various times, and this is your planning team and or your expert team. Who's at the table?
At the table today, we've got Mr. Hansen, who's the expert planner. We've got Mr. Mansell, who is part of the Mansell family. And
Yeah.
we've also got Harriet Fraser, who you've already seen this
Yeah.
morning for traffic. Other members of our team are Mr. Craig Martell, stormwater and flooding, flood hazard and infrastructure. And then we have 4 experts who are joining us online today.
Nice.
So I'll introduce
Okay.
them as they turn up. So we've got Nick Goldwater, who's the submitter's ecologist expert, Cam Wylie, who is the geotechnical expert, and Mr. Compton-Moen, who's the landscape, urban design and visual.
Yeah.
And I think
So we've got I probably I don't want I know what it's like being the lawyer. You want to lead the process, but I wonder whether I could just take the reins briefly just to sort of highlight an exchange we had with the previous submission that may be relevant for the planning, Mr. Hansen's evidence, and also to just set out what I understood the key issues. And of course, we know that we're hearing from Brent and Leanne Morris, who are opposing that submission as well. So obviously whatever we say is subject to whatever they say and us deliberating on it. But this site in terms of urban development has been interrogated quite a lot through a resource consent process. And so its opportunities and constraints are understood. There are some criteria that the council established in terms of whether they would consider it. And the first was scope. So you're in a smidgen in scope in their opinion. So that already green flags you in terms of some further consideration, at least as far as the council is concerned. And then your the 4 criteria, which 2 I think is that you're not next to an urban zone, and the second is that you might need a structure plan. And so those are the 2 things that we want to interrogate, or at least I want to interrogate or focus upon. Because those are the 2 items that I think, and your legal submissions highlighted the process that you've gone through already, so that this site has been heralded as one that could potentially be embraced by this process. So I understand the reasoning for that. And Waikanae lands, east landowners applied, and they have got a site on the eastern side of Waikanae that they are proposing to rezone. And in relation to the structure plan issue, I asked this question there's a difference between rezoning brownfield sites, existing residential, to MDRS and so forth, or just immediately adjacent. From larger sites that would be properly characterized as greenfields. And the current debate lies between people who say that needs a proper structure plan process and those who say, well, the zoning's fine. And the thing that I postulated for the Waikanae East Landowners case is a slightly different halfway house, which is that you somehow create a mechanism through the rule by which there is a reservation of discretion, so the pattern of development is actually coherent and optimal in terms of opportunities and constraints, because it strikes me that a residential zone can often signal basically a very basic pattern of development that may not be appropriate to sites that are slightly more nuanced. And I wonder whether that is something that could potentially solve the impasse here between. I think the panel's not so interested in whether you're next to an urban area, because we don't see that as a red line completely. I think that's fair to say that it's a little bit fuzzy, and you could argue that to the cows come home, but I'm not sure it really takes us much further in terms of good planning. But the idea that opportunities and constraints are properly evaluated in greenfield sites, and the tools that would be available in a toolkit to manage that. And I can see Mr. Mansell's eyes glazing over because this is very abstract, but that's what I'm interested in, is it's not really our job to do that, but it is, it seems to me there could be potentially a way through. And the one that I spoke about aloud, which may be quite clumsy, is that you described areas as greenfields development intensification sites that were a qualifying matter in their own right because they hadn't yet been designed, and that the qualifying matter triggered some different form of assessment. So I know that's a lot to take on, and you probably haven't done that, but that is where I had taken, and I felt that it was appropriate to say that what I had said earlier to another party.
That's very useful, sir. And I'm hoping that Mr. Mansell's been taking some good notes, and our team will be addressing that as part of the presentation. In terms of a question on that, would that result in some sort of de facto sort of deferred zoning or a future development area subject to infrastructure? Is that what you had?
No, I'm not actually. I'm actually thinking it would be a rezone, but with a qualifying notation as an intensification greenfield site that had a rule stream that made you no more favourable on subdivisional development than restricted discretionary. And that you had a specific policy for intensification greenfield sites. Now, the reason for that is I have some sympathy for the view. I haven't really landed this in my mind because I've been reading a lot of stuff, but my initial thing is I have some sympathy for the view that there's not enough greenfields in this mix, too much brownfields. Which is not going to lead to housing capacity. And it's not a criticism, but I think for sites that are good candidates, potentially we need to think of getting through this impasse, or at least recommending to the council they go through this impasse. Because we don't actually have a decision-making function, and we have a report-making function. And I think the panel share the view that the Mansell site has already gone through an interrogated assessment. That it has some obvious merits for residential development, but it does potentially not lend itself to just one. I mean, here you got one landowner, which is great, but potentially there are constraints that would not be captured adequately by the current framework if it was just simply zoned residential without any other mechanisms in place. For example, Ms. Fraser recommended some particular solutions that I can't remember spatially what they were, but to do with a dead-end street and some walkways and other components, which the council was able to negotiate through the consenting process because you were an NC. And so the balance was not but may not have been extracted or at least developed if it was just simply a straight residential. And it seems to me that there are planning components to this in the mix, a comprehensive development plan that would benefit this site in terms of its pattern of development that wouldn't be achievable through a residential, just a straight rezone to residential, which is what you're asking for. And this is a thing about Kapiti. It's got quite a lot of opportunities and constraints, and your witnesses are all saying, well, I assessed it for this 49 lots or whatever it was. I still think it could take more, but it would depend on what the development is. So they're implicitly acknowledging that there are constraints that they would like to see factored into it. And it's not a greenfield site like in Palmerston North where you just add on another paddock or something like that. They're far more subtle. And I just wonder whether there's a way through this.
But potentially there may be. I think our case has been that the infrastructure is there, and you'll hear from Mr. Martell. So I think we had premised the rezoning request on the fact that the infrastructure was available, and I think that's something different to where council had come with their assessment. And so the consent has demonstrated that infrastructure is capable of being connected to that site and servicing, so we know where that is. And I think I'll get Mr. Martell to talk to that a bit more. So, I mean, we do come to the nub of it is to the extent that you could rezone and allow those things to be developed as part of the detailed design of a particular proposal, bearing in mind that we're considering a plan change. And I mean, my initial reaction, and I've just heard this morning and I'm still mulling it over as we're discussing it, but my initial reaction would be that at a controlled activity, which I think the MDRS would make, or GRZ makes subdivision, that there would be sufficient provision in there to ensure that the council were comfortable with the infrastructure connections and things that were being supplied, because that's inherent in receiving resource consent for the site. So we're not suggesting that it could occur, or the development of that nature where you're doing a greenfield site is always going to trigger the need for consents, and those triggers are already in the plan. We're well aware of a lot of those ones in terms of stormwater and things like that. So in my submission, I think for greenfield sites that perhaps aren't already serviced or have those infrastructure connections in place, sitting where the panel is and having to struggle with the decision about whether the council has rezoned sufficient greenfield and brownfield and how you deal with that in absence of an infrastructure deficit. I think there may be some merit for that approach, and that council could look at it. I'm unsure whether it would have those immediate responses in terms of helping implement the MDRS if you're saying, well, it's enabling to a point and then subject to this additional discretion. But I think for the Mansell site, because our case is that it's well served by the infrastructure and that those infrastructure locations and proximity are well settled. So the roading patterns aren't going to change. The expressway location isn't going to change. The land or the sites around the site have already got quite a settled development pattern, and a lot of them are quite small sites in private ownership. So I guess where we've got to is that we're struggling to see where the merits come in terms of doing further infrastructure planning for that site, because we know where that is. And so I think we say that that could be dealt with in the normal way in a resource consent process if the MDRS standards and the general residential zone rules sat over the top. It's not a complicated site, and it's quite straightforward in that regard. And I think the consent has enabled or demonstrated how that infrastructure feeds into the site, or can be said to feed into the site, where that happens, and that can occur in a successful way. So I would be, I guess initially I'd have a level of reservation about adding another level of complexity into the application of the provisions for that site, which may not be necessary. But, you know, I take the point that there may be other sites where that's more of a consideration, particularly those sites that don't have those obvious infrastructure connections.
Yeah, it's not only, I don't think I'm not personally focusing on pipes or three waters. I'm conscious that there is a complexity to the site that does need to be responded to, that was responded to with a quite different level of development potential in the subdivision consent, and that equally would be good to have all of those experts focusing their attention through a consenting process to a more intensive form of development that may not occur with just a straight residential zone. And the thing that I think the council has done by being quite conservative about the greenfield areas is because the MDRS works well for existing urban zones, but we all know in larger greenfield sites there are other complexities that arise, and I accept your point that this may not be one of the sites that has the highest level of complexity, but I just would like you to think about, because it's worrying me, whether there is a way through that tension, because I think both views have some merit. And if we're simply faced with the council's position, which is this needs further consideration, and your view that it should just be rezoned, we may say, well, we're not planners, but we think there actually could have been a way through here, but we can't see it in the moment at the current.
Yes,
We don't have to hold it quite so close to.
sorry, that would be something that if the panel was minded to, we could have a little bit more time to prepare a response to that question after the presentation of our main submission, because that is something that is new and as I say, may need it.
I'll keep quiet now.
In terms of constraints, just for that, I guess it would be useful to clarify what constraints the panel saw for the site that would be particularly relevant.
Well, I think we talked about this before, that there seems to be this structure plan is something that's important between the council's concern that there is no structure plan, and that's important in terms of the overall cohesion and integrated development of the site. So it's not singular constraints, and I agree about it's not necessarily just the infrastructure, got that, see that it's connected, but it's how that the value of the infrastructure is how everything of the structure plan is how everything hangs together, that you know where the open space is going to be, the community facilities or whatever, perhaps not in your case, but where the public open space might be, how the roads do connect, and what's the staging of that development to ensure that at day one, when a house is built, that the amenities are in place that are necessary for that development. So I don't know, it may be a simpler trigger, it may be something simple like that, but how do you, what would be a planning technique whereby you could, if the council thinks the structure plan is important and there was some middle ground somewhere, how would you get that into, if you use this plan change, how might you satisfy the council's concerns in that regard?
No, that's very useful. I might leave that issue for now and appreciate the comments, and I'm sure Mr. Hansen will have some response, but we'll also respond in a bit more of a detailed way
down the track. So taking that in mind and mindful of time, seems like I will just potentially go through my submissions at a very high level and then pass on to the experts and concentrate on those issues that the panel is obviously clearly well read. So the Mansells have had a zoning request, and as noted by the panel, there is a question that does about the existing general residential area for Rotohanga. Mr. Compton-Moen has prepared a indicative, and I think that may be part of the solution, is that he's provided that indicative plan to which does apply the MDRS provisions to the site, and has estimated there'd be it would accommodate approximately 372 new dwellings. And I note that down a little bit later, Mr. Foy will be saying that that is 30% of the contribution to the medium term supply for housing in Kapiti. So it's quite a significant contribution. One thing to note about Mr. Compton-Moen's design is that obviously that just indicates one way which the site could be developed under a plan change, and that there would be a consent process with more detailed design and criteria and things as part of that. But that yield has actually been informed by the fact that we've got the known constraints on the site, so that the stormwater ecology and the wetlands and lizard habitat has been provided for. So it's an educated guess, but it's still a guess nevertheless. The Mansells have already sought and obtained the resource consent for 46 lots on that site, and I understand the panel's probably read far more about that than it ever wanted to. So I'll leave that there.
I read the decision.
Yeah, it was a good decision. We felt. The reasons for the rezoning request are set out there. Probably an important thing to note is that there had been, and you'll hear about this from the rest of the experts, but I will note about the fact that the Mansells had worked closely with Atiawa, and that they had provided the necessary cultural assessments. Yep. There's been archaeological approval, and also that Atiawa had conditionally supported both the consent and the rezoning request. Unlike all the other or many of the other rezoning requests, I think, as noted by the chair, there's a robustness in the information that's been provided in the assessments by the Mansells. Puts it in a slightly different category than some of the other rezoning requests that have been made to the panel. And in my submission, that should provide a level of confidence. It's been through two different peer review processes, as well as an independent hearing panel and council assessment has been. So to some extent, although not to the density we're asking for, that those have been confirmed. I think I've already covered and that the Mansells position is that there's no barriers to rezoning the site general residential. It cannot be resolved in the detailed design phase, and that they've considered the costs and benefits of doing that. And the experts have confirmed that the general residential and MDRS provisions could be applied without amendment. And also, I'll just jump to the council's assessment. I think when they were considering the sites for suitability, the council didn't disagree that the site, they agreed that the site had very few constraints, and that those provisions could apply without amendment. So I think that's another thing that goes on to the scoreboard, I guess, when considering whether a structure plan is needed or whether a more nuanced approach is necessary for this site. If the land is redeveloped at a higher density, it would, in my submission, be a more efficient use of that land than what the resource consent provides. And it would be in line with what's intended for the site. So the site has been identified as that medium term 2A priority development, and it would add sufficient development capacity and contribute to the well-functioning urban environment. I'll just jump over the need for further capacity. It sounds like the panel is alive to those issues, and we'll hear from Mr. Foy directly about that. But the Mansell's position is that there's going to be less than half what is needed in terms of supply under the NPSUD, and that further greenfield or brownfield development needs to be rezoned to make sure that those that there's sufficient provision and that the key, I guess the key matters that the IPI is focused on are actually achieved. Mr. Foy will talk about that, so I'll leave that for you to hear from him. I'm sure by now the panel is well aware of the purpose of the planning instruments and the intention of the legislation, and I'll just say that that's to rapidly provide for more affordable housing given the seriousness of the housing crisis. So that's why we're all here. In terms of the creation of residential zones, obviously that's something that the council is and has done as part of Plan Change 2. And as Mr. Conway has pointed out, that is the IPI can include the new residential zones that implement the NDRS and related provisions which support or are consequential to. I think turning to scope and noting that the council's overall assessment is that I think you said we were within scope but just squeaked in or something to the effect. The council have said that we were within scope, and obviously the Mansells would agree very strongly with that statement. There were a few comments made by the officer in the scope assessment, which we didn't agree with and we thought may be slightly incorrect, which my submissions have attempted to address. So firstly, the consequential extension part, the Mansell site, and I think you said before you weren't too interested if it was right next to or abutted or was adjacent, but just noting that it could be considered as an extension of the existing Otihonga residential area, given the proximity, and you will have seen, I think I had a picture at the front just showing where that, of the submissions, where that joined. So I think perhaps the council had been slightly unfair there, that it wasn't, didn't have the connectivity. And in my submission, it's sufficiently connected to the area to be treated as a consequential change as it extends the existing zone boundary. In terms of the Section 32 assessment, and the council agreed with us here, I've just set out for the panel in relation to that the Mansells had filed a submission on the draft plan change, that was assessed generally in the council's Section 32 report on zoning requests, and then it was assessed specifically in response to that particular request, and so that was included in the council's evaluation report at Appendix B, and it was included as part of the wider site that was also assessed as OHO1 in the analysis at Appendix N. Mr. Hansen, and you'll hear from him, has said that the council's Section 32 assessment can apply equally to the Mansell site without any serious amendment.
I think there's a slight distinction in my mind between the scope question and the question whether the land is appropriately dealt with through this process. In that the council could have issued a draft plan and someone said, I would like my piece of land, which is way out, to be in there. And so it doesn't come as a surprise, it's not out of left field. So it's in scope, but it's not really within what we call Section 80E, which is about potentially implementing the objectives and policies of Schedule 3, which tends to capture areas that were sort of part of creating a coherent urban form. I think that's how I understood it.
Yes, I did listen in to your discussion with Mr. Conway about this in the opening submission, so I had a feeling that we might ask that question, because I think that's one that is
of interest, particularly when you have to consider whether things are on the IPR. And I guess where I think I landed on it, and obviously there's not a lot of case law, not a lot of guidance. The select committee reports are very, let's say, high level, and I thought that I might be able to find an easy answer to that, which I thought might assist this discussion, and there simply wasn't one. But I think where I landed is that in terms of the connection, the Mansell's rezoning request of the existing general residential zone can be said to be in terms of section 80F as being, well, you could view it as being consequential or supporting, because there's the need for the council to implement the MDRS, and it needs to do that in order to meet the district's projected demand. So in my submission, I think there is a sufficient connection, because if there's not enough land that's rezoned.
You mean FE rather than?
E, yes, sorry, I can't read my own writing, so.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you don't type them. In terms of section 80E, I think if there's not sufficiently zoned that land to apply the NDRS to, then automatically you're not going to get the uptake. So then you don't end up, Plan Change 2 won't meet the objectives and the policies that the council have been directed by the government to implement. And also so I think that's where the link is. And it's as simple as, if you don't have enough rezoned land or greenfield land to implement the MDRS, are you actually properly implementing it? And so in my submission, it plays a supporting role and is consequential on the need to give effect to the MDRS in the plan, is that there's sufficient land for that to occur on, and that the panel has sufficient confidence that would be developed. And I think it's tricky you could tick the box and say, look, the MDRS are implemented across all the relevant residential zones. But if there's uncertainty, or in this case, evidence that the council, that's not going to be sufficient to meet the projected demand, and if you have 50%, this is Mr. Boyle was, I think he said there was a 50% difference between the demand and the projected supply. Then I think there's the connection there is that the panel should be rezoning land to make sure that those MDRS are effective. And I guess the flip side of that, because I was trying to find the answer, so I thought it should be a simple one, and then I couldn't find any guidance on that, is that the council have done exactly the same thing in their decision to rezone, particular with those 14 greenfield and brownfield field sites as general residential. And the reason that they've done that is to ensure, to make sure that they're giving effect to the MDRS as well. So I mean, I don't know if it's the perfect answer, but that's as far as I could get there, is that there is that.
We did actually quote a helpful portion of a committee note about rezoning. But
yeah.
I found the argument about urban environment a little sterile. If you have an objective to have a well-functioning urban environment, that's your goal. That's not implying that you're there at the moment. It's just that that's the goal. And so one of the methods for achieving that goal might be including more land, and that's supporting to or consequential of that goal.
Yeah.
Is it any more complicated than that?
I don't think so. I think it's just ensuring that there's sufficient land to actually do these things. And
so I found a lot of this analysis quite taxing.
I mean, my weekend was spent with very taxing
hard.
analysis of this too, sir. And I think I know that the council have tried to be helpful, and I do feel that in some respects there's been slightly too much emphasis on or they've taken too much of a restrictive or developed or limited approach based on some of these tests, when
actually, I think they could be interpreted a little broader.
Yeah, I don't take that out of it. I think that they chose the bits that they thought they knew enough about that could simply straight apply the NDRS, and anything with a higher level of complexity, both because of size or whatever, they excluded, even if it was in scope. And I understand the scope argument, because there's the sense in which there's a fairness issue that arises. But if you're in scope, which you are, in their opinion, then the rationale for excluding it shouldn't be whether you're urban or not.
No, because
It should be whether you should be urban or not.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to the definition of urban environment in the NPS, which is intended, has that emphasis on is urban or intended to be. And in this case, it's very much intended to be urban because the council has signalled that it's going to be urban, but it doesn't quite want it to be urban quite yet, so it's medium to long term urban environment.
I wonder whether that definition, though, is really driving to the question of how Section 80E operates. I'm not sure that it does.
I don't think it probably doesn't either.
Because that's the question.
Yeah.
It is if we are able to consider this question, surely it can't be. If things that were greenfields and not urban, and that was conclusive, then it follows that the ISPs could never identify land.
No, and
as
then that would be
greenfields.
contrary to the direction or in the statute, which says that that's a useful tool that you may, that's a discretionary ability. And I'm afraid I don't have, I've attempted to answer those questions, but I think there's everyone around the country at the moment is arguing about exactly the same thing with, no true decisions on that yet. So that's something that the panel will have to grapple with.
Yes, except the Mansell site has been around the mulberry bush
Yes.
a few times.
Yes, that was going to be my next point. So just moving on, because I'm a little bit conscious of time. So in terms of the public participation around the mulberry bush is where we've been. So I've actually set out, and
That was helpful, that schedule.
the schedule. We do have all the documents that support that. It's just I wasn't sure whether the panel was particularly interested in seeing everything that was behind it at this point. I was conscious I had given you a lot of documents already. So in a nutshell, as a part of the resource consent process, was publicly notified people who were concerned about the residential intensification of that site made submissions, as well attended hearing. Due to the timing, it was actually Plan Change 2 sort of came out on the first day of the hearing. And that meant that it was addressed in significant detail as part of that process with the council's planners, Mr. Hansen, and in legal submissions. And as part of that as well, and I've set out the schedule, obviously, Mr. Hansen had really set out the detail about the Mansell's draft submission, provided a copy of that, what was involved, what they were seeking, what the council's response had been, what the Section 32 report said in relation to the Mansell's submission or rezoning request, and then that the Mansell's intended to make a submission to seek a rezoning request, and then once again at the end of the process or as part of my legal submissions and the reply we provided that submission, it was referenced in the decision, and obviously that was served on all the submitters, and that all occurred in actually amazingly in time for everyone who was part of that process to go and make a submission, and Ms. Morris it is evident that worked and that she was there. So it's that situation where it's not quite what Justice Koch was talking about in motor machinists, but it's very, very close in that we didn't send a letter to everyone, but we did, it was sort of round the mulberry bush, and everyone was told about it through that alternative process. Moving to the council or focusing on the reasons why the council have chosen not to rezone the request, not to rezone. I'll just pick up on the fact that there was an error in the council's assessment, which lists the Mansell site as being on the western side of Te Street, when it was on the eastern side. And just going to say that may have, and I'm not sure if it did, but it potentially contributed to the officer's incorrect assessment that it's not serviced by infrastructure and isn't adjacent to an existing GRZ zone, when it clearly abuts the Te Street. So, I mean, one thing that I think we would be interested in is, and we won't know, but what the council's response to that was, because if their assessment was incorrect or based on that information, then we may be sitting in a situation where we're actually on the right side of the fence in terms of getting a recommendation that this is appropriate. So the Mansell's experts have all addressed that point, and you'll hear from them on that in a second. In terms of the structure plan and not being sufficiently complex, I think you'll hear from Mr. Mansell on that. One thing that I would like to say is that there is obviously a cost of deferring to another planning process. And in my submission, that's inconsistent with the IPI process, which is to improve housing supply. And one of the ways that it was supposed to achieve that was by removing restrictive planning rules. The council's recommendation is to put what we say is a site that's ready for development now off for another to the medium term. So like that could be anywhere from 3 to 20 years, depending on the definitions. And I think there's the Boffa reports use a slightly different time frame than the NPS does for those terms. I've also emphasised at 230 that there was the ministry guidance that the policy intention of section 80E is to use the plan changes without and in a way that avoids further plan changes to reduce the cost of developing, and that's without requiring supporting plan changes. So not taking the opportunity to rezone the land results in uncertainty, cost and delay, which would require unnecessary, in my submission, structure planning processes over the next decade. And that in relation to the Mansell site, they could participate in the next decade of planning processes, and we would end up exactly where we are as we are now, with seeking a decision that the panel could implement in August 2023. So I think there's a real disconnect as to what a structure plan would allow, particularly for this site. I've just set out the Middle Hill decision there, which says requires councils to, its emphasis is to direct local authorities to enable greater land supply and ensure that planning is responsive to changes in demand. It also requires councils to remove overly restrictive rules that affect development outcomes in the city. So in my submission, the panel has the opportunity to rezone now and should do so. And I think the council has actually failed to provide adequate reasons as to why the zoning of the Mansell site, which is development ready, should await a further structure plan or incur the additional costs and delay of those further processes. I've also set out about responsive planning for out of sequence development to the extent that it could be considered to be out of sequence. I think our primary submission is that it is an extension of the zone, but the council has obviously decided that would be more appropriate in the medium term. So I won't take you through those other than to say that policy 8 of the NPS requires the panel to look at out of sequence development and be responsive to that very carefully. The other component of that is just that if you look at the clause 3.8 of the NPS, it directs
local authorities to have particular regard to development capacity where it would contribute to well-functioning environment connected to transport corridors, and then it directs that that's provided for in an RPS. And I note that there's been an ongoing issue around the timing of the RPS and the difficulties with implementing, being consistent with Plan Change 2 and the RPS. What I would like to just draw the panel's attention to is that policies 55 and 56 of the RPS actually do deal of Plan Change 1, actually do deal with the situation where they're assessing out of sequence land development where that hasn't been anticipated by the council, and provides a framework for that, which the chair will have read in the resource consents decision that the panel found very helpful in providing guidance as to what they should do in those circumstances. And Mr. Hansen did a full assessment against those two policies, proposed policies, and found that they do lend considerable support to the rezoning of the site or the use of the site for residential.
In the end, did the council planners support grant and consent?
Yes, they did, including the policy thing. So they had accepted that the area was in a transition and that the district plan was in a transition, and that the residential use of the site was anticipated in the future documents. Now, I'm not going to go into any more detail around the Mansell's other requests to the amendment to policies. It's set out there. It's really the district property district plan has had the centres hierarchy approach, and you know, as we probably all know, the centres hierarchy approach has a stick and a carrot, and so there's the incentive in the centre and consolatory policies elsewhere in the district to defer growth. And so Mansell's over many years have been have come a cropper on some of those policies with the consolidation approach, meaning that they sort of protect the status quo at all costs, and it's very anti-development, and it doesn't enable a lot of growth. Mr. Hansen has done an assessment of some of the wording of those objectives and policies, and he feels like there's still fish hooks or hangovers from that legacy approach where development was incredibly restrictive. And so we're hoping that those can be carefully looked at and amended as a result of, or in order to give effect to the NPS and the new approach to development being a little bit more enabling. And I think probably part of that as well has been that those policies are probably why we're facing objectives and policy framework is why we're facing a housing affordability issue in Kapiti. They've contributed to that because they have made it incredibly hard, and obviously we've just been through a non-complying resource consent for something for 46 lots, which is quite unusual given the direction of the NPS, and can attest to how hard that process has been. So the council and the panel are urged just to take a fine-tooth comb through those objectives and policies and think about whether they do go far enough to enable development, or whether they're still taking that sort of conciliatory approach. Now,
I'm not sure that I actually have my head around the compare and contrast exercise of what the council has got to and where Mr. Hansen would take us further in some of those objectives and policies. So I'd be really assisted by the compare and contrast approach, so that I could understand the subtlety of the differences in wording.
Yes, I'm not sure we have actually put up wording. We've just commented on those policies, so it may be that we could provide wording if that would be helpful. Sorry, the focus has been on the rezoning. Now I'm going to call the following witnesses in support of the submission. So first of all, we have Mr. Wylie, who's a geotechnical expert. Is he available online?
Morning. Yep, I'm available.
Sorry, who is this?
Mr. Wylie.
This is Mr. Wylie, he's geotechnical expert. Mr. Wylie, you've prepared a brief of evidence in support of the Mansell's rezoning request.
Yep.
Yes, and I'm just hoping you could take the panel through your key points on that. Sorry, it wasn't very long piece of evidence, but.
Okay, I think I'm getting a little deafer as I get older, so I didn't quite hear it, but I think you want me to take through the evidence.
Look, we just really want, as I understand it, your evidence is that there are no major geotechnical constraints to this site.
Correct.
And you've done a geotechnical assessment as part of a previous application. So
Correct.
I understand that evidence. Unless Ms. Tancock's got any particular points you want to identify, I probably prefer to just ask if there's any questions.
No, I have no points. He was solely appearing to see whether you had any questions, sir.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
No, I've read your geotechnical report, and I understand it. And I don't have any questions or issues that arise from a geotech point of view. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Wylie. Now we have Mr. Compton-Moen, who's the urban designer landscape.
Yeah, now you said Mr. Compton-Moen had a design. And I wasn't quite sure what page of that your document you were referring me to.
At the appendix.
It's in his appendix at
Yes, the last 3 pages.
No.
Right, the last 3 pages of.
it's
what?
his landscape assessment. So yeah, they look very yellow
Oh, the yellow one.
like this.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I think Mr. Compton-Moen has prepared a summary of his evidence. And so would you like to go through that now and then see if the panel have any questions?
Yeah, I'm happy to do either, whether you want me to go through that summary or jump straight into questions. My summary.
I think it'd be good if you just gave us a few headline points by way of summary, and then we'll go into questions.
Okay, cool. Well, obviously I was involved in the previous application for the 46 lot residential development. I consider the site's well connected with the existing areas of Otahonga. Looked at 2 different scenarios for the site, one where we were following the Boffa school density of 40 households per hectare, which would result in 240 residential allotments or 720 residential dwellings, taking on account the MDRS rules. This, though, based on our knowledge of the site, we don't think is achievable. So more realistic development potential will be 124 lots, and that's where those plans on the back of that attachment show the potential development on the site. And there was a very high level look at it, but it did take into account the wetlands, the wetland buffers, offsets from existing native vegetation, retaining key bits of topography. So we kept some of that character in place, and then also in terms of lizards and stormwater. So it's definitely something that I think is very, very much achievable. And that would result in about 20 households per hectare. So it's quite a sizable amount of housing. Other aspects I looked at was obviously landscape character and landscape values, and noted down that there would be a change from the current situation. The consented development on Otahonga Road will create a suburban character already at this stage, you know, at a lower density, and so it'll be any more development, it'll be at a higher density. But it'll be a change, but I don't think it's all adverse. What we showed through that subdivision consent was that we could protect and enhance the existing attributes of the site that were of value, and that potentially a lot of the those attributes we would actually enhance rather than just maintain. As Ms. Tancock mentioned before, the area's in a degree of transition, been on the edge of the existing residential areas. And we'd gone through visual amenity as well, in terms of how we could address those with edge treatments, and they could be addressed. So in conclusion, from an urban design and landscape perspective, I support the rezoning request. The characteristics and constraints of the site are well understood and workable. I consider that the site is well located and provides a good opportunity to increase housing supply in the immediate future. Yes, I'm open to any questions.
So these reserve areas that you've identified, are they just ideas that notionally you came up with?
Yes, they are. And what I've found through other projects, I've been doing a lot of work in Selwyn District at the moment, and which obviously going through similar plan changes, and ones that I've been involved with private plan changes, and then through submissions due to the NDRS, and then the proposed district plan is on those applications. We typically have an outline development plan in place, and we have an indicative location for an open space. So we know it needs to be provided for in the future, but we also know that scheme plans and subdivision plans develop, and that level of detail gets designed at a later stage. So we're really just putting our placeholder in at this stage for their provision, but we don't know the exact location.
This is something that Commissioner Black will pick up with you, because she's more expert on urban design than I am, but it sort of feels to me like this site falls between two stools, where it arguably doesn't need a structure plan because it's not relating to other sites. It's more about master planning the site well to respond to opportunities and constraints. And it seemed to me that there were a range of issues that you felt needed to be addressed in order to be able to support this as being an appropriate, efficient urban form. And it wasn't just a case of just saying, well, here's the urban zone, rural zone, residential zone, you can do what you like within the constraints of that zone. That it was actually a more complex site than that. And if that's true, and I'll ask you whether it is true, whether that means that there needs a different level of assessment than just the general residential zone to make sure that those components are there within the site. Do you see what I mean? Like we've heard about this morning about the Waikanae East Land Company, and there are a number of components in that thing that are external to the site and a number of moving pieces. But here it's more about the internal arrangement to make sure it's coherent and all those sorts of features. So you're an urban designer. You've assumed this. Well, this is what I could see as being a potentially acceptable urban form.
Mm.
But my question is, have you checked that that the council could make sure that that was achieved through the planning regime? In other words, force you to provide that level of amenity and development that's appropriate.
Yes, so I agree with you that it's a site that's sort of, it's too small for a structure plan by itself. It's not a big site, and it does fall into that sort of level where you have a master plan for it or an outline development plan. It is a relatively complex site, but in saying that, we know the values of that site already, and we know what needs to be protected for it to work. I think you mentioned earlier, it's not like an open paddock in Palmerston North, which is quite straightforward, and you rezone it, and it's the underlying landform or existing vegetation isn't going to it's not going to dictate the design of the development, and so this one is very much more, the development is much more tailored to the site. I think if it is rezoned residential, there would be a need to protect those existing values that we've already identified, but that does occur on outline development plans or master plans. So I think there are mechanisms that the
I
council.
understand that.
Yeah.
There are definitely mechanisms. My question is not. So you answered my first question, which is you agree that those sorts of values need to be accounted for, but you know them. The question is, how do you create have you talked about with Mr. Hansen the mechanism by which those values can be assessed for the purpose of a appropriate master plan of the site so that it is done properly?
I'd assume we'd almost adopt what we had in our resource consent.
Well, that's not legally correct. So what we're doing here is a policy planning exercise. And the current request is to put the residential zone onto the site. And that has a framework of controls that appears to work well for existing residential sites when the MDRS is applied. But the MDRS will be applied to this site with that framework, which looks to me too vanilla for the complexities and values of this site. My question is, have you had the conversation of the values that you're talking about with Mr. Hansen so that you're satisfied the mechanisms are in place with the zoning that you're requesting to achieve those outcomes? And if not, the circle hasn't been squared, because you're talking about a set of values, we're talking about a policy framework, and those two need to be merged so that we're satisfied and that the type of outcome, because this is not going to find its way into the plan, the type of an outcome that you're describing there, which we accept could potentially be acceptable form, will be delivered through a consenting process, as opposed to something substantially inferior. That's our problem. Well, it's actually your problem, because we need to be satisfied about that.
If I may, sir, I think that Mr. Hansen has addressed the, I think you're saying there are other planning rules and things that apply to the site that pick up on the ecological and the wetlands and the earthworks and the reserves and those things which are fed into Mr. Compton-Moen's design. So
right.
It may be not wanting to put words into the witness or the expert's mouth, but it has occurred as part of the trying to figure this out.
Okay.
And Mr. Hansen will speak to that in a bit more detail.
So that's the area that I'm not clear about.
Yeah, I think that's my concern is if you don't have a structure plan, well, how does the council guarantee that the area is developed in accordance with the whatever plan or mechanism that you use, whether it's a staged development or one-off, but that everything is actually going to be in place, the open spaces where it is, and that there's cycling, pedestrian walkways, etc. But if Mr. Hansen's going to address that, that's good.
I guess I can just add that I've worked it out that it can spatially work. And then in terms of that framework, then that's Mr. Hansen's
Just one question of I'm not going to get into the design detail of it at all, but with the expressway, is there you've accounted for that in terms of acoustic? You're far away enough from the okay.
Yes, yeah, and we intentionally when we went through the resource consent stage as well, you know, retaining a lot of the landform adjacent to the expressway was part of our design response.
Yep, thank you.
All right, well, that's very helpful, and that design is something that we will use as a lens when we go and visit the site again, or for the first time. I can't remember whether it's so that we understand how it works. So it's quite useful to. But generally speaking, you're satisfied that moving from 49 to 124 or whatever the number is can be comfortably accommodated in the site.
Yes, I am, and I think, you know, there will be a change of character which we've acknowledged, but I do see as just a natural extension of existing urban areas. It's quite a contained site in that respect as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Compton-Moen. Were there any other questions, or is?
No, I think that's all from us, Mr. Compton-Moen. I think that was very useful.
Thank you. We now have Harriet Fraser, transport expert, please.
Welcome. Again.
Yeah. I'm wondering whether I might cut to the chase a little bit and then then highlight a few points in my statement.
Yeah.
Because in terms of the discussion that's been taking place around structure plans and master plans and those sorts of ideas, I guess the key matter for me for the site is in terms of its the viability of the connections to the external road network, and from the examination and site visits and extensive time spent on this site already, they're really the only viable vehicle access connections. There's a couple of points on Otahanga Road, one of which is where we have the intersection with the consented arrangement, which is towards the expressway. And the other location is where the existing driveway comes out, which when you go out there, you'll see it's a major driveway. It's very obvious where it connects. And then there's Tycho Street. And so the locations for possible intersections onto Otahanga Road are dictated by the horizontal alignment of Otahanga Road and achieving sight lines. So there's those two main opportunities. And so while, in my view, while vehicle access to Tycho Street is considered good from a connectivity point of view, the site can be serviced from either one or two intersections onto Otahanga Road, which could connect through, they could form a loop road and provide the internal connectivity and resilience of two connections. So I guess that's probably the most important thing in terms of my thinking, is that from my understanding of the site, it can definitely be serviced, rely on vehicle access to a couple of intersections on Otahanga Road. We've tested one of those with the existing application, and it will just come down to the form of the intersection would be dictated by whatever the forecast traffic flows were with a more intensified level of development. Yeah, and then so then in my evidence, I've stated my involvement with the project to date, well, with the previous consent in paragraph 3.4. So that includes the site visits and the developing the transportation assessment. At paragraph 3.9, I summarize the transport characteristics of the site and of the view that it has good transport connectivity for all travel modes. Otahanga Road and Ratanui Road provide direct links into the wider network via their connections into Old State Highway 1 and Mazengarb Road. As residential and population densities increase, the route along Ratanui Road and Otahanga Road will become increasingly viable as a bus route, providing regular services to Paraparaumu Town Centre and the train station. As with the existing resource consent, there is the potential for any development of the site to deliver internal pedestrian and cycle paths to connect into existing shared paths along Otahanga Road and into the expressway shared path and Ratanui Road. The site is within cycling distance of Paraparaumu Town Centre, the train station, and Paraparaumu College. And I note at paragraph 5.4 that the Greenfield assessment largely agrees with those transport connectivity provisions, with the exception of the dividing effect of the expressway, which was included as a constraint. But through the resource consent process, we demonstrated that safe and efficient connections to Otahanga Road are available. Paragraph 5.8, I set out transport matters that would be considered through the development of a transportation assessment as part of a future resource consent application. And I note that, again, that comes back to my opening comments about the availability of connections onto Otahanga Road that can support the traffic associated with the site. Just will come down to the form of those intersections, but there are connecting points available. Within the wider road network, there are already roundabouts at the intersections of Ratanui Road and Mazengarb Road. So that's not far from here down Mazengarb Road that you probably came through the roundabout. And the roundabout between Otahanga Road and Old State Highway 1. So both of those already have intersections in place that can safely accommodate additional traffic. You might get some additional congestion, but at the moment, the key driver is around safety, and roundabouts are considered one of the more safe intersection arrangements. So I consider that there are roading solutions available that could be required at a future resource consent stage should the site be rezoned general residential to reasonably accommodate the additional traffic. I consider that these mitigation measures will most likely include upgrades to the local intersections, and as with the current consent, using the internal road layout to direct most vehicle traffic to and from Otahanga Road. And again, I've included in my evidence that one of the things that works quite nicely for this site is it's more or less equidistant which way you go towards the Paraparaumu Town Centre. So you've got, it's almost the same travel time going via towards Old State Highway 1 to that roundabout, or coming along Ratanui Road towards Mazengarb Road. So you'll end up with an even split of traffic. So instead of, you're not loading one road more than another, you're getting you'll get a pretty much a 50-50 split in each direction. And also that resilience of, as things change in the network, there's route choice for the from people traveling from this site. So then in section 6, I discussed the structure plan possibilities and why, from a transport perspective, I don't consider it a structure plan to be necessary. And I've worked with a few larger sites with structure plans, and often in terms of we've used them to set the hierarchy of roads within the site. Well, again, in this case, all of the roads will be of a local road nature. There's not, it's not big enough to have a network with collectors and arterial roads within it. And as I've mentioned, the boundaries and the alignment of Otahuanga Road dictate the connection points. And then I think that's really takes me to my conclusion, which is that I support the rezoning request from a transport perspective. The site's well located for connection into the existing active mode network. An increase in residential density could be a catalyst for the introduction of bus services. And there are roading solutions if needed to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the internal intersect, or well, intermediate must be, I think that's a typo because it should, of safe and efficient operation of the intersections in general.
What's the approximate length of Ratanui Road?
I would guess from the site, from the Otahuanga Road Ratanui intersection to Mazengard Road is maybe a kilometre. I would.
Is what?
A kilometre, I would guess. I mean, I think the cycling distance I worked out was 4 kilometres maybe to the town centre from the site.
Yeah, I was just looking at that because when you get into transport, you start to look at broader context. And it does seem to be quite well connected through the network.
And there's a path, there's a shared path on the west, is it, on the western side of Ratanui Road. So when I've been out there, I have seen a few college age students cycling from this area along that path.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we'll just have a pause here.
So we now have Mr. Goldwater, who's the ecology expert.
Good afternoon. I do have an external speaker hooked up just so I can hear a bit better. Let me know if there's any feedback. Is the sound coming through okay?
Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you. I just want to make sure there's no feedback.
No, you're fine, Nick.
Oh, great. Okay. Good afternoon. So my name's Nick Goldwater. I did the ecological assessment for the 46 lot residential development. I've got a good understanding of the site and surrounds and the potential effects of residential development in the location. If the site was rezoned to general residential, it would be subject to national environmental standards for fresh water, the Greater Wellington Regional Policy Statement, the proposed Natural Resources Plan, and the KCDC District Plan, all of which have provisions to protect the wetlands and other Indigenous vegetation at the site. Just a quick description of the Mansell property. Largely comprises highly modified dunes covered in exotic grass and with patches of Kanuka, gorse and blackberry. Wildland Consultants, the company I work for, has identified and delineated 4 natural wetlands at the site. And this has been confirmed and accepted by Greater Wellington and KCDC. And due to the rarity of wetlands in the Wellington region, all natural wetlands meet the significance criteria under Policy 23 of the RPS. Sorry?
And even some that aren't wetlands.
Yeah, well, that's getting into a whole different topic of discussion. And I would say that these wetlands, are still dominated by exotic plant species, but that in terms of significance, it doesn't matter about the component of Indigenous or exotic species. The rank pasture, which I believe probably some of it has been grazed at the moment, is sorry, slight disturbance. The rank pasture provides habitat for a relatively sparse population of northern Wylie, which is a non-threatened Indigenous lizard species, although it's still legally protected under the Wildlife Act. Exotic shelter belts and Kanuka groves at the site provide habitat for some common Indigenous bird species and may provide stepping stones across the landscape. Overall, the fauna and habitat values at the site are considered to be low. If the site was to be rezoned general residential, the effects, the actual type of effects would be similar to that of a 46 lot development, although obviously the magnitude of effect would be greater. And so we'd include effects such as increase in impermeable surfaces, which in turn can affect aquatic wetland receiving environments, an increase in lighting and noise pollution, also a large increase in human traffic and domestic pets. We're also likely to see increase in contaminants from roads and roofs, and loss of habitat for Indigenous skinks, and that's largely the rank grassland. So in my assessment for the original consent, I provided a range of solutions that could be used to address these effects, including fencing, weed and pest animal control, restoration planting and buffer planting around the wetlands, long-term maintenance in terms of pest plant control, and the management and protection of Indigenous lizards. So under a general residential zone, these measures we'd implement similar measures, although I think a lot more thought would need to be put into low impact urban design principles. So thinking about how the stormwater design would be applied to avoid adverse effects on water quality, and also maintaining the hydrological and ecological integrity of those 4 wetlands. I think also some thought would need to be put into how we'd mitigate the effects of artificial light as well. And in my evidence, I have outlined some principles which are actually developed in Australia, but that could be applied to this site. In my evidence, I addressed the concerns of 2 submitters, Brent and Leanne Morris, and also Atiawa ki whakarongatai, just with regards to effects on local wildlife and also significant indigenous vegetation. So I think that sums it up. Obviously, if this land was rezoned, we'd have to consider the effects, ecological effects of an actual scheme plan when that would be finally developed, including the number of lots and where the dwellings are actually going to be sited in relation to sensitive areas such as the wetlands. Any questions?
Are you satisfied that the items that you've itemised in 4, the matters that would need to be addressed, are you satisfied that they can be, that the mechanisms through the plan require that in terms of all of these things like impermeable surfaces and the treating contaminated runoff? Is that something that you're pretty sure can be dealt with in this development?
I think, yeah, Mr. Martell might be better placed to answer that. I mean, I can make recommendations such as using, rain gardens and swales, and the installation of rainwater detention tanks, so you can avoid effects such as scouring through fast flows of water going directly into the ground, and also not diverting water away from wetlands. So it's really in terms of stormwater, I can make recommendations. I can't really comment on the sort of technical specifications of that design.
I can ask Mr. Hansen those questions, and all of them really, in terms of the light pollution, etc. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Nick.
I've finished.
Yeah. Just in respect of Tiateawa ki whakarongotai, whilst I support the general tenor of the whole exercise, were there any particular species that they drew to your attention that you haven't referred to? I mean, you refer to skinks, not the sort of thing that I might have expected.
This particular oh, sorry. Thanks for your question. They don't, in their submission, they don't refer to particular species. It was more matters of significance under the RMA, with in particular significant indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of indigenous fauna. So where it's relevant for this site, it's more the significant indigenous vegetation, because all the wetlands are significant because they meet the criteria in policy 23 of the RPS. So I would not say that the site provides significant habitat for indigenous fauna, because the wetlands don't really provide much in terms of habitat. You're not likely to find cryptic wetland birds in there, or bittern for that fact. There are common indigenous birds present, such as tui and moorpork. Again, they would be using vegetation within and next to that site, including exotic vegetation such as the pines. I'm not sure if Atiawa ki whakarongatai would would regard northern skink as a taonga species, but it's possible. Again, in the ecological assessment and actually the lizard management plan we've prepared, any northern grass skink found during vegetation clearance would be relocated to a certain part of the property, and that would be protected using pest animal control. So yeah, so we have to do that under the Wildlife Act, even though the species isn't threatened. It's still a requirement to manage them under the Wildlife Act. I'm not sure if that was a bit garbled, but that's yeah, that's my best explanation.
Thank you.
For my questions, you'll need your evidence and Mr. Compton-Moen's evidence available to you.
Okay, that's fine. I can get my evidence up. Dave, can you quickly send me your evidence?
Yes, no problem. I'll email that through now.
Thanks.
So while that's happening, if you turn to Appendix 2 to your report in support of the 49 lot subdivision.
Yes.
The first is wetland 1. Looks like quite a significant wetland in terms of size and composition.
Yes.
So a very valuable natural resource, ecological resource. And it appears that the shape that has been defined has been thought out as an area which would be necessary to protect that area, not just in terms of the NES, but in terms of creating good, strong separation distances. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct. So that would include a 10-metre buffer around that wetland.
It looks like more than that, and it's
sorry, my PDF opener is just taking a while to open. I had them all open before, but they just disappeared. So
yeah, so right. So you've got that, and my question is, why shouldn't we, if we are rezoning, identify that area around it and keep it in a, rather than residentially zone it, keep it something else? Or like how would you as an ecologist recommend managing an area? Like if we put a residential zone over it, it's sort of seems odd given the size of this wetland and its need for protection.
So that wetland is let's get into Appendix 2. That wetland is the site of the proposed lizard management area. Yeah. So that we would be proposing to put a 7-wire fence around that, and possibly using like a wire mesh to exclude domestic animals. We'd be undertaking pest, plant, and animal control within the site, and also undertaking enhancement planting as well to provide enhanced habitat for lizards. The actual wetland itself, in terms of plant species, is it's largely dominated by exotic species. So it's not a high value wetland in terms of plant diversity and composition, but there is definitely potential to increase its value through pest plant control and and planting.
Right. So, but my question is, it's a reasonably large wetland. And why would we be rezoning it residential?
Well, I guess if we rezoned it residential, it would still need that buffer around it. And I still think the effects of rezoning it residential can be managed by the solutions outlined in my evidence. I think the key thing would be to make sure the hydrology of the site is maintained. And I think if you've got a fence around it with wire mesh, you would be keeping out hopefully people and domestic pets. So yeah, I'm confident that the effects could be managed. If it was an intact site, say, dominated by harakeke and raupo, and was a known habitat for species such as fernbird and spotless crake, endangered cryptic species, I think that would be a different story. I wouldn't be so confident in being able to protect those values. But given its current condition of low habitat values for indigenous fauna, I'm reasonably comfortable that the existing values can be protected and enhanced.
There is no spotless crake in there.
No.
So if you look at wetland 4, there's a particular delineation there. Is that is the wetland area delineated there correctly?
So wetland 4 is not a natural wetland per se. That is the site of the proposed stormwater treatment wetland, I suppose. So the shape of that wetland there is probably more of a generalization.
Right, because it didn't match up with Mr. Compton-Moen's design.
Yeah, that's.
So you're saying it's not a natural wetland?
No, it's not. No, it didn't meet the delineation test. So there was only 4. So that was 4 natural wetlands: a wetland 1, 6, 5, and 3. Wetlands 2 and 4 didn't pass the delineation test. That's likely because they were dominated by pasture species and sort of lack the hydrology.
But in terms of any ultimate design, the design of, say, 124 lots as opposed to 49 is going to require a bit more thought about the hydrology and interactions with the natural wetlands.
Yes, I agree.
All right.
I mean, it would be, what we don't want is diverting water away. So we don't want a negative loss of hydrology. These wetlands could tolerate a slight positive increase in hydrology, so they could still be receiving environments for treated stormwater. But yeah, the key thing is to make sure that any stormwater is well treated, and also ensuring that water is not diverted away from the existing natural wetlands.
But that sort of groundwater assessment would need to be done, wouldn't it? Just to have a
Yes.
overall balance and so forth.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Martell who hopefully answer some of those questions about maintaining hydrology. Mr. Martell in person.
Welcome.
Oh, I can do. So, sorry, I didn't provide a summary statement.
That's all right. So just summarize your conclusions and we'll ask you questions.
Yeah, I suppose my conclusions are quite straightforward. Essentially, what we're saying is that the site's, is quite centrally located from a district perspective, and that it's adjacent to appropriate infrastructure. I think from a stormwater perspective, it's one of the better sites, greenfield sites in the district for development, because it's elevated. And so the biggest issue we have to deal with stormwater is not infiltration, which is high across the whole district, and gives us a lot of options for how we treat stormwater and how we manage it. But it's more important for us that those stormwater solutions are constructed and designed in a way that understands the groundwater. And so if we've got height above the groundwater and we can reshape the land, that's the key thing for the longevity of those solutions. And this site has all of those characteristics. It's not flood prone, which many of the other greenfield sites are. I mean, I've highlighted here that we haven't done a detailed assessment of the change in densities because we're confident that the infrastructure issues can be managed. And so essentially we've said that that will still need to be done, and that needs to be covered up in the consent conditions as you summarised at the start. There is one issue that I've highlighted, which is that the Ranui pump station is likely to need an upgrade of some form, which may just be some additional storage. And that, yeah, look, from my perspective, I can't see any obvious issues as to why the site couldn't be developed at a higher density, and certainly from my development experience, that actually, the site's actually ideal for that. So, I suppose just one other thing I would just reflect is that I forgot to change the front of my evidence from the previous, where we were addressing specifically stormwater, and highlight the experience that I have across the other infrastructure areas. I'm happy to take questions on that as well. I was going to do it as part of the questions, but yeah, look, if you want to hand those out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've just provided two handouts. It wasn't clear from the evidence, maybe some of the detail associated with that. And so the first one, which is the close-up view, just shows our site relative to the stormwater, water supply and wastewater network in Otahanga. And as you can see, whilst for this wastewater supply, there'd be a short piece of new main that needs to be provided. The site is actually relatively well served, and Harriet's already spoken to the transport infrastructure. And then I suppose I just, and this is the second plan, just shows our site relative to the district. And I did just want to make a point, which actually has been made throughout the discussion, that the area between Aitahanga Road and the Waikanae River is actually, it's very central to the district. And so from an infrastructure perspective, it's closer to the water supply treatment and wastewater treatment plant than any of the other proposed greenfield areas, either to the north or south. And it is an area that lends itself, because of its high soakage and high elevation, to development of a range of different densities. And it makes sense from an urban design perspective that that's allowed from my perspective. So I just showed that on there. I've also just shown on there the Ratnui pump station, which is about 1 kilometre away from the site as you drive, and just highlighted that location of that, which is the pump station we've identified as potentially needing a small upgrade when the detailed assessments are done. I can talk about anything you want, Phernne. I was just going to wait for questions. So you want me to talk about water quality? So I've not addressed the regional consent specifically in here. We're talking about you're going to have to lead me a bit better than that. Sure, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. As previously covered under the previous plan.
Right, so, yeah. I understand that. And was that quite an elaborate and intensive process to look at that impact on wetlands and stuff?
And for this site?
For the previous consent?
No, not really. No, not in the context. I mean, it's one of the things that I found enormously interesting and why I offered to talk about a little bit more of my experience, because I've done a lot of development work up and down the country. Brownfield development is a lot harder than greenfield, and for greenfield development in this district, and I've been working for KCDC since 1996 in the stormwater space. There are some sites that are quite difficult, and the MPSFM has placed a number of constraints on some of the larger greenfield areas in the Kapiti district, that there are some minor constraints over the site that in general terms don't exist here. And so broadly speaking, no, from a stormwater perspective, the site is easy to deal with. It's not got existing flooding, and we're often dealing with putting fill into flood storage zones and then having to mitigate the effect of that by creating storage in other parts of the site. We're often having to deal with existing or historic natural wetlands, and in this case, we've been able to avoid them completely. So it's actually, you know, a relatively straightforward site for us in terms of assessment.
Just as a matter of interest, did you, at the same time as applying for the land use and subdivision consents, also seek regional consents, or?
We did.
Non-compliant? So what was the non-compliance? Right, yeah.
And we actually received those consents very quickly.
Yeah, the key issue obviously for the regional council is water quality, and yes, we dealt with all of those issues, and the key opportunity for us in terms of water quality is that we designed the entire stormwater system as a low impact system, so our swales and our wetland at the southern end are the treatment facility for the development.
So in this case, would you look for a slightly different solution to get that water quality?
So yeah, I've been looking at that. I mean, the amount of road is not that considerably more. and most of the effects associated with the development of the lots is dealt with on lot. So every lot has its own rain tank, and then the overflow from the rain tank goes into a soakage system. The sub level soakage is about 300 millimeters an hour across the site, and we've actually 6 months ago done an assessment of the whole of Kapiti for both infiltration drainage at the surface and subsoil drainage, and that's pretty consistent across that whole Foxton June phase. And so 300 millimeters an hour, like 100-year kind of peak rainfall over an hourly period might be something like 60 to 90, depending on where you are. And so essentially what that means is that as long as those soakage devices are appropriately sized, which is managed by the rules and the subdivision consents, then we're not expecting runoff from the residential sites themselves. So all we're dealing with are the roads. The roads haven't become substantially more, and we're still proposing to have swales. We have identified as part of our assessment that there may need to be some additional space allowed for stormwater that's not covered by the subdivision plan that's been put forward, but it's in the order of 1 or 2 lots. It's not and the developers indicated that that's fine, and that will be dealt with at that stage.
No, question, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome, Mr. Boy.
Hello, thank you, sir.
I see from reading your evidence that you've miraculously managed to convert a law degree into an economics expertise. It's a creditable effort.
Thank you, sir. So I haven't really been able to hear Ms. Tancock very well, but I can hear everybody else fine. So I guess if it's acceptable to you, sir, run through my summary of my statement.
I think it's not, your evidence is not particularly controversial, so brevity is fine.
Very good, sir. So there are several key issues. I'll run through them reasonably quickly. Firstly is the loss of productive land, and so I've done a brief assessment on that, and from discussion with Mr. Mansell, which was largely undertaken for the consent application, was that the site's only ever been borderline viable as an operating farm, and now that it's been severed by the expressway, that viability's decreased further, and so it's not really viable for productive uses anymore. In terms of the urban environment, my assessment indicates the Mansell site is part of the urban environment and it's well located to accommodate growth. The site is identified in the district growth strategy as part of medium priority greenfield area, and it is a future urban study area priority group 2A in the Kapiti Coast Urban Development Greenfield Assessment. So both of those documents indicate to me that there's an intention that the site be a future urban area and therefore be part of the existing urban environment, consistent with the RMA definition of urban environment, which includes the intended to be phrase. I understand that PC1 to the RPS proposes extensive changes to the policy environment because such changes are directed by the NPS and they're consistent with it. And in my opinion, the Mansell submission requested changes is also consistent with those objectives and policies because it would contribute to significant development capacity, is within an urban environment, and is in an appropriate location to accommodate urban growth. I acknowledge that the location within those urban growth areas does not mean that urban growth will necessarily occur on the Mansell site, and there could be reasons why urban growth is not appropriate. However, I understand that the consent issued effectively recognises the suitability of the site to accommodate residential uses at a greater density than anticipated under the current plan, based on investigations by a number of disciplines. Zeroing in on the well-functioning urban environment, in my opinion, the site would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment because of the site's location adjacent to an urban zoned residential area, close proximity to a wide range of retail and commercial businesses, adjacent to the expressway, which provides a well-defined edge, which would limit future urban expansion to the east of the site, is in an area not known to be vulnerable to natural hazards, being elevated and away from the coast with no coastal or river flooding history, I'm informed, and is in an area where growth is anticipated. In terms of residential supply and demand, Council's housing demand assessment concludes there's projected to be a large undersupply of residential dwelling capacity in Kapiti, with existing identified capacity only adequate to provide for around 14 years projected residential growth in Paraparaumu, and the requested rezoning of the Mansell site would enable significant additional residential capacity. So the indicative scheme plan presented by Mr. Compton-Moen, under that plan, the site would provide for nearly 30% of Paraparaumu growth needs, which were nearly 1,300 dwellings over the next 10 years, and would significantly alleviate the shortfall projected by Council in Paraparaumu. From my assessment, that additional capacity is very much needed in Kapiti, while PPC2 will make residential development rules more enabling of higher densities. There's no certainty that those rules will significantly increase supply, and it's very uncertain how much infill or brownfields redevelopment the new rules might stimulate, which is always a challenge of the sort of housing assessment, because this sort of ad hoc infill redevelopment is left very much to individual landowners, and in the case of somewhere like Paraparaumu, where land ownership is very fragmented, and the infill housing would be reliant on a large number of landowners, each creating one or really two additional lots on their property at quite significant cost to themselves. So I've done some indicative numbers which indicate that building a medium quality new dwelling might be expected to cost $500,000, plus another $70,000 in professional fees, reserve and development contributions. And those sort of fees are just out of reach of a large number of homeowners, which disincentivizes them from subdividing their residential property and limiting the rate at which infill capacity can be created. So in my opinion, there's no economic downside to enabling greater capacity than the minimum required, and the NPSUD recognises that through its requirement to provide a minimum but no maximum capacity. On higher density development, my assessment shows there's a strong trend towards demand for smaller residential lot sizes, where the average lot sizes decreased from 800 square metres per lot down to well under 700 square metres within the last decade. And that's consistent with trends around the country where there's a greater acceptance of different, more dense housing typologies, but also smaller residential lots for standalone houses as well. And so that means that the scheme plan presented in the evidence of Mr. Compton-Moen represents a type of residential product for which I expect there would be strong demand, and which is consistent with densities being pursued in other new developments around the country I've been involved in. On the objectives of PPC2, in my opinion, PPC2 will not achieve its objectives if the site is not rezoned as required. The objectives that won't be achieved include to provide for the development of new urban areas where these can be efficiently serviced and integrated with existing townships, delivering an urban environment that enables more people to live in parts of the environment where there's high demand for housing. Relevant residential zones provide for a variety of housing types and sizes, and finally giving effect to policy 3 of the NPSUD. So approving the requested rezoning would, in my opinion, make a significant contribution to achieving those objectives. The officer's report states that one reason the rezoning request should not be approved is because the site is large and complex and requires a structure plan approach. Now, I understand that KCDC has contemplated developing a structure plan for some time, but as advised by Mr. Mansell, he is unaware of any structure plan having actually been pursued. So there's been thoughts, but no progress made on that. And if that continues, that leaves the development future of the site uncertain, if not advanced by the landowner, if having a structure plan for the site is required. And that would seem to me to be at odds with the NPSUD requirement to be responsive to development proposals that would add significant development capacity. So in conclusion, my assessment indicates the site is part of the urban environment, and it would contribute to a well-functioning urban environment because of the site's good locational attributes. It would enable significant additional residential capacity, and there's no economic downside to enabling that greater capacity because the land is uneconomic to use for agriculture. And so providing that additional capacity would contribute to PPC2 being able to achieve its objectives that seek to enable growth. So taking all those considerations into account, I fully support the rezoning request from an economics perspective, and I'm not aware of any constraints to development of the land for residential activities from an economics perspective as requested by the Mansell submission. So that concludes my summary.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting. And my question is, if the only impediment is a structure plan, and my idea, which I floated this morning, of a further level of assessment in qualified matter, was unwieldy. Why can't a structure plan be created now based on the master plan of Mr. Compton-Moen, which would effectively just say wetland 1 is shown as a wetland, wetland 3 is shown as a wetland. There is a area shown for stormwater management of wetland 4, and there is a connection path between the end of the current driveway for there's a connection between the two roads there. I mean, that's all people are talking about in terms of the structure plan. If that would work within the mechanisms of the current plan, it seems to me odd that the applicant hasn't just said, well, here is one, and let's assess that. It doesn't strike me as a particularly complicated exercise to get the basic elements of this. Oh, I see.
I'm sure a request for a structure plan for our site wouldn't be too complicated, but I think the planning on the other sites is a lot more complicated.
So are you referring now to the bits across the road, that much bigger site, and how that worked together?
Yes, so I mean, I'm sure the office probably could confirm it's the OHO 01, which is the wider future urban development area, which the Mansell site provides a very small component of, I think.
Yeah, if I may, I've addressed that in my evidence, and I don't have a problem at all with the wider OH Otahunger being subject to a plan change process, because on the eastern side there is complexities about flooding and connectivity and the whole works. What I've said is that including this site in that seemed to be not necessary, but secondly, it wouldn't mean that you couldn't do a structure plan for the wider area going forward, so it doesn't preempt or preclude the possibility going forward in the future. But the site itself is so small, it didn't seem to have a structure plan. The other point is, I guess, the question of complexity. I'm not sure whether, because we've done so much work on the site, because
because we had non-compliant activity to gateway test to get through, we studied it to the teeth. And so there's potentially a possibility that people think this is actually a complex site. What we're trying to demonstrate is it's not a complex site, but we did all that work because we had the non-compliant activity status test to get through in the first place.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see, for example, that the site across Ajahanga Road is a very large site with complexity in terms of infrastructure planning.
There's a good graphic in Miss Fraser's evidence. You've got that available.
End of mine.
5'5".
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that point, Mr. Hansen. I forgot.
Again, Annexure 7 of my evidence here shows you the wide area, and it goes south as well of Waikanae Road. So it's a vast area. And again, I haven't. That's the Boffa Appendix 10. I'm comfortable with that. And for a structure plan for that area, I'm comfortable with that approach as well. I can see the reason why. So again, we're talking two levels. We're talking a higher level there, and then we're talking on a site level, whether that's needed for that particular site.
Right. So your assessment of the council's position was they've lumped you in for this with the need for a structure plan.
Yes,
where you agree that there is one needed for this site, but not this one.
That's correct. And I mean, again, if you look at, and I've covered in here, they did a traffic-like assessment for it, standard practice. They came out with two criteria: natural hazards and land use capability. And again, that does apply to other sites. Natural hazards on this site doesn't apply, and neither does the land use capability. That's why we've been talking about those matters. Those are the two red lights for that wider area, which is quite, I fully agree with. This site, they don't apply. So that's, I guess, part of where I've been coming from a planning perspective.
All right. Well, I'm conscious of the time, so I thought maybe we just have 20 minutes for lunch and come back to you, Mr. Hansen, to pick you up for the 15 minutes. I think we need a rest. But you've we've had a lot of information in this process, and we're not always completely over everything. So in our ramblings, we would have picked up red flags that you say, well, they're thinking the wrong way about this or that. So could you help us? Because when I read your evidence, I was quite thought it was very coherent planning analysis with respect, and so that's my memory of it, but I don't have the every bit of it in my head. So if you could pick up any red flags from our reasoning and say, well, that's where you're going wrong, that would be quite useful. In the course of that lunchtime, if you can have a chat with Ms. Maxwell and Mr. Banks and say, well, am I representing your position correctly? And this is where we differ, and explain that. I'd like to get to the heart of that. Because I think the site is well studied, and we know quite a lot about what's there, and it's LUC6. So it's not triggering.
It's also not an outstanding natural landscape or a special amenity landscape. All the things you look at first off from a plan perspective.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any of those over it from that perspective.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think, is that a good way to proceed?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's have a break and.
Can I confirm whether you had any further questions for Mr. Floyd?
No. No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, Craig.
Oh.
From a down
I
south
didn't
bar in
realise-
LA.
I didn't realise it was, the issue, but it's been a good conversation. There's nothing that would do anything. In the both sides at the same time.
Okay, well, you're staying.
With the
Sorry, Craig,
possible
you're staying.
exception- Listen, let me finish. With the possible exception of wastewater, water supply, stormwater, is draining the government. The wastewater is. Now, this side, is going to come under the pressure, but I don't know whether it's fine. This piece here, the wheel, and this piece down here.
Yeah, because it's a mess for everything.
And so this piece will be dealt differently to this piece.
Mm.
And that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
So from an infrastructure, if you were structure thing, most likely that you would be treating so.
Yeah.
So
Just
that-
the wastewater.
because everything else is already there.
Yeah.
Water supplies.
Yeah.
The roads are.
Yeah, yeah.
Stormwater you deal with.
You may have to look at some of the roading things that.
Work that out as a plan too.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, like, you know, I haven't done this is because surely like the whole way, they haven't done this for so crazy. And we're doing that, for goodness sake, all the way up and right. He's like, oh, we're doing it's all man supposed to be connected up to put under the hood. And so, but what I'm saying, what I would say, at the height, you look at this side and that side, and not you on this side, if you've been certain.
Yeah.
Well, here, you would have wanted to go.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So just know you're here.
Yeah, I mean, is that useful?
Like, I'm not seeing anything about that, and there are no probably can't work. Yeah.
This area here, whether or not it's some becomes landlord is Yeah. I don't. Not to get in the weeds on that, but I guess just looking at the master plan. Please, I know that. It's not a master plan. Yeah. It was really only. But what it looks like, again, yeah. Yeah. All the other, get all that. Yeah. Get all the lights. And what we do during the really. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my phone, it's the opposite of water area, but I think sure area, there's the things that kind of open spaces, how you. Yeah, that way doesn't, there's so many. And I see that. It was purely intended as a, because we want to protect the ground, yeah, simple to do these. Yeah, it's in the here in terms of reality. Yeah. No, that's not. So, you get that also. And I just wanted to point out slightly on the
Are we getting the summary from the board?
No, but these two, and I still, there's some things like that that really come from that now. But it's just with understanding that whilst the sector is like my only
yeah, and didn't you also mentioned Craig that it was like 700 to 800K?
Oh, that's your. No, that's your. That's upgrading.
Right. Yeah. Just
That's yeah. Yeah. Although taxing that and but that 2 minutes long study, yeah, what cost me 30,000 dollars.
I think it's very, we seem to be in the line that what the benefit is from ensuring that construction. Why the panel thinks it's a general rezoning generally is fine. I think you need to figure out what it is whether that was different. I think
Exactly, because I think that's where you landed right here in the which is kind of the issue. That's the key. I mean, I think that was my own complaint. Are you doing something there? And I think, I did it in someone played that was like, because, this is going to be an example later in the year, and connectivity and it's going to be another thing to and being totally involved in this stuff and taking is that your and I think it's super important
for me, you know, and my experience, one of the things not getting developed through life. One of the things That's the only other thing I would. Yeah. All right. Yeah, try. It doesn't really go, but I'm leaving. All right, then, just for you. Yeah. Hey, Dan, there you go. Just thought I'd check in and see how it's going.
Yeah, it's good. I'm happy with that, but I'm happy when I come up with things that are.
Right, yeah. Right. So that's like the way through it, isn't it? What road are they going to go to? They're going to go down. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So that's good. Oh, one of those. Yeah, Oh,
Right, welcome, Mr. Hansen.
I did have a summary of my evidence that I had prepared. I was going to take you through, but after the discussions this morning, I figured it might be best to not necessarily do that and perhaps just drill into some of the key points that have been made this morning.
Yeah.
As I do that, I think, and we've had a discussion with council planners over lunch.
Yeah.
Definitely wanting to, I guess, just confirm the starting point here, and that is the three options that were identified in Section 32 valuation and benefits of including that. All of that is, is agreed with.
Yeah.
And you'll see in my evidence, I've sort of said, well, there's a higher level and a lower level. And so looking at the higher level, how you would implement the policy and the NPS, etc., and the benefits and all that, that's all good. I have no problems there. The next step down is you start looking at the Boffa work they did, and particularly in its N. And you have a look at the area that they've got, as we had discussion just before lunchtime. You can then understand they've done their traffic light system. They've identified a priority grouping for the large area. And again, I have, from a planning perspective, that I've said that, and I think in my evidence, I said that's sound. And a structured plan approach, because the complexities of the wider area is a good planning mechanism that you could look to use. Again, no problems with that. But when you get down to a site-specific situation as we have here, then that's when we start to ask the question: is it necessary a structured plan, or are we talking about something? But the semantics are: is it a development plan, a spatial plan? There's so many different terms that we can use. And so that's perhaps something that we might want to discuss a bit further about what it is we're actually talking about.
So where are the differences between you and the council planners on that?
I think, was it term 90% online? And I think probably Craig's discussion was quite helpful. If you look at the infrastructure, and if you look at the two sides, I think the question we've got is the area to the north, so on the western side to the north. I don't know if you have my evidence.
You just want.
Are you wanting to look at this infrastructure plan?
Oh, no. I was just going to say, if you looked at Appendix 7, which in my Annex 7 to my evidence, which is Otahangar OH01, you'll see there's an area to the north of this site, and the question, the council planners are quite rightly putting in mind to is, what does that mean? What would that look like from an infrastructure perspective?
Sorry, let me just see.
Hang on.
So
Annex 7.
Yeah, right at the end of my evidence.
I'm not actually included, so it's in the last page.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's plan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's out of Appendix N, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's part B of Appendix N, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two parts there.
Yeah.
And so quite rightly, they're saying, well, we've got our site, which we've identified, and then we've got a site with still land to the north. So it's on the western side of the expressway to the north. What happens infrastructure there?
What do you mean to the north? You mean land north of your site?
Yes, correct. So if you looked at that plan, Craig, do you want to take this?
Yeah, can I just show you? The plan is not quite large enough. The different wide one is just a bit large. So there's two sides. One on one side of the highway, one on the other. So this side is actually constrained to a certain degree by the rural residential development here, but there's some large blocks of land over here, which under the plan are relatively straightforward to develop. But that side is separated from this side by the highway. So when you're considering water supply, the water supply main, which is, we put it down in 2006, it's like 350, it's kind of brand new, and it's got the capacity and pressure for development. The issue is the sewer. The stormwater is dealt with one side. The roading, I won't speak to, but that's kind of all there. You've got an offset highway with nearly no cars on. So the issue is the wastewater. How do I deal with the remainder of the development on this side? And what do I do with this side? And so what I was kind of reflecting back to those guys was actually, from a structural planning perspective, the two sites would be dealt with differently from urban perspective because of the lack of connectivity. And in fact, the only issue that I can see that you would hear on this side, which would take any confidence forward, is a bit of a strategy around the wastewater, which is a small study in itself. Because this is so diverse from a land ownership perspective, trying to force them into a master plan is quite a hard thing to do from a council perspective. So what we're talking about in terms of, and I'm being a pragmatist here rather than a planner, because I don't necessarily understand all of the process that we're going through. But from a pragmatic perspective, the key things that we would need to address from an infrastructure perspective is, can I take this development from a capacity and can I provide a main that allows these other areas to jump in on what I need, and can I then say to anyone developing along there, that's all right, we're taking this subdivision contribution for that main, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I suppose that
This is a little bit flowery for me, so I'm just going to drill down into it. So I asked you what the 10% was, and you said something about the sites to the north, which is now described as being something around here.
on the other side of the highway.
Other side of the highway, which I can't see is relevant to your site.
No, sorry.
And then there's something about a wastewater system.
So this area here is part, so there's our site. The Waikanae River is right here. There's an area here which is within OH1.
Right.
So that would still be, how do you service that was one of the points the planners.
Yeah.
And so as I said, I went through the same sort of exercise as I was looking at this site. Should it sit in the wider structure plan area? And what I had to conclude was that it doesn't include you looking at that by way of a wider structure plan in the future if you've just done this part.
Show me where this area to the north is. Is it this area here?
It's this area here.
What, just up through here? So that's your site.
Yes,
here.
correct. It's this
Stuff is
area,
through
it's
here.
this area through here. And so the services plan here shows.
I might just draw it on this other plan.
So why don't you just put an oversized wastewater system through there and the council funds it until it's reclaimed?
Well, there could be, there could be. We were only talking about if you're, are we close? Yes, we are. What areas do you have? You know,
That's
interest in?
that's OH1.
They both are, OH1 is also here, but those are the two halves because the highway separates them.
But OH1 goes up.
No.
The OH1 goes further than
Mr.
that.
Hansen's talking about north as on this side here, not over there.
That's correct.
Yeah, we're not talking about the OH1's. Oh yeah, it covers both, doesn't it? Yeah.
And you're saying it's a wastewater sizing issue, but you've got a road there.
Yeah, the road will also be vested in the.
Well, there is a road there. It's
So
called
we-
Tico
Yeah,
Street.
Tico Street will extend.
Yeah.
And will be listed in the council as well. So there will be the ability if the land's developed. So there will be the ability to.
Tico Street only goes as far as where the services go, John, at the moment, and then it goes into private driveway. So that's not a road that goes through.
Well,
per se.
if all you needed to do was to show a roading alignment within your land that would preserve opportunities to the north, isn't that this thing you would need in the structure plan? If your development could proceed in a way that forecloses options for the north, all you need is a structure plan, is a road corridor along the western boundary. That
As I said, that was identified as part of the 10%. Is that side up there? How you address it? We hadn't actually talked about that, and I'm not sure any views on that. The point is that there are services at the moment coming to that site from Otahanga itself, the residential area. So it could be part of a wider study would be the capacity of that that might need to be upgraded. And again, I don't know. I can't answer that.
I can see though that the development of your site could foreclose on the western side, the opening up of that area in a logical form, unless there was some.
Well, except there's always part of the discussions we've had ongoing in the past is that access to that northern site would always come from the existing Otahanga residential area. So it hasn't been
Oh,
see.
you mean the one that's the dog leg thing here?
Yes, yeah. So access is available through there and services that go to there. So again, have we cut off, you know, the ability for that to happen? That hasn't been an issue that's been raised in the past as we've been talking about.
Okay, so what's the 10%?
Well, that was part of
I
it.
think that was 10%.
Okay, so
But I think,
The 1%.
yeah, the 90% was agreeing that the wider area needed a structure plan approach, etc. The 10% included that, but also the question of whether, as I said, I'd come to the conclusion that it doesn't preclude future structure plan processes. Council had indicated they haven't got to that particular point yet, but may, and again, that could be something that we could have some discussion on. Because that, in my mind, was a critical sort of point as well, that if it doesn't preclude it, then we don't need to get captured in that process. When you look at the whole wider area, and I think what
well, I'd go slightly further. I would say if it precludes it, then create a structure plan component in this process that only does enough to keep that window open. Everything else being adequately addressed through the consenting process.
That again, we could potentially fall at that place. Question, I guess in my mind, I always step back and think, what are we talking about with the structure plan here? And if you look at the structure plans that are currently in place for the council, for the central, for the metropolitan area and some of the others like Narara, they've been quite complex and difficult to make happen. And I'd be reluctant from a planning perspective to create something that becomes and I think there was some comments earlier, a process that stalls things happening in terms of, you know, it's a structure plan that is so, you know, difficult to put in. It's so tied into it. The problem with the structure plans that we've had to date here is they've been really quite specific. And if you're not in line with the structure plan, then you immediately go down into other consenting requirements that are quite strong.
I get that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't sound to me like the issues of that, the residual issues are that big that they would require that level of complexity or closing the door or
well, probably, yeah, and I
may not even need a structure plan. It may be that conditions of consent would be adequate.
I was going to say, and one thing we had talked about was the various other mechanisms in place, and I had included in my evidence when I had endeavoured to have a go at a section 32AA, which, as I said in my evidence, I found quite difficult because we're not talking about the options at that level, you know, the three options, but trying to bring in a site into the plan change. In 1130, paragraph 1130 on page 33, in my C, I referred to a range of regulatory provisions that are also exist that would pick up a lot of the particularly residual effects. And so the way the district plan is set up is you've got district-wide rules related to earthworks, related to vegetation clearance. There is hydraulic neutrality. There's a whole range of things that are district-wide, not zone specific, that you also have to go into. So yeah, I think the comment was made would be controlled activity. I think after, if you want to do more than what is going to currently be allowed in the general residential zone areas, then you're immediately into consents of different nature, down to RDA, for example. And there's also then the regional plan for discharges, the freshwater NES for wetland areas, as Nick Goldwater discussed. So there is a whole range of regulatory mechanisms in there that are like a backstop in terms of developing a site like this.
Yeah, I'm not, I used to be very familiar with the previous plan, but this plan I'm not so as familiar with. But is there a power to impose conditions for infrastructure wider infrastructure services and so forth, like you can
There are,
matters of control that can impose requirements for infrastructure corridors and things of that nature.
there is a infrastructure section. Oh, I'm not connected to Dan. I was going to open it up. I was just going to double check to see what rules were. So that, oh, that's okay. So there are rules primarily around network utilities though. I couldn't say offhand whether.
Say if the council.
There's certainly the, right, okay. So there's matters of discretion that's under the general residential rules that require that. There's also the need for the new land development minimum requirements. And that is another set of provisions that are in there that are often a matter of discretion that you have to comply with and show what you comply. That also addresses a lot of the infrastructure requirements side of it. So that's how it sort of all worked through. At the end of the day, you're in a situation where you've got to navigate through quite a number of different processes that are in the district plan.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if it's just a wastewater alignment, presumably the matters of control and discretion would enable the council to get the result it wanted.
Yeah, and that's why I guess we had that earlier discussion about what sort of qualifier would you put in there. I guess my response is that there's a lot, and I mean, perhaps you could be asking us to put it in writing to you as a response, but there's certainly a lot of mechanisms in there that would actually do that job already from that perspective.
Well, that would mean I then need to go and read each rule and how it worked and so forth. And I'm not.
That's what we have to do.
I know, that's why you're a planner. I'm not. But what I might ask you to do is to confer with Ms. Maxwell and Mr. Banks and explain to us why. What is the scenario that this could possibly? Essentially, you're clear that it's not the site itself that needs structure planning, but the eye to the development to the north with wider OH1. What are the things that could potentially be precluded, and why they're not, or are they resolved by the plan provisions or capable of be addressed? That's what we need to know, because that seems to be the only sticking point. And I don't, I'd like to interrogate that. So I'd like you to confer. And then if what you come back with doesn't make sense to me, we'll ask you more questions. But it seems to me planners with goodwill could identify the potential problem and say whether there are existing mechanisms to solve it or not.
That should be reasonably straightforward.
That should be straightforward. And I don't think we're putting our hand up for that job.
We've got a bigger one to do.
I mean, obviously we need to listen to all submitters and consider what their concerns are, but we also need to be fair to you to say, this is where we have concerns or where we don't particularly seem to have concerns. And that's why we run our process a little bit like a discussion as opposed to a formal thing. So are there anything else? Is there anything else? We went down a number of what Ms. Carter described as rabbit holes around the wetland stuff, but generally speaking, that's not an issue between the planners. They're comfortable that the layers of regional planning and land use planning and all the other controls that are in place, these things will be addressed.
Yes, I think, I mean, that's certainly my position. And I think the other thing is that your question like open spaces and things like that, as a result of needing to do some of the things that needs to happen on the site, there will be open spaces on the site. And to date, it's a setback from the expressway because no one's going to want to buy a section that's got potentially noise there. And And so the actual topography is such, we've left dunes and things like that, which is also has benefits that way. So they're all sorts of things that get picked up in the earthworks requirements and touching dunes and all that sort of stuff as well. So those mechanisms are there.
So my other question is this. The Mansells have put a lot of money into at least achieving at the consent council level the consent for a 49 lots subdivision, and that's still before the Environment Court, as I understand it. By investing in this process, they obviously think a more economically, but also socially better outcome is a higher level of intensity of development. My question to you as a planner is, there are not many sites that are like land that's well connected is quite scarce. And there are not many people who have gone to that level of trying to develop a site which of this scale is quite an expensive process and so forth. But is there how do you value the loss of opportunity? Because it seems to me likely that the Mansells will say, well, we would argue the 49, if we get it, we'll do it. Or else we'll go for a better result. Scale the loss of opportunity that's there in terms of housing supply and contributing to a functioning environment in Kapiti. It seems to me that what you're saying as a planner is the higher density is actually more consistent with the NPSUD given the site's attributes. And I just want you to scale that for us.
I'm not sure if I can scale it, but what I can say is that the process to get resource consent started quite a considerable time ago, and the NPS was not even around. And so I think we 2015, 16. And so the idea of trying to and we had discussions with council at that stage as well, which they expressed views that they wouldn't support a non-compliant activity consent. So the Mansells have progressed anyway, and then the NPS has come in as a result. So the reason why they've then taken involved in that process is that wasn't, the idea of intensity on that site wasn't a possibility at all prior to that, because it was the rural lifestyle. And the reason why it was non-compliant is because we couldn't get the 4,000 square metre average, etc. So we immediately went down. So we were working in that planning context until the NPS came out, and really things have changed considerably as a result of that. So I don't know how I could scale.
No, I suppose that's difficult, but it is the counterfactual that the Morris is advancing is we need rural lifestyle, and this is part of the supply, and that's the sort of pattern of development we should supply as part of the mix. Is that, and the question is how consistent is that with the NPSUD and all that sort of thing?
Well, what I've done in my evidence is outlined that Te Tupu Pai, which is the district growth strategy, which isn't a statutory document in terms of an FTA, but was clearly prepared because the opening paragraphs in it says this is prepared to implement the NDS, has identified the wider Waitahanga OH1 as a future area, etc., greenfields, urban development. So I guess as a planner, I've been picking up all the messages that have been coming through from the various things like the Te Tupu Pai is a good example of where the council thinks it's going to go in the future. So I guess what I'm saying there is the council's making the decision, as it were, that rural lifestyle isn't something that's going to be provided for in the future in this area. In fact, we think it should be urban area. And that's quite that's a big move from the 2016 when we were looking at what the plan was at the time, which the lifestyle zone was very carefully controlled and managed, and we want rural lifestyle here. So there's been a big flip.
Yeah, so it seems to me like there has been
there's been a massive
shift in thinking about who we are as the Kapiti Coast and what we should be providing.
And before that came the regional growth strategy as well by the Greater Wellington, which started to show those signs as well that the urban environment needs to be looked at as a whole, not just, we need to look at what our urban areas are. And Te Tupu Pai came under that. So the messages have all been there, I guess.
And so the rural lifestyle is the product of what the recent plan process that quite carefully planned out rural lifestyle components and so forth. Is that right?
Yeah, and again, I was involved in the whole process, and that was a 2012 plan that was prepared earlier than that. So the time scales have changed so much.
So Commissioner Aburn was involved, as I recall,
yes.
in that process.
Yes, he
I
was.
made a cameo appearance in it, but was that the notified live? That was how the plan was notified as a
Correct.
lifestyle area.
Yes,
That was 2012 notified,
yes.
and so this didn't going to go much change in terms of the ultimate outcome.
No, that's correct.
So we're talking about already a 10-year-old
Yes,
thing,
yes.
and since
Yeah.
then we've had.
Yeah, and in my evidence, I've tried not to be too critical, but as Ms. Tancock's mentioned, the 2012 plan before that was really much about consolidation. Consolidating, you just build within your urban areas, consolidate. And in my mind as a planner, I think that has changed as part of that flipping over of what's needed. That we've got to look outside the current urban areas and look at new areas. And I think Q5 is doing that. So I think it's all positive. But the result of that is some of these areas, such as this area here, which, as Mr. Martell has said, and others, that it's central in the district. It's not an outlier site. In fact, Otahuanga itself is I can understand from a planning perspective why there is the future looking forward to being urban in that area.
So you're partially right that it's looking not at containment, but of course the highly productive land will naturally operate to contain and
that will be a
reinforce centres approach, because you won't get supply on productive land.
That's correct, yeah, and also flood hazards and other things that need to be managed. So I think that's again what Ms. Martell was saying, was this site's quite different from those perspectives as well, in terms of it's where it lies. It's not subject to flooding hazards and things like that. So I guess even though we can identify a large area like Otahuanga OH01, within that area, there's going to be a lot of areas actually come out of that, the ability because of either soils or because of flooding or because of other mechanisms as well. And that's where, again, I think a structure plan approach would go through all that sort of those complexities and work it all out. And the existing district plan has your hydraulic neutrality philosophy in there, which is something that we've tried to go with, and so basically not causing any downstream effects is important.
No, I'm just interested in what what sort of mechanism that will ensure that for example, the mitigation measures that were proposed by the ecologist, how they can be included and delivered, and the all the other positive outcomes and connection to the wider area, how we achieve those.
Yeah, I think as I've said in that paragraph C there's a combination. There's obviously the NES freshwater management picks up your wetland areas in terms of discharges and all those things, and water quality, etc. And so that's one aspect of it. Yeah, and that's right. There's wetland restoration plan mechanisms in there, etc. And that's where we've come from a Greater Wellington perspective, is providing those mechanisms in there. And that's why they were prepared to sign up on a non-compliant activity. So that doesn't change. That will still be there. So the freshwater MPS and NES and the Greater Wellington's natural resources plans are key things from some of those ecological outcomes. And then you do have in the district plan, you've got the indigenous vegetation requirements, and you've got the earthworks, and you've got the the hydraulic neutrality. And you also have transport as well, which Harriet didn't mention, but if you've got an activity that generates more than 100 vehicle movements, you've got that. So that's what we're sort of saying, that most of what we've had to do from a non-compliant activity perspective, those mechanisms still exist, but not at that level.
Yeah. Those are the constraints, I think that's true, but there's the other, when development stage, and how do you address that development stage, then how do you ensure that these other outcomes are dealt with, like open spaces was an example I gave. That the amenity is actually in place, that if you only do you only do quarter of it, and it just ends up with, not quite the level of amenity that was sort of promised.
I think amenity is an interesting one because the messages are that amenity is not something.
But you still have,
and that's where in the second part of some of the points that are in there in terms of what changes are required, that we've pointed out there that some of those are being looked at as from an effects perspective from resident development, and we question whether that's actually correct or not. And that's some of the wording we're suggesting needs to be tightened up. So
some of the provisions for open space and things like that also come from the MDRS provisions themselves that would be implemented for that point, don't they? They provide open areas and amenity for those residents.
Pardon?
Yeah, and in the land development minimum requirements side of things,
yes,
there's connectivity with walkways and making sure there's, I think it's within a 400 metre, whatever, there's open space, etc.
Yeah.
And again, that's all been worked through in the resource consent application stage, because of the expressway and all the cycleways in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I'm struggling to work out anything that you actually you would have to specifically address.
Yeah.
That's not already there, and that's that point about that exercise we were talking about earlier, that perhaps we just need to report back on all those things, where they're connected, and so you can see what's left. I'm struggling to know what's left outside of that.
But if subdivision is a controlled activity, they're only matters of control. They're not controlled in terms of, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, what I was saying though is a lot of these other matters we've just discussed are all district-wide rules that are not connected to that. So the subdivision, I remember going to a hearing right from the start with Commissioner Aburn and saying, I'm struggling to find a permitted activity in this district. And he goes, oh, what are you talking about? No, so, but at the end of the day, you get caught, you'll get caught on something. And I'm pretty well, still on that view. Because of the way the plan's structured, there is always, and you read the first part of it, this is a general residential rule, but you must also look at all the following sections because your activity may get caught up. It could be traffic, it could be all these other mechanisms as well. So it's actually quite a complex.
But if you read part 3A, MD is to be incorporated by a specified authority. There's 3, subdivision is a controlled activity. Subdivision requirements must provide for, as a controlled activity, the subdivision of land for the purpose of the construction and use of residential lots in accordance with clauses 2 and 4.
That's correct, but that still doesn't get you away from the earthworks, district-wide earthworks rules.
Right.
Or the traffic or the indigenous vegetation rules, etc., etc. So there are still a series of district-wide rules, and so that's from a planner's perspective. It's really quite a complex situation trying to work out what consents are and aren't required, because of all these other mechanisms.
Right. So you're saying that particular provision only bites really effectively with existing residential land, and that when in reality, if you're doing a development, there are all these other things that are triggered.
And that's right. And if you wanted to do something more than your 3 dwellings as well, you get caught up there as well. So the standards are all there, and you also got a number of other qualifiers in there to do with open space areas and the whole sort of thing, from a life perspective. So it does become quite complex, to say the least.
Okay, well, maybe we need that district-wide perspective a little bit.
Sure.
But we've given you that other piece of homework. My other question is this traffic light thing from Boffa School. So Waikanae East land area is priority 1, and yet it potentially has a number more pieces to the machinery to get it to fly compared to yours, what got you from 1 to 2, or how did that work?
Well, I think it's the wider Otahinga OH1, which is being considered by Boffas at that stage. And if you go through all of their, you can understand there's flooding, there's land use capability and all that. So the site's been caught up in that wider priority area in my mind. And as I said earlier, I don't actually have a problem with that, because I think when you look at the extent of that whole area, it's quite complex. Whether that area has been defined right or not is another question, which I can't put my mind to, and probably you can't potentially either.
Well, except that that study doesn't obtain any particular. It's a useful construct and framework, but our job is to deal with particular proposals and submissions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I understand that.
And so, if you were caught up in that, that doesn't necessarily carry weight with us.
No, that's correct. And I've simply used it from a point of view of describing how I got to where I got to in terms of looking at it and saying, yep, I understand why Boffa's, and so that's why it made the priority 2A was because of the wider area. And so we're really testing that now for a particular site. And that's where I found it quite challenging from a planner's perspective. I've several times said at the higher level it's this, at the lower level. And so I've gone back to the 4 criteria that were used by council to decide whether a piece of land should be in or not. And I've done an assessment here against the 2 that they said they didn't meet. And I've said I actually failed to agree with them on that. And that's the only level I can really get at, because as I understand, quite right, they've walked away from, as it were, the Boffa were considered. Well, that was all quite helpful. But let's take our 4 criteria now and let's look at the sites that the requests for these areas. The other things, I mean, I looked at all the obvious ones. First, it was because of the zone. Well, no, there's 2 other sites that are zoned lifestyle block, like rural lifestyle, that are included. So it's not a zone. Is it the size? No. Well, this is actually a larger piece, so it's not that. So what is it? Why did it not make it? And that's where I've, got to the same sort of problem. I can't find anything to knock it out on it.
All right. Okay. Well, I think that's helpful. I'm sorry that
you think it's helpful.
Just in terms of time frames, will the panel issue do you intend to issue a minute asking for the further information, or how?
I might craft a little email direction that will go out that just asks for the planners to confer on those questions and give that. And we may, depending on what the answer comes back, ask for more questions about it.
Very good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Phernne. I'll put you back in.
We do.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's likely to be Friday,
Friday, okay.
and we'll go through them.
Yeah, I'll send them instructions or information just so that they can go through.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, that's it. Not being good fun. Thank you.
All right, so now we've got Transpower. Welcome. So, you know that I'm John Marsden. Commissioner Black, Commissioner Kitty. We've met before, Ms. McLeod.
Yes, Ainsley McLeod, consultant for Transpower, and Trudi Burney from
Welcome.
Transpower.
So we've had your statements, and I'm quite comfortable to kick off if you want me to ask questions, or do you prefer to set out the scene? Hit the scene.
I, on the way here, we were probably discussing that and thinking we have very little to add to the statements are relatively brief, so we're happy to go straight to questions if that works for you.
Yeah. Well, I might kick off then if you don't mind.
Mm.
So I read your planning statement, and I understood it, and I have some particular wording questions.
Okay.
So I'm looking at your paragraph 26, and it's a change to proposed change to B003, and you very helpfully identify what you would what you want, and the central concept, as I understand it, is that you want it to be clear that while accommodating new development or more development, the constraints are recognised as a constraint.
Yes.
I understand that. What I struggled with is the syntax of that qualification while recognising that. And the reason I had difficulty is because it says that there are areas where development is constrained to accommodate an identified qualifying matter. And I like the word accommodate, because I think that describes what you're doing quite well. But I had a problem with the sort of participle is constrained, and then an infinitive to accommodate. And I'm not saying it's wrong, but it just seemed a little bit clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder whether you would be attracted to this language. And while accommodating qualifying matters in identified areas that constrain development.
Yes. Yes, that may be preferable. My issue was really around the may and less enabling those expressions. And my evidence that was the key focus, and I'm more than happy with what you suggest. It achieves the same outcome.
Yeah, it does.
Yes.
It's just for some reason, and I'm not saying it's wrong syntax, but it just seemed to me not confronting what you're doing, which, like when you're doing a while, you often then describe what you're doing, like you're accommodating, so that the actual action, the verb, is at the start rather than
I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
So that was my first thing, and the second is, as I understand it, there are two small sites that you want to actually bifurcate in terms of zoning, and I wanted to explore why that was and how it really matters in terms of the way this plan works.
Yes, well, perhaps it is useful to talk about the two sites, and I think they're a little bit different. We went and had a look at them today, and I think that they actually can be distinguished, the two of them. The first one, the smaller site to the south, 112 Narara Road. To some extent, I'm not sure that the relief, having looked at the site, that the relief sought by Transpower and that I've supported in my evidence is 100% necessary. And the reason for that is it's a smaller site. It has an existing dwelling on it. It's already substantially compromised. It would be very difficult to achieve any further development on that site, given the location of the conductors across it. Like it was very interesting to see that site, and you don't necessarily gain an impression from the planning maps. So for that site, I think no residential zoning is that ideal. Like to suggest that you could develop that for more residential use with the qualifying matter rules, with the New Zealand Code of Electrical the safe distances, yeah, NZECP 34. With that and the Public Works Act, there's very little opportunity, I think, to get any greater residential yield from that site. Neither a future urban zone or a residential zone really genuinely indicates that, but I don't think that the outcome from the plan for that site.
So is that
nothing
site,
turns on what's done in this plan change, perhaps, is
Right.
what I'm suggesting. Whereas for the other site, it's a lot more greenfield, it's a lot more rural residential in nature, and I think there's an opportunity there to signal through the plan change that residential use beneath the corridor is inappropriate, and signal that through a zoning mechanism.
so what's the number address for that one?
That is 211 Narara Road. So that certainly going and seeing them, they were quite different.
211?
Yes.
Oh, I see. So can we just have a plan that shows what this rezoning? Is this a residential zone being extended? Can we just have a look? Have you got a zoning map of how this?
I've only got the map that's in my evidence, which is relatively small.
Okay, so we've got the rezoning maps. Have you got the rezoning maps? What number are we looking at? Yeah. So this is 211. So, excuse me for a moment. Are you extending the residential zone from Jacks Bush Road north up to that site? And also back through Narara Road?
These are wider.
It's a residential up to.
That's
And then the
existing residential?
And then, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the 112 makes a lot less sense to use a zoning tool to protect the
Yes.
corridor.
I think particularly because there's an existing dwelling and an existing garage on the site, and it's a small site, and
It's also.
I don't know that any zoning mechanism is actually appropriate for that particular site. Like I don't have a perfect solution for that site. Whereas when you're talking about something that's a little more greenfield and development, there's the ability to design a subdivision and the land uses in a way that protects the national grid as anticipated by the national policy state. Is that not protected by the national grid yard or? Yes, it is. But you know, in my evidence, I've certainly acknowledged that and said, well, yeah, there are rules that will protect it in any case, and that's the qualifying matters that come in. What I'm suggesting is that to take a piece of land and say, oh, even though you can't build it, we're going to give it a zoning that sort of suggests that you can. It's a bit like, I use the analogy of a flood hazard overlay and then saying, oh, but we'll give it a residential zone as well. You're saying, we've got a flood hazard here, but we still think it's okay for you to live there, sort of thing. We'll do that, don't we?
Yeah. What consequences would flow? Like, let's say there was the access was done over part of the site. There wasn't building the houses, but there was access. So that the land that was probably not able to be used to accommodate people to meet those standards would nevertheless be used for access. doesn't that potentially, doesn't the residential, say the rural zoning, potentially confuse matters in a way, or?
Yeah, I do accept that, and there are opportunities to use the land in the National Grid yard and National Grid corridor in a way that helps facilitate a really soundly laid out development. And I think there's some really good examples, for instance, around Queenstown Airport, where there's a corridor and it's used for open space. More than roading, it's used for a sort of open space corridor through the middle of a residential development. So yes, you're right that a residential zone could be a better tool to enable that comprehensive development approach. But my concern is around that signalling that a residential activity might be appropriate. And I think if you weren't, if you didn't favour my changes to those policies, you had a may and less enabling kind of policy framework along with a residential zone, that could be problematic. It could suggest that there might be some appropriate residential development. Whereas more firmly worded policy that says that it's not appropriate could direct the right type of development. But the provisions relating to the yard must be specific about that, aren't they? The provisions are.
Yes,
so
you'd have to look at that if you were going to develop. You'd look at the plan, wouldn't you? And you'd see that that was an overlay that was on it and a restriction and set out.
But then I guess you get the complexity of, yes, there's a rule. The rule triggers a non-complying activity resource consent, and then the resource consent, you come to your policy considerations, and it's like may and less enabling might not give quite the direction that would give effect to the national policy statement.
But combined with your suggestion that it's less, instead of less enabling, it uses the word constrained. That would be
that's certainly a good remedy. Like the two working together. Is more concerning than if
it's a bit more certainty about what.
Yes.
Okay.
So council planners, my words were, while accommodating qualified matters in identified areas that constrain development. So
just noting that down.
Okay.
But then I do something I'd like to say on that.
Yeah.
It was while accommodating qualifying matters.
While accommodating qualified matters in identified areas that constrain development.
So I generally agree with what Transpower was change the wording and understand your approach to it. So I also agree with that. What is really important, I think, if you are to consider adopting alternative wording, is the use of the term identified qualifying matter rather than just qualifying matter. This is because we have included in the district plan definitions a term identified qualifying matter, which goes through and lists every single qualifying matter in the district plan. And the purpose of doing that is to give all plan users certainty as to what we meant when we said identified qualifying matter. So I think I would just to slightly, I guess I'd ask you to be cognizant of that term. When
so maybe just while accommodating qualifying matters that constrain development.
Or while accommodating identified qualifying matters that constrain development. That would be my recommended wording.
Yeah. So that you can see why I'm wanting to change the wording. It does remove the mark. If we accommodate that, we're not going to die in a ditch, which you're saying. That's the key problem, that the policy framework has to be right.
I'm saying that, certainly that's the priority, I would imagine, for my client. And I think that by resolving that, the issues with the zoning are less of a concern.
And I sort of feel like my point is valid, that it can still be used for the configuration or design of a residential.
Yes, that is valid.
All right, well, that's our job done.
No further questions. Trudi got off very lightly. Thank you.
where everything's so easy. Okay, so now we're at 150. Ara Poutama. Welcome. You're Mr. Gifford. Welcome.
Afternoon.
You've heard our introductions?
Yes.
Good. So it's over to you.
I did prepare a bit of a summary of everything, but given, I guess, the previous proceedings, but I don't know if you wanted to just continue in that way and head straight to questions or not, or if you'd like me to sort of run through summary of the.
Well, identify the key points that you want to make in as brief a form as possible. And I know one of my commissioners has a lot of questions for you.
Yeah, I guess, okay. Well, to set the scene, I guess it's of the intent behind, and I apologise because one of my colleagues is supposed to be here today, my manager, Andrea Millar, but unfortunately she's come down sick. So I'm trying to balance my, I guess, hat as a planning expert appearing before you, but also being able to, if need be, answer questions as a, I guess, corrections employee as well. So
well, we'll do your best.
Yeah, my segueing from I's and we's sometimes get a bit mixed up, so apologies for that. And when covering both, because it's easy to sort of move around between the two. But I guess essentially, Poutama Department of Corrections core business can be split into the two distinct categories. The first being the management and well-being of those in a custodial environment, so okay, in prisons. And as of this morning, having a look, equates to approximately 8,500 individuals behind the wire. And the second component is the management and well-being those in a non-custodial setting, so aka in the community. And we have a far greater number in there. Sort of again, this morning's total is just over 31,000 people across the country that are in our care and management outside of a custodial setting. So and in the lower north region, so that's part of Kapiti Coast, Wellington region falls into that. There's just under 6,000 of those individuals. So not an insignificant number. And the most visible presence, I guess, of Poutama's activities in the community is the community corrections sites, CCS sites, or community corrections activities, as it's defined in the national planning standards. These sites are service centres and community work facilities, so they provide support for the individuals within the justice system who are subject to sentences or orders. These centres and facilities provide a range of probation, rehabilitation and reintegration services for those individuals while they're in the community. These service centres may also be used as an administrative base for staff involved in the community-based activities, or can be used for therapeutic services such as psychological assessments and various work programs. So in the Kapiti context, we currently have two CCS sites, one here in Paraparaumu in Arco Place, and the second is in Otaki, which is co-located with MSD, and that one only operates a couple of days a week. So a less evident component of housing, of corrections activities in the community is housing, the delivery of residential housing, often by third parties, to assist people within the department's care with their transition and or reintegration into the community, where they are on custodial sentences, or to assist people with remaining in the community and proactively participating in society where they are subject to a community-based sentence or order. So significant demand, as we're all aware, exists for housing nationally, and certainly Poutama's sort of challenges in that space are no different. As mentioned in the evidence, paragraph 6.3, this is largely in part due to the Sentencing Act 2002 requires judges to give consideration to community-based sentences where appropriate circumstances exist before considering custodial sentences. And that same concept also is delivered to the parole board when going through their hearing processes. So in addition to the current supply constraints that Poutama faces, when it comes to planning provisions, where they unintentionally lack clarity or open to interpretation, Poutama are often forced into a consenting pathway where there is no meaningful or fixed basis for distinguishing residential activities, which may include varying degrees of support, such as those provided by Poutama. Where consents are required for Poutama housing activities in a residential context, in my experience, they tend to be strongly opposed by the surrounding residents because of the perceived safety and amenity concerns associated with those in Poutama's care. So that for the residential housing component is probably the key for the relief sought in terms of the additional or the change to the definition of household as currently contained within the plan. The definition proposed explicitly references the existence of support elements to avoid misinterpretation as to what constitutes a residential unit as defined in the planning standards. I note the 42A report doesn't contest the fact that indeed the homes and housing provided by Poutama are indeed a residential activity. And I agree with the 42A report insofar as the current definition of household is broad and unlimiting. However, I'm of the opinion that providing for a definition or a revised definition of household, which explicitly references the existence of support elements, is beneficial as it avoids misinterpretation and provides clarity to all users of the plan. Just the changes to the existing household definition and the replacement text that are proposed can be found in para 614 of my evidence. As you'll have noted, the further relief that's being sought by Poutama is the separate definition of community corrections activity, consistent with that provided for in the national planning standards. Previously described as services and activities which comprise BCAs in para 7.2, just the range of, I guess, the ambit of services that those sites can deliver. And while the author of the 42A report and I appear to agree on the appropriateness of community corrections activities in the commercial industrial zone, there's a difference of opinion as to how these should be defined in the plan. The council evidence suggests that we should be considered a community facility. And yeah, I guess the view of Poutama and certainly myself is that they're explicitly defined separately in the national planning standards, and therefore the inclusion of those as separate definitions in the plan through the IPI process is appropriate. And there's consequential amendments of that in terms of having a separate definition. The council's view is that they're provided for as community facilities, which are provided for in those four zones. The metropolitan centres, the town centres, the mixed use, and the general industrial as permitted activities. So that would just be a consequential amendment, I guess, to add CCAs as a permitted activity explicitly in those zones. Although I do note that we picked up one in working through the evidence that there would need to be a standalone rule added into the metropolitan centre zone insofar as it affects precinct area B. But the underlying rationale that community corrections activities still remain permitted activities in this precinct. And there's some specific wording provided in the evidence there just to how that would be included. Both the housing or definition of household, and this community corrections activity, corrections or Poutama is seeking those inclusions nationally. So to include them as part of this process would provide that consistency of approach across the country. Certainly, there are a number of district and unitary plans that already provide for community corrections activities that are subsequent to the MPS being, or national planning standards becoming operative. And that is being strongly pursued by Poutama as plan changes arise. So all of this, it boils down to the IPIs and the well-functioning urban environment. And certainly from a holistic view, the relief sought by Poutama is one that I support, and I think it is a well-rounded approach and from a merits-based perspective. Could carry on, but I'll probably land on that one there and come to you for questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Gifford.
Yeah, there's just a couple of things on, obviously 2 points. What in the community corrections activity in the community facility, what's your concern? What's the difference in effects between those things? Because I know Poutama have taken approach in the Wellington hearings, for example, where you didn't want to be singled out, and that was in terms of the residential activities over 6 people. So it was that point, because a lot of these distinctions are perception as opposed to real in the public. So I was wondering why you wanted to make these distinctions.
For the community corrections activity?
Yeah, well, it's that one, yeah.
Yeah, so as I understand it, as part of, I guess, the development of the National Planning Standards, corrections pursued pretty hard their own definition, being the community corrections activity definition. And that was I guess a subsequent iteration from the unitary plan hearing in Auckland, where the wording is slightly tweaked from that to the National Planning Standards version. So it's, I guess, for Poutama, it's about implementing those National Planning Standards definitions as they stand.
That's about consistency rather than
pretty much.
Because it's not about effect really. It's not
No,
it's
certainly
a community facility and a correction.
And I think I've made that to that sort of point in my evidence, is where the ambit of I guess effects and crossover between activities that are encompassed under community facility are very similar. But it's probably that consistency approach that you refer to up and down the country, where we Poutama is seeking that consistent definition, and there's I guess a longer view in sight with an NBA, albeit number of years away yet. But if we have that, Poutama has that consistency of definition, it should therefore flow into those, the National Built Environments Act and things from there, but also allows for consistency of approach in the current day.
And to say really with household, household is generic. Why would you make a distinction? Is that you just is there experience or history of misunderstanding, and what effect is that?
This one is one that the department has certainly pursues quite strongly because of the opposition that's faced if the consenting pathway is required, and certainly look from speaking from personal experience, even within TAs, and I will use that from stepping aside from the planning context, we get different interpretations where we have sought effectively the same I guess housing initiative and been declined a COC in one sector of the city and approved in another. And so it's where there is, I guess, lack of specificity as to what constitutes that household. And the residential activity definition, or residential unit definition, sorry, it talks to the household but doesn't define that any further. And there's no mention in the Poutama context or in health and things there around the explicit inclusion or exclusion of support and varying degrees of that. So you're left at the hands of those that are, I guess, officiating the plan as to where they think you should lie, and depending on the community context, that can also have an influence in the outcomes and the delivery of that. And as sort of discussed, that decision as to whether people should be, I guess, accommodated within the community has actually been taken as part of the creation of the Sentencing Act and of the justice sector at large, rather than one that should be framed through the RMA.
Yeah, so while it's clear, it's also been left open to interpretation by people. So you just want to. And
we've certainly come unstuck on several occasions. I mean, there are some definitions that have some other wording that is equally problematic, but where it's open, and it doesn't say either way, it becomes quite a problem. So hence we've sort of refined that definition of household to sit under that definition of residential unit, which provides clarity for all.
Okay, I get that. Thank you.
Nice.
I told you there's a lot of questions. I just want to touch on the community corrections activity. Poutama. Given, for example, that there's a high degree of Maori incarceration numbers are way up there. So where you actually site these facilities have to sort of take into account a whole bunch of things, you know, support systems, whānau, around and all that sort of stuff. Is there, or are there particular things on the Kapiti coast that sit outside that, or are they still part of that, through the thinking, and what is the thinking for the Kapiti coast?
Yeah, from a planning perspective, I probably don't have too much to answer that. From a corrections perspective, there's certainly a wide matrix of factors that I guess are worked into the CCS teams. I guess sourcing of appropriate sites, and like you say, there's a number of factors that come into that. I guess accessibility to transport infrastructure, proximity to demand, and then the commercial realities that is, where can we go at, and you know, that isn't going to be necessarily A-list kind of office space or things like that. And we do tend to end up in the commercial zones and the light industrial zones for that reason, because we do have a number of activities, especially in areas like Kapiti, where you try and, I guess, almost hub and cater for a wider range rather than having a proliferation of services that accommodation, or sorry, economy of scales. And we do deal from office-based activities to those that have work parties and yard-based activities as well. So trying to find a site and, I guess, zoning framework that allows you to cover everything can be challenging. And I guess the rationale behind getting into the community corrections activities as well, as the IPI seek to increase urban intensification, the subsequent, you know, ability to support those needs to be sort of considered too. Obviously, we have a fairly permissive planning framework in the Kapiti Coast, depending on your take on community facility versus community corrections activity. I mean, that's standing aside that they are permitted activities within those zones we are speaking of, but that is sort of the ability to cater for that as yes, we have a greater population bases in these urban centres to be able to sort of pivot and flex and be there for those members in the community.
And for a plan change of this kind, I mean, intensification, which means more people, higher buildings and all that sort of stuff, are there particular issues that Poutama needs to be more aware of than others?
I don't think specifically there is. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to envision that we would need to scale up significantly. You know, it's all done on a population base and things there. So depending, it's more those future growth areas and things like that we would then have to think about current locations. I guess we have two existing within the Kapiti Coast sort of area, and you might see the Otaki site operating it for longer hours or more days a week. If there's an increase in, I guess, essentially demand in that area, or the Poutama site, I think, you know, there might need to be more office space or things like that, and depending on population. So it's that ability to adapt to the changes there, but I don't think there's anything specific within the context that, yeah, I'll probably give you on that.
Because until I read, I think it was Andrea's evidence, maybe it was yours, I hadn't realized that there was such a key focus on siting or planning places was industrial areas. I don't know what made me think that you've got to move, you know, get away from them, but I can understand now that I've read it and listened to you.
Yeah, it's a fine balance between finding a site that's not too far removed, but is easily accessible, but then also not too close to some activities where you might end up with reverse sensitivity effects. So yeah, the CCS sort of leasing team certainly spend a lot of time hunting for appropriate properties when the need arises.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks very much.
Beautiful. Nice and easy.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
All right, so now we've got
Caught up.
caught up. Thanks to Mr. Gifford.
Good job.
The fuel companies, Mr. Dixon's online.
Sorry.
Can you hear and see me okay?
Yep, thank you.
I'm having trouble hearing you on your end, so when it comes to question time, you might need to lean a bit closer to that microphone.
Okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Jarrod Dixon. I'm a senior planner employed at Foresight Consulting Limited, which is now part of SLR. I've been working with the fuel industry clients for the past 3 years, primarily on resource consent applications relating to fuel activities and inputs to various plan changes and proposed plans throughout the country. I will not repeat my evidence. I will just briefly summarise the main points, and I'm here to assist the panel should you have any questions or require any clarification. Fuel companies operate 7 service stations in the Kapiti Coast District. These service stations and their district plan zoning are shown as Appendix A to my evidence, and all of which store and distribute petroleum products to the public. 4 of the fuel company service stations operate on a 24/7 basis, with fuel deliveries on all sites occurring during different times, including and not infrequently during the night time. These fuel activities and retail refueling activities more generally generate a range of effects, including noise, lighting, traffic, and visual, on adjoining properties in the surrounding environment that all form part of the established receiving environment. The properties adjoining the service stations comprise a mixture of residential, commercial, industrial activities, as generally reflected by their various district plan zonings. I draw your attention to the example referred to in my evidence, being the mobile Waikanae service station, where the adjoining properties are predominantly residential zoned and comprise single-storey standalone dwellings. These dwellings are separated from the main refueling area of the mobile Waikanae service station by at least 50 metres or so. These existing dwellings are also partially screened from the service station by established landscaping of varying heights and a 2-metre tall wooden fence. Plan Change 2 generally seeks to enable residential developments of greater height and density than is what are currently provided for under the operative plan, including residential buildings up to 20 metres in height. An occupier or on a higher story of a new residential development on these properties is more likely to perceive adverse noise and visual effects compared to the existing occupiers who are partially screened by the existing fence and landscaping. I therefore consider that these tall and high density residential developments have the potential to give rise to reverse sensitivity effects, including nuisance effects and amenity effects. I consider that specific amendments to the provisions are necessary to manage any potential reverse sensitivity effects, as well as result in better amenity outcomes for future residents of high density developments. My understanding of the operative district plan and Plan Change 2 is that it seeks to manage reverse sensitivity effects where they are likely to occur. This is evident in the operative wording of Rule Noise-R14, which requires noise sensitive activities in specific areas such as centre zones, being the local centre zone or industrial zones, to be acoustically insulated to minimise the potential for nuisance and reverse sensitivity effects between noise sensitive activities and non-residential activities that may generate high levels of noise that you typically experience in residential areas. In my experience with retail fuel projects throughout the country, reverse sensitivity effects are also likely to occur at the interface between service station sites and residential areas. These effects are often more prevalent as residents in residential zone areas expect a higher level of residential amenity compared to those who occupy, for example, a residential unit in a mixed zone area, which typically has a mixture of residential, commercial, and other activities. In some cases, fencing and landscaping can be used as a mitigation measure, but their effectiveness often relies on minimal change to the receiving environment. In the case of Plan Change 2, the receiving environment adjoining these service stations will likely include residential developments of greater height that are more perceptible to effects from existing service stations. I therefore consider that minor changes to the provisions set out in the evidence would provide more effective management of potential reverse sensitivity effects. This includes requiring new noise sensitive activities to be acoustically insulated in accordance with the Rule Noise-R14, where they adjoin existing service station sites in the general industrial, metropolitan centre or town centre zone. Furthermore, I consider that more explicit direction be provided in the policy framework for the general residential zone to ensure management of reverse sensitivity effects on existing non-residential activities is appropriately considered when providing for new residential activities and associated built form. This will require appropriate consideration under section 1041B, which supports the consideration of reverse sensitivity effects under matter of discretion GRZ RX7 for the purposes of section 1041A. My interpretation of the reporting officer's recommendation was that the principle of reverse sensitivity effects was not disputed. Rather, it was the policy guidance was already provided for in the policy framework through policy GRZ P8. For the reasons I've set out my evidence, I do not consider that this policy provides scope to consider reverse sensitivity at a policy level where it does not involve industrial or rural intensive activities. As I explained, I consider reverse sensitivity issues can also occur in other areas such as interfaces with residential areas and service stations. Finally, in relation to the definition of a noise sensitive activity, I consider that better outcomes would be achieved if all residential accommodation, regardless of its scale, would be acoustically rated as required by Rule Noise 14. I'm also unclear to what point a building becomes predominantly commercial or industrial and therefore becomes excluded from the definition of noise sensitive activity. I anticipate the reporting officers may be able to provide some clarity in this regard. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, I thought that a lot of these were covered by reverse sensitivity anyway. You're not, but you want greater clarity than that.
So was that in relation to the last point?
Well, I thought that a lot of the matters that you raised actually covered by the reverse sensitivity rules.
By the rules, in terms of the discretion, or the.
Yes, is that not correct?
So you're saying for new residential developments in the general residential zone, there's a matter of discretion that covers reverse sensitivity. Yes. So I'm suggesting that there should be greater direction at the policy level for inclusion in those policies.
You're seeking greater.
Yeah.
Clarity. Okay.
Okay, so with regard to paragraph 7.6.
Yep.
The key mechanism is an additional E.
Sorry, can you say that again?
The key mechanism to trigger the application of that rule is a new E.
A new building.
Is the new subparagraph E.
Sorry, bear with me a second. Yes, that's the relief seeking sought.
Yeah, 7.6 of your evidence. You've added an E that triggers a noise standard.
Yeah.
For new and habitable buildings or rooms.
Yeah, that's correct. So essentially it looks to cover off those new activities, whether they join existing service stations to address those potential noise and reverse sensitivity effects.
Yeah. And what is the standard that triggers?
What is the standard? It would need to be, in order to be permitted, they would have to comply with that standard.
So it's just weird, it reads slightly weird to me. It says, here's a list of, on a subject site with any of the following, and then you find G. Oh, I see, that's not actually a sub, that G is wrong, it goes out, so it just must be protected from noise arising from the outside of the building.
Yeah, are you looking at my evidence or the version? Yeah, so I think that was a minor error in the proposed version. I think G was never meant to be G, it was just meant to be the requirement of the rule down the bottom.
Yeah.
So in my evidence, I've just sought to clarify that, but I doubt that's my understanding at least.
Right. So are you saying that the reason the existing rule is inadequate is that service stations might be in the metropolitan centre or the town centre zone and not the general industrial zone? So therefore there needs to be specific recognition of those?
So in terms of that specific change to that standard or that rule, it will cover essentially sites, whether it be residential or any zoning that adjoin service stations. So it could apply to would apply to a residential zone site in addition to all those listed there that adjoin service station site.
Yeah, I understand that, but the service station has to be located in the general industrial zone, metropolitan centre or town centre zone, right?
Right. So
the reason for that, I mean, D in that rule is the general industrial zone. So that standard would apply if it was within the general industrial zone. So the ones that you're worried about are the ones that might be in the metropolitan centre or town centre zone. Is that right?
So this rule looks to cover any noise sensitive activities in a zone, whereas the relief that I'm seeking is sites that directly adjoin. So my understanding of the assets fuel companies are mostly located in the zones that are listed there.
Right.
So if you were to build a dwelling or residential unit per se in a general industrial zone, that rule would apply, but if it was on a site next door to a residential zone, it wouldn't apply.
And that's because service stations uniquely can be located and are noise generating activities in these sort of locations, which there is no parallel, but there's no other activity of the same character.
Not necessarily. Yeah, in most cases, yeah, the service stations are quite unique in that premise. They tend to be located in bespoke areas and residential areas. Supermarkets are another example, which tend to be located, have their own zoning, but surrounded by residential areas, and they obviously operate sometimes on a 24/7 basis as well.
And is that sort of reverse sensitivity control quite common? Like, I mean, if existing residential areas are not having any problems with service stations, why should we think that they need that treatment for a new room?
Well, at the moment, in most cases, the residential areas adjoining service stations are single-story dwellings, whereas they may be intensified through those intensification plan change. And I guess as you go taller, those effects become more noticeable and perceivable. And there's more people with higher densities as well.
Right. But to what extent is this reverse sensitivity broader than service stations?
Yeah, so it is. It can be more broad issue. Like I kind of touched on that supermarket example, for instance. But generally, the plan as it stands acknowledges that reverse sensitivity can occur in areas such as those centre zones that provide for a wide range of activities, hence why they have that requirement for acoustic insulation.
Yeah.
But I think where I'm coming from is they can occur elsewhere, and it hasn't been historically acknowledged in a lot of district plans throughout the country at those interfaces, which in most cases are between say a service station and a residential area, where a residential area has a much higher level of amenity that you'd expect compared to, say, a residential development within a mixed-use area, for example.
Yeah. And how expensive is it to meet that standard that you're describing?
Great question. That would depend on the scale of the development, but yeah.
Like, are we talking about additional noise insulating chipboard, or are you talking about a whole other level of treatment to achieve that standard?
I think the way that rule is worded is it's measured. There's a level that needs to be met from the outside. So I think it would be mostly material based.
Because it might be sensible to have sleeping rooms that have a level of performance, but if people buy a house or a unit next to a service station, their general amenity will be less, and that will be reflected in the price, but it won't be a health and safety issue. Do you know what I mean? That there's a sort of point where reverse sensitivity becomes just the inevitable differences in amenity between sites. You know, we all know about it. Well, here's a service station, we're going to pay less.
Yeah.
But we've made
sometimes it's quite handy to have to walk down there late night to grab something to eat. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, when you factor in those type of things, it does sort of come out through the actual, I guess, the reality of it. But from a purely,
if it's not a health issue, and certainly no one's going to be able to shut down a service station because they've bought a unit next to a service station. So to what extent is it just not efficiently dealt with as an amenity issue through the mechanism of the market? You buy in an area with less amenity, you pay less.
Yeah, so I guess it works both ways, right? There's amenity effects on the occupiers, and then the actual reverse sensitivity issue that occurs on the service station itself. We have potential a much higher level of complaints. I mean, I know from experience with a similar project, there was a recent multi-unit development erected next to an existing service station, and the previous owner had no issues whatsoever, but in the space of 6 months, they had half a dozen complaints relating to noise, mainly because they made some changes to the landscaping and they can actually see the service station now, rather than before when where they couldn't see it.
Yeah.
So it is that perception as well as the actual effects as well. They have to be factored in. But
how do you, applying a Section 32 lens, get us to that standard in the situation you've described?
Yeah, I think it'd need a bit more economic analysis to justify, but I think purely from that planning point of view, that's amenity and reverse sensitivity issue. On the face of it, it would result in better outcomes for both parties.
Well, but if we find out that the cost of introducing this is another $50,000 per unit, one of the costs we've introduced is that people can't buy at a price point 50,000 less, which means they're not housed. I mean, that's what we have to, that's what the Section 32 analysis tells us we have to be alive to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's not the level of detail that's been undertaken at this stage.
No. Okay. All right. I just wanted to test that for you. Just
fair enough.
See whether I'd understood it. All right. Thanks. Thank you. And no more questions? Thank you, Mr. Dixon. That's been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's funny how the microphone works well sometimes and not in several others.
Yeah, it doesn't work well if it's like that Lloyd's holding it up to here, then you get that boom.
All right. Now, Ms. Morris, if you come forward.
This is not my world, okay?
Yeah.
So you'll have to just bear with me.
Yeah.
This is not my.
No, and I'm sorry, we had to explore with the other people exactly what we were dealing with. But now it's your turn.
Radio.
And we're all ears.
Right, tell me if I talk too fast. So hello, I'm Leah Morris, Brent, my husband, and I have lived in our rural lifestyle block for 23 years. and we are directly effective with Mr. Mansell's request to rezone his land from rural lifestyle zone to general residential as part of Plan Change 2. Within our further submission on Plan Change 2, we raised our concerns that due to the national policy statement on highly productive land, there will be the limit on the creation of future lifestyle blocks in Kapiti. And this is the same in Levin. When we're looking at properties in Levin, we got told that there'd be no more cutting up of the land. So with rezoning, Mansell's land and the other submitters, and I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this properly, but that was on the map, it was S023.03. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
That's a submission number.
Yeah, those people, but I don't remember their names, sorry. They're sort of directly opposite Mansell, sort of affects us as well. So I've got a map.
That's
Just trying to find out where
oh, it's the Rosemary Road.
I've
the
got that.
Poutama Road one.
This is where we're talking. This here is the Wheelers right here. This is the Mansell area, and this is the other, all those.
Yeah.
Yep,
So,
yep.
Then while I'm here, from my understanding, reading the map, the yellow, this light area, all this means is residential, and all of this is rural. So you hear me waffle about pockets, so I'm trying to explain that it's a pocket, that's a pocket, we're trying to invade. Can I see?
Yep.
Right, so that's the area, I won't go on with all their numbers. So they want to change them all to general residential zone, resulting in the area not being lifestyle blocks. It would affect and change the area forever. Derek Foy, within his evidence on page, do I need to slow down when I tell you his page number, or you just get it? I can tell you what he says. Page 10.6b responded to our concerns about this by stating, I provide an economic assessment of the agriculture productive capacity of the Mansell site for the Mansell consent application, although prior to the NPSHPL being released. Now this bit gets a bit boring, but it's, sorry, you can't hear me, so say that it's good, but it's relevant, so bear with me. Mr. Foy goes on and says, even at the most optimistic carrying capacity for dairy cattle support much less than 0.1 workers and provide negligible economic benefit, given current annual rates for the property area are in excess of $14,000, 21 agricultural enterprises on the site would not earn enough even to pay those rates and would not be economic to farm productivity. Followed by, on that basis, I disagree. The potential loss of lifestyle blocks is a concern relevant to elevating the merits of the Mansell submission. So that's what Mr. Joy feels. Mr. Foy seems to have rural lifestyle and rural properties mixed up. Lifestyle properties, or as known overseas as homesteaders, have small amounts of rural land. We have 3 acres and our neighbours have 5 acres. Lifestyle blocks are for a lifestyle and therefore often only have a few animals, e.g. we have chickens, roosters, sheep, pheasants and geese. Our neighbours have horses, alpacas, donkeys, a goat, pig and beehives. Rural properties can run large number of animals, even herds of cattle, but typically lifestyle blocks do not. I just wanted to clarify that for Mr. Foy had that wrong. As Mr. Goldwater points out on page 9, paragraph 5.3 of his evidence, we were submitted at the subdivision resource consent during the Mansells, wanting to change their rural block. They did indeed run cattle on that land into lifestyle blocks. We were happy for Mr. Mansell to have this rural land subdivided into rural lifestyle blocks. He has now had that subdivision approved. I believe some of it's still got to go through the environmental court, which was just far too many dollars for us to even bother with. Okay. However, he now is requesting under Plan Change 2 intensification that the land be rezoned to general residential zone, right in the middle, like I showed you, of a pocket of rural lifestyle blocks within rural lifestyle zone. David Compton-Moen's evidence, page 12, paragraph 6.2, acknowledges that Mr. Mansell's request for rezoning will change the character of the Otahanga rural lifestyle zone. However, he disagrees that the Mansell land is in a random pocket. And I've forgotten the lady that sat here on his Aussie team.
Ms. Tancock.
Yeah, she said that the land, the site, they're applying to be from 49 lots to 124 lots or 372 new dwellings. I didn't know that until I sat here and listened to that. Is that what they're trying to push through now? Whoa. On February the 20th, a nasty accident happened in the area in question, right in the outside the Mansell's area and just up the road from us. The character of rural lifestyle is people ride their horses along here. A woman riding her horse has now a serious brain injury due to falling off her horse. Noisy motorbikes spooked the horse and she fell. In 23 years, this is the first time I've known of a person falling off a horse along here. It was a freak accident, but one could not expect to ride a horse amongst general residential zones, as it is not a character of living general residential. I'm not sure how Mr. Compton-Moen qualifies that having a significant area in the middle of a rural lifestyle zone turned into general residential mass housing with the ability to have three stories is not a random pocket. So I suppose this is how we're going to get the 372 dwellings on this land. So I showed you the maps, we've done all that. I'm extremely pleased, I really am, with the common sense and approach from the council staff, and Andrew Banks and Katie Maxwell. Thank you. Within their council office planning evidence on page 251, paragraph 632, they say, the site is not next to an urban area that is connected to infrastructure services, and the site is sufficiently large and complex enough to require a structured planned approach. So yes, the council has also agreed it would be a pocket of mass urbanising in the middle of a rural lifestyle zone. I also agree with the council staff that the area the Mansells are requesting to be rezoned is sufficiently large enough to require council to take a dedicated planning approach before rezoning just one person's land of area. But this also accounts to those other people, but I don't know how to say that. So the council staff also addresses the other submitters wanting to jump onto plan change 2. Page 252 reflects to submitters, and that's all them I showed you. And that the council quotes, the site is of a sufficient size and complexity to require a structured planned approach in order to enable cohesive future urban development rather than just ad hoc rezoning. Thank you. I'm so pleased you guys can see that. Their recommendation, as the site does not meet 2 of the criteria, it is not appropriate to rezone it as part of plan change 2. As we said in our submission, planning by the council is appreciated. Keeping the character of the rural lifestyle area is important. Once it's carved up for subdivision, it changes the area forever, and future generations will not be able to have a homestead or a lifestyle block. I agree with Mr. Banks and Ms. Maxwell and feel they are taking into account all ratepayers and members of the community. If in fact the council deems the Otahanga area is to be rezoned, a full planning approach is required, and that also means looking at infrastructure. But also importantly, other people in Otahanga need to have the opportunity to have their say. For example, the Waterhouses who live right next door to us and right next door to the Mansell's proposed area, we're not aware that he was now trying to get it rezoned, and we're horrified to hear the potential of three-story homes. And like I said today, I didn't know that they were planning it to be 372 homes. Our neighbours don't know that. There are not many areas, nor does my husband, wait till he finds out tonight. There are not many areas, sorry, there are not many areas in the Kapiti Coast where people can have the dream of living on a homestead or a rural lifestyle Just Google the hashtags lifestyle block or homesteading on Instagram or Pinterest to see just how many people actually want the dream. I acknowledge how blessed we are to have this, and I want future generations to also have the chance to obtain. Mr. Goldwater's evidence, within his evidence, page 9, paragraph 5.2, says Brent and Leanne Morris have expressed concerns about the potential adverse effects of intensification on local indigenous birds such as falcon, kingfisher, white-faced heron, tui, bellbird, and moorpork, with particular reference to night pollution. I feel Mr. Goldwater misunderstands my submission. Light pollution and indigenous birds are two separate concerns. Light pollution, also known as dark skies, is really rare in Kapiti. We have it. There are not many places where one can stargaze and watch the planets without being surrounded by man-made sources of light from interior lighting or outdoor lighting. Again, you don't know what you have until it's gone. I don't know if you've seen Mark G's photography or night skies. He does really good stuff, but yeah, I'm into that sort of thing. Okay, having residential zoning in the middle of rural lifestyle will greatly affect the light pollution. I'm pleased Mr. Goldwater agrees with me. Quote, there will likely be an increase in light pollution, page 8, paragraph 4.5. The intensification Mr. Mansell is proposing will affect the native birds in the area. With Mr. Goldsworth's evidence, page 10, paragraph 5.3, and I noticed he didn't bring up any about the birds when he was doing his little talk today. I thought that was interesting. Anyway, his quote, the ecological impact assessment did not include a targeted survey of indigenous birds, although all casual observations of bird species, indigenous and introduced, were noted during each site visit. Additionally, he goes on to say on page 7, paragraph 3.9, Mr. Goldsmith shares, 5 indigenous bird species were observed during the site visit, none of which are classified as threatened or at risk, and then it goes on a bit more. It is acknowledged, however, that New Zealand falcon has been observed at a neighbouring property, and that species may occasionally visit or hunt within the study site. Falcon is classified as threatened. That neighbour that he is referring to is us. I've brought you guys some photos, pictures. We're really blessed. We have beautiful birds come visit our property. These are just a few photos. People will come to our home and I just get it. I mean, so many people will have this. Look at my birds.
Thanks so much.
I didn't bring one for you, sorry. I didn't really know how many of it to bring. So yeah, I have brought with you photos of birds that visit our land. How many Kapiti residents can say they have these birds visiting their home? I've not been able to snap photos of the bellbirds, but they are too fast, but we hear them. And of course, the more one hears, not sees at night. Since the subdivision hearing, we now have a rural spoonbill who regularly visits. They are nationally uncommon and therefore are susceptible to harmful influences. With the residential zoning, there are more cars, more people, more cats, more dogs, and more indoor and outdoor lighting, all of which will affect the native bird population. Mr. Goldsmith agrees, page 8, paragraph 4.4. There will be a greater number of domestic cats and dogs in general residential zone, putting more pressure on indigenous birds, reptiles, and invertebrates. Considerations should be given to fencing high-value natural habitats such as intact wetlands and bush remnants to prevent dogs and most cats from accessing them. Personally, as a cat owner, fencing them in doesn't work. We keep our 3 cats in a large outdoor-indoor cat run, but not many people agree with keeping cats contained. Just search Gareth Morgan's ideas on how to clamp down on cats that kill birds. I presume you've heard of him. But the increase of cars will also contribute to further deaths of the birds too. Over our years living here, when we find a dead native bird on our land or on the front road, tuis have been increasingly getting hit on the roads lately. And I'm always sad when we find a dead kingfisher. We place the dead birds in plastic bags. I keep a stash of plastic bags and place them in the deep freeze. Then I ring DOC and they come and collect a pass on the dead birds to the local iwi. Sadly, with an increase in density without proper planning, more native birds are going to be lost. I note that no one has addressed one of our concerns within our submissions. My quote, with pockets of general residential zone in amongst rural area, townies are going to be complaining to the council and residents about rural animals. Rural animals are noisy. Geese especially are great at guarding and they conk all hours of the day and night. Anybody coming onto our property, they're better than the dogs. And you got to watch our gander. He's a bit naughty at biting too, but you know, the best guard goose ever. Roosters, well, they can, and we've had one. We've had one that started crowing at 3 o'clock in the morning. Rory, our rooster. Yeah, he lived to 14 years old, by the way. Yeah. Donkeys are noisy, as are sheep. Then there are chainsaws and guns, which make loud bangs when shooting rabbits. All noises that residential property holders are not used to or will tolerate. Oh, just hang on, give me a minute. For example, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh. They get the picture. I can conclude that we oppose the submission from the Mansells and other submitters to rezone their land from rural lifestyle zone. Mr. Mansell recently received a lifestyle block subdivision consent approved, which he has named Otahunga Estates. And now he wants to try and piggy bank on Plan Change 2 intensification to get the land rezoned to general residential, right bang smack in the middle of a rural lifestyle zone. However, if in the future the council deems that they wish to do a plan change to rezone Otahunga, then so be it. It will go through an above board process where the area gets looked at through proper council planning and the community is properly made aware. Like, we didn't know 372 homes are meant to be going next door. Now, not just a few people's attempt to make money from their substantial land area. Instead, a plan change or rezoning needs to benefit the wider community and taking into consideration the impact of the native wildlife and our dark skies. As once it is lost, it will never return. Thank you. Hope that wasn't too out of focus.
I didn't catch your address.
Oh, we're 111 Otahunga Road.
111.
Yeah.
What size is your site?
Yeah. It's lovely little Weatherston here. Yeah, just look here as you come down, Burney Road's down here and we're just on the corner here. And then there's one house and then there's the next sort of area. Yeah, so we're affected by all of that and all of the night skies, especially all the blue light. And all of us, you know, right, we've got to be really affected. Right. I know the government wants you to have housing for people. Look, I've got two kiddies, they need to fire home too, I understand that. But it's got to be done, I feel. The planning's got to be done properly, not just a couple of people that want to cash in on the, that's how it feels to me, cash on.
So have you got a shed in the house on it?
Yes, we've got a few bits and bobs on there.
And are you on the lower terrace?
What do you mean?
Like, it looks like there's a terrace up here and then you're down slightly, is that right?
Well, that's an old thing, what's different?
See, it looks like it's higher ground there and your lower ground.
You're here, I think, 111.
111.
This one?
Yeah,
That's you?
oh, I think so.
Yeah, that's the.
Single room. We've got a big barn.
Yeah, that's you.
That is pretty old. Yeah, I think that's us. And then
Right.
we actually got up and over a bit. I believe.
So you 111 Otago Road?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
I think it's just dropping the pin. Yeah, it's actually here. This is it. This is it. Yeah, it's the same.
So you got down a right of way.
No, that's not us.
Because you're right, I can see we are in relation to the sites, because that's where Mansell's.
Maybe that is us, because it looks like the neighbours. Yeah, probably. Yeah, we've got a big red barn. As you go past, you'll see that.
No, we're going.
We're
to.
going.
That's right.
That's fine, yeah.
My question?
But I don't have any questions, but thank you for your submission and hearing your concerns.
It's kind of hard being a layman.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have the money to pay for people to speak up. So that's why I really think you council people, it felt like you were listening to, you know, for taking into account the other ratepayers as well. So I do think
Well, thank
Night,
you.
night pollution is something I've not heard of before.
well, you want to Google Mark G when you get home. Mark G, yeah, he's really well known in Wellington.
So he'll tell me all about it.
Oh, you'll just see it. It's just where you can actually see the night sky really clearly without any light from man-made light. So to be able to sit out on my back deck and just look up there and see the planets and the moon and the stars, that's something I get.
So what are you saying then? So with the intensification or whatever, that's all gonna go,
That's
is it?
all. Yeah, it'll be
With
gone.
the higher buildings.
Yeah, oh, totally. Yeah, and there's not many places. Are you guys up with the night pollution? Yeah, there's not many places in Kapiti who've got it. Yeah. So and I know I did read on one of the websites on Kapiti that is something they were interested in trying to keep. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you,
go.
Ms. Morris. So, been food for thought.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's 3:15 and all is good. We're going to have a break now for 15 minutes, and then we're going to hear Catra's consultants on their Otahanga what, and then classic developments. All right. And others? And Elliot Thornton. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, for those who don't know me, I'm Elliot. And just a bit about my background. I am a planner, Bachelor of Urban Environmental Planning. I'm from Griffith University in Australia, so don't pull that against me. I'm not a Kiwi, but I have been here for a little while now.
Where's Griffith?
Brisbane.
Right.
But I've got nearly 20 years planning experience in both Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I've been here in Wellington for Wellington region for about the last just under 6 years. Currently a principal planner at Cuttress Consulting. For those who don't know who Cuttress are, we're one of the leading land development consultancies on the Kapiti Coast. So we're quite familiar with doing land development on the Kapiti Coast.
Yeah.
So today I'm presenting evidence on behalf of my clients, Shane Merlin, Catchpool Wine Limited and Bellaby Limited. Essentially the nature of my evidence is regarding the rezoning of land that is bounded by Rustenui Road in the south, Otianga Road in the east, and the drive in the Waikanae River in the north from rural lifestyle to residential as part of Plan Change 2. And I'm not going to read through all of my evidence in detail, but basically at a high level focus on some of the key aspects of the evidence that I've already submitted.
Yeah.
So the first part, and I understand there's been some discussions today around the ability for the panel to consider the rezoning as part of the Plan Change 2. So I'm just going to touch on that in the first instance, and then I'll go through why I think this particular site is good land to consider rezoning as part of this process. So as you and probably many others are well aware, the RMA or the Resource Management Act was amended just shy of 2 years ago to include a streamlined plan change process. And what I want to emphasise here, with the explicit purpose to fast track housing supply. And this was implemented at a time of high housing unaffordability and with the aim to address the council's typically slow response to the release of additional urban land and to provide for increased in density by taking a centralised approach to plan making. The RMA was amended to force Tier 1 councils, which includes Kapiti Coast, to amend the district plans to increase housing supply through the implementation of the MDRS in existing residential zones, give effect to the objectives and also to some relevant objectives and policies of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, namely around intensification, and increase intensification of development around metropolitan centres and rapid transport nodes for up to C stories. But in addition, the RMA amendments allowed for the rezoning of greenfield land as part of this streamlined planning process. And quite purposely, in my view, to avoid a lengthy Schedule 1 plan change process. MFE released some guidelines, which really just re-emphasises the ability for a panel to consider rezoning of land for residential purposes through the Plan Change 2 or the intensification streamlined planning process. In my reading, though, it doesn't really further clarify what criteria is applicable to the rezoning of greenfield land, but also it doesn't specify any criteria of which you would exclude the rezoning of greenfield land for residential purposes, or provide clarification as to when rezoning might be better suited to the usual and slow Schedule 1 processes under the RMA. Therefore, what I've done is I've cast my mind as to where when considering whether to rezone greenfield land under this intensification streamlined planning instrument, having regard to the purpose of the RMA amendments, which were to fast track housing supply, give effect to the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, specifically around intensification, and specifically whether the rezoning of land would help implement the medium density residential standards. And I'll go into that a little bit more detail in a minute. So firstly, in considering the need to fast track housing supply, it's noted by the council that the region needs to accommodate population growth for an additional 32,000 people over the next 30 years. And in accommodating that additional demand, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development doesn't just say you need to provide enough land supply for the next 30 years. You've got to basically provide for a competitive margin, or in other words, an oversupply of land. And if I'm being honest, I don't think that'll be achieved by some very limited intensification around the metropolitan centre or rapid transit alone. Kapiti Coast doesn't have a lot of opportunity for that sort of land that really enables that kind of or degree of intensification. It's really going to address the housing supply issues that the Kapiti district needs to accommodate. And it's also the other thing that the RMA amendments did was enable intensification of up to 3 dwellings meeting certain criteria within our existing residential areas. And again, I don't think that Kapiti district will be able to achieve its housing goals within the existing residential areas alone. For example, in the 6 months since the implementation of the MDRS, and I'm going to use acronyms if you don't mind, I'm pretty sure you're probably familiar enough with them for me to use acronyms if that's okay. Our company, Cuttress, is one of the leading land development consultancies, has only really had a handful, and when I say a handful, I'm talking 3 or 4 inquiries from people within the Kapiti Coast area to redevelop their existing residential land for a scale or intensity that's envisaged by the MDRS. And what I'm talking about there is somebody who's got a residential block, it's got a house on there, and the ability to knock down that house and maybe put 3 or 5 dwellings on there of a scale and intensity that's envisaged by the MDRS. What we have had though, and will continue to have, is a lot of inquiries around subdivision or development of larger parcels of land, rural zone land, rural lifestyle zone land. And I think there's a couple of factors that influence the uptake of the MDRS. One is within our existing urban areas, the land's fragmented, meaning that it's quite difficult to achieve comprehensive redevelopment. The size of the existing allotments within those zones make it difficult to realise the redevelopment. Some of those lots are 300, 400, maybe 600 square metres. And again, it just isn't of a size or a scale that really allows for comprehensive redevelopment of some of those sites. The average age of the housing stock in Kapiti is probably relatively young compared to other areas in the Wellington region. And therefore, those houses aren't at the end of their design life. They're quite suitable for people's needs, and there's probably less demand and need to actually redevelop those housing. There's a high cost of land, so residentially zoned land is usually quite costly, and there's a lack of ability for those landowners who own that land to realise or fund the development potential of their land. So, how do we address it?
It's sort of like though, in some ways, subdividing land and selling it off as blocks is a much less difficult enterprise than building 3 units and trying to sell them. It's you know what I mean? It's like subdivision is a much easier pathway.
Yeah, or subdivision, and this is sort of my point, is that where you've got largely vacant land and someone is able, a developer or somebody is able to come and buy, where they buy a larger section and then redevelop that land for 3, 6, 12, 30, 60 dwellings, that enables the ability to actually realise the outcomes of the MDRS a lot easier than if you were to try and address that same land supply within the existing urban areas. And so, you know, the ownership in those areas is less fragmented. They are larger lot sizes. So there's more area available for somebody to actually go and redevelop. It makes it easier for somebody to redevelop. The land is comparatively less cost per square metre than a residentially zoned land. And it therefore presents as an attractive option to implement the MDRS rather than trying to meet the same sort of supply within our existing urban areas for the reasons I sort of alluded to earlier. And so I've come to the view that there is, in my opinion, clear national direction to consider greenfield land for redevelopment as part of this process in order for the district to realise the housing supply needs and give effect to implementing the MDRS and consider it as part of this particular process. I also, just before coming to here, with the lack of any clear direction of whether, under what circumstances one may rezone land for from a rural lifestyle to urban purposes. I don't know if you've cast your mind to the regional policy statement, but there's going through a proposed change as well at the moment, proposed change 1. There's 2 probably relevant policies there. One's policy 55 and the other one is policy 56. And both those policies talk about providing for appropriate urban expansion. And I can go through if you'd like, but it basically says in regards to this process is the expansion of what is an appropriate urban expansion. Is it well connected to an existing or planned urban area? And I'll talk about later why I think that is the case. Does it avoid inappropriate subdivision, use of development, and risk of natural hazards? Well, our site's pretty free of natural hazards that I'm talking about today. Does it protect Indigenous ecosystems and habitats with significant Indigenous biodiversity values? Well, the current plan doesn't map any, and there's, having been on the site, there's very little in the way of Indigenous ecosystems or vegetation that's present within this particular area that we're seeking. Does it protect outstanding natural features and landscape values? Well, there's none that are mapped by the district plan. Does it protect historic heritage? There's none identified on the site. Does it protect regionally significant infrastructure? Well, there's nothing also present on the site. Is it consistent with a future development strategy? Yes, it is. And does it provide for significant development capacity, regardless of whether development's out of sequence or unanticipated by growth or development strategies? Well, in my view, our particular parcel of land does provide for a significant development capacity. So I do think there is some guidance available, but it's not explicit in the RMA amendments as to whether you can and what sort of criteria one might want to apply in determining whether to reconsider the rezoning of a certain land for residential purposes as part of the intensification streamlined planning process. Now, I also know that reading the council's response to submissions, there were some concerns raised around public input. And so I just want to sort of touch on that point as well. This particular, the consideration of this land for rezoning isn't new. It was identified in the council's future growth strategy, and the public had an opportunity to provide input into that future growth strategy. The plan change 2 went through 2 different processes of seeking public input. One which was the public had an opportunity to provide input on the draft plan change 2, and then there was a more formal process where the public had the opportunity for input into the notified plan change 2. And I think it's also to note that if you do consider to rezone the site, that doesn't preclude the public to have a say again at a later stage. Rezoning a land doesn't necessarily mean that the public doesn't have a say at a resource consent stage. For example, if the site was rezoned, the rezoning would not enable significant redevelopment as a permitted activity. It would still need to go through a resource consent process, particularly given the size of some of the lots. And while if you were to consider rezoning, it would allow for an intensification of 3 dwellings per lot as a permitted activity in some instances, i.e. it didn't require earthworks, not involving subdivision. So that's only enabling 3 dwellings on the existing lots that are on the site that don't trigger any other rules of the district plan. And in those instances would be quite limited. It means that the redevelopment of land for residential purposes that involves more than 3 dwellings, which in my view, given the size and scale of the land we're considering, is probably more likely than not. Depending on the scale of the effects, the council could still form the view at resource consent stage that to notify a resource consent and further invite public input, or if it chose to do so, you could consider mandatory notification as part of this plan change, though personally I see little merit in doing so. And just with all those processes, I just want to note that Cuttress did submit on the future growth strategy, the draft plan change 2, and the notified plan change. And I personally wrote a submission to the Environment Select Committee in regards to the RMA amendments as well. So I think there has been a fair level of opportunity for public input if people chose to provide input. And typically speaking, people get more involved at a resource consent stage when it's on their doorstep than they do at a plan making stage. And that's throughout my nearly 20 years of whether it's in Australia or New Zealand, that's pretty commonly the case. It's very hard to engage people when it's the amazing work of council officers who go out there and try their absolute best to get the community interested and excited and engaged in that plan making process. And unfortunately, regardless of whether you went through a Schedule 1 process or you went through the intensification streamlined planning process, I think you still find there'd be quite limited interest in that plan making process until a resource consent were to be lodged or considered, and considering the rezoning of this land wouldn't change that. And I also think it's worth noting that this integrated streamlined planning process had the near unanimous support of the New Zealand Parliament. And I think it is worth noting because this included all democratically elected local MPs in the Kapiti district, included all list MPs for both Labor and the national parties. And collectively, these represent the vast majority of New Zealanders. And I must say that I haven't seen, and I don't know if anybody else, to the contrary, there's been no media coverage about repealing or amending or changing this particular process. There seems to be near unanimous support for the RMA amendments and the RMA amendments which enable the rezoning of greenfield land for residential purposes. So I then want to cast our mind to, well, what would happen if you weren't to consider rezoning the land? And the most likely outcome, in my view, is that the land would continue to be fragmented for rural lifestyle purposes, and limiting the opportunity, and this is quite a unique opportunity, to enable additional housing supply that the government's bipartisan amendments to the RMA sought to achieve. And in my view, rural lifestyle is not an efficient form of land use. Finally, if it wasn't rezoned as part of this process, the council would not meet its growth projections under its future growth strategy to Tupupai, which identifies this particular area or land as medium priority. And when you provide the definition of what is medium priority under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, that's land that is suitable for residential development within the next 3 years onwards. And that means that would be needed from 2025 onwards. And in my view, if you weren't to consider the rezoning of that land now, if you went through a normal Schedule 1 process, there's no way that land's going to get to a point where it's residentially zoned by 2025. So the council won't be able to meet, in my view, its obligations. Further, if not adopted as part of Plan Change 2, the council also has implementation obligations under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, notably to provide development capacity that is plan enabled, which means that in relation to the medium term, the land is zoned for housing in a proposed district plan, which again is not due for another till at least 2031, or so in this case, Plan Change 2. So what I intend to do now is then just go through quite briefly why I think this land is suitable for residential purposes. And I know this forms part of a much larger area that the council identified as potentially suitable for residential purposes, but I really want to, the purpose of my submission is to really focus on that area. So the council doesn't, you don't need to necessarily consider the whole Otihanga precinct, but in relation to our particular plan, I think it has some very bespoke and some very specific characteristics that really identified as suitable for rezoning as part of this process. So firstly, my view is that strictly speaking, we call this greenfield development, but in essence, in my view, it's really infill development. If you look at the council's zoning maps, it's quite clear that to the north, to the east, and to the west, it's all residentially zoned land. All I'm simply suggesting you consider as part of a rezoning is to fill in the bit in the middle. Rural lifestyle character, in my view, typically consists of large open spaces, maybe some small hobby farms, horse riding, interspersed with dwellings on large lots, low volumes of traffic, it's quieter, close to urban areas, but doesn't typically have the level of service or an urban environment or level of service or proximity to amenities, public transport infrastructure that you would typically expect of an urban environment. But when you consider this particular site, it's other than its weird isolated little island in the middle, it is very urban in its nature. There are high volumes of traffic on local roads. There are services and amenities nearby. I had a look at Google Maps this morning. It's a 10-minute walk to Poutama College. It's a 30-minute walk to the Jolly Pub and Kitchen for a meal or beer. And it's less than 20 minutes walk for a coffee at Custard Pie. It's serviced by an urban postal service. It's got public transport within a 10-minute walk with a 20-minute frequency. Many of the nearby roads have curb and channel. There's a network of paved bicycle paths nearby, and basically all the houses around it are serviced and connected to reticulated water supply and sewer on lots ranging from an average of 300 to 700 square metres. So in my view, this is an isolated island of rural lifestyle land that is an anomaly and is in an area that's predominantly characterised as an urban environment to the north, east and west. With regards to infrastructure, in my view, it's able to be serviced. We submitted a infrastructure report with our submission, which shows that the site could be readily connected to water, wastewater, electricity and telecommunications and roading with relative ease. Having gone to the site, I had at least a 4G connection throughout most of my walk through the site. That's not as common as in a rural or rural lifestyle area. There are existing public transport routes nearby. There's a route 262 services the site pretty frequently. It wouldn't take much to reroute that service to accommodate any future development in the area. And in my view, this represents a rare and unique opportunity to rezone a well-serviced site whereby infrastructure networks are at the gate or nearby and they're easily able to be connected to or upgrade as necessary to meet capacity demand for the area. And that's not uncommon of any kind of resource consent process. As I sort of outlined, the site's pretty free of any constraints. It's got limited ecological value. It's not mapped as having ecological significance, any outstanding natural features or landscape values. Not a special amenity landscape. It's not an area of outstanding natural character. It's not an area of high natural character. It doesn't have any key indigenous trees. Doesn't have any geological sites or geological areas. Tick very, very few ecological or natural feature constraints on the site. Any values that are present would be limited to maybe the occasional low-lying wetland, but these again are regulated by the proposed natural resources plan by the regional council and the NES, and are really already pretty common for already residentially zoned land. It's just a constraint that you design around and you consider as part of any resource consent process. The site is not highly productive. It doesn't meet the definition of highly productive land under the National Policy Statement for highly productive land, basically because A, it's own rural lifestyle and it's identified for urban growth in the next 10 years. And even if it wasn't within that growth area, in my view, it's geographically isolated. It's pretty free of natural hazards, other than those that are typical in the Wellington region. So yes, there's seismic hazards that you're sort of building consent kind of deals with. But it has good soil conditions for urban development. It's predominantly flood free, and where there is flooding, it can easily be addressed through existing district plan provisions, namely the flood hazard overlay. And you've also got, as a fallback, section 106 of the Act that applies to any subdivision in any case. There's no mapped cultural or areas of historic significance, and it's pretty free of encumbrances. So the development potential was able to be realised. So in my view, in support of our submission, we did provide a pretty basic structure plan, and it was just indicative. I don't think it's actually necessary on site of this scale or size, but it does show there's probably a need, should the site develop, to provide a link or connecting road linking Otihanga to Ratanui Road to for the development of that area to connect into. Essentially, all other aspects, in my opinion, could be addressed through existing land provisions, earthworks rules, natural hazard rules, and the normal decision-making framework that applies to any resource consent under section 104, and if needed, have in regard to section 106. So yeah, essentially, in my view, there's no impediment to the panel considering the rezoning of this land as part of the intensification streamlined planning provisions. It's infrastructure ready. It essentially represents infill development. It's feasible and reasonably expected to be developed as acknowledged by the council already. Is predominantly unconstrained by natural ecological features, and really it represents some of the best remaining available land in the district for comprehensive redevelopment that gives effect to and enables the implementation of the medium density residential standards. And it provides a unique opportunity to significantly add to the district's housing supply and meet the council's own future growth strategy and implement the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. I'm happy to take any questions on any aspect of that.
In the planners report, and actually when I was looked on the appendix N, it is class 3 soils in places, which is classed as high class, isn't it?
You are correct, but the NPS has an explicit
Class 3 soils under the NZL. Yeah.
The NPS has an explicit definition of highly productive land, and it excludes, so it only applies to general rural and rural production zone land. So this land isn't zoned general rural or rural production, it's zoned rural lifestyle. So the NPS doesn't apply, and it also doesn't apply to any land that's identified in a future growth strategy as being potentially accommodating residential land in the next 10 years. So basically it doesn't really apply to this site at all.
Okay, well, that was identified by the planners, I assume.
That would be an error.
Yeah. So the site's in multiple ownership is the area that you're talking about.
That's correct, yes.
So how would you ensure an integrated approach to development of that site? So that we've talked about structure plans and this thing, but so how would you do that?
No different than you do for any other residential zone land on rather large parcels. The council has pretty broad, if it's quite a comprehensive development, to consider the integrated and coordinated approach to development of any land. The only thing you could do there as a permitted activity in those individual ownerships would be 3 dwellings. And anything more than 3 dwellings would require resource consent. And as part of that resource consent, the council has rather broad discretion, depending on how they want to restrict their matters of discretion, to consider the comprehensive redevelopment and ensure that that land, the development of any individual parcel of that land, doesn't compromise the ability for other land to develop in the future. And that's relatively commonplace where you've got large parcels of residentially zoned land throughout the Kapiti district. If it was absolutely essential, one could include as a matter of discretion the provision or adherence to a particular structure plan. And one could include, as is common in a number of district plans in the region, a appendix with a structure plan. We've submitted a very basic one, and structure plans are meant to be, in my view, indicative. It just shows how land might develop in a coordinated manner. And predominantly with this particular site, I think the really key aspect just to be ensure that there is a through road connection linking with Waitanui Road and Otihanga Road to ensure that you don't have each of those sites developing in isolation with a direct connection to those 2 roads. You'd want them to connect to and function in a way that connects to, I guess, an internal road to realise the maximum development potential of that precinct.
Well, yeah, and you want to have some idea of staging of development to ensure that,
well,
which is more difficult when you've got multiple owners of different lots.
Yep, and that would be no different to any other residentially zoned land that has a limited access at the moment. And so yes, you could consider staging a development, although typically people tend to sort of wait till the infrastructure is most readily available, and often it's those lots that would provide the first I guess connection on the first piece of that road that would need to go first. But I don't necessarily know you need to have a specific provision for that, because there's a number of measures that councils can consider, like temporary road or temporary access or provision of a piece of road that then connects up as the other sites around it develop. But if you need to be, yes, I think you could include, if you chose to do so, a
How would that
structure plan.
happen as part of this plan change?
How would what
Well, to actually have a structure plan
Well, you could include it as an appendix
to the plan change.
to the residential zone. Yep. The MDRS, in my reading of the provisions, it talks about you can make any other necessary amendments needed to give rise to
Perfect.
implement the MDRS. So if you felt that the need to implement the MDRS required a structure plan appendix, I don't think there's any impediment through this particular process and the RMA amendment that would preclude you from incorporating a structure plan as an appendix. Alternatively, one thing we did in Queensland and it was quite common in the Brisbane plan is we didn't specify a structure plan. We basically said that the first guy off the rank, the first cab off the rank, had to prepare a structure plan, and your first resource consent assessment considered the suitability of that structure plan. And then every subsequent developer had to then submit a structure plan, either show how it's consistent with that one that the council adopts or incorporates as part of or consideration of that first resource consent, or had to show how it include the coordinated integrated development of the surrounding sites. So if you chose not to necessarily include a structure plan as an appendix, there's no reason why you couldn't include as a matter of discretion, or if it was an open discretionary, the requirement for a developer or somebody who's lodging a resource consent to submit a structure plan that shows how that site is considering the coordinated integrated development of the surrounding sites within that particular cell.
So are you saying that in Queensland, someone could submit a structure plan that incorporated or affected other people's sites, and the council would then hold those future people to that structure plan?
Or they can choose to amend it. So for example, if you showed a road network on that.
So would they be notified, the joining owners?
The Queensland system is a bit different to New Zealand in that notification is mandated by the plan, and there's no reason why New Zealand can't do that if it chose to do so, but it doesn't. So you're either what they call code or impact assessment. So in Queensland, a development like that would be impact assessment, and that would mean that the neighbouring properties would be notified of that resource consent.
I mean, this is a very basic schematic of what it
That's right.
would need to be something more.
Well, how much more detail do you think would need to be shown on there? Because in my view, having looked at the site, I think that the main consideration is that through road.
It's the one through road.
That's right. And the need to potentially consider some open space. We did a very basic gap analysis of the surrounding area and just a really basic 800-metre radius of walking distance to parks and walking distance to existing sort of services. So anything that kind of could accommodate a dairy or a cafe. And so we just put indicatively, and again, a structure plan in my view is meant to be indicative.
Yeah, it is, but I think, you know, often they have more 3D to do with land form and how this would fit in. That's lines on a plan. We don't need to argue about the detail here, but
sure.
I think there's more that would be expected.
I think structure plan showing more detail are useful if they're not already addressed by the existing plan provisions. And I do think, having worked with Kapiti Coast District Plan for quite some time, it does have some very strong provisions around earthwork provisions. So I would expect that any resource consent would consider that would probably require earthworks. And so some of the site constraints would be considering, well, you know, is it, you know, how the earthwork conforms to existing landform, flooding. But notably, the site doesn't have, it is essentially paddocks and lifestyle sort of housing. It doesn't have a lot of, in my opinion, bespoke characteristics that would require a lot of detail on a structure plan.
So,
yeah, you can.
So one concern is you're out of scope because other people could be affected. But when I look at the site, there's residential on the boundaries, and then there's road boundaries. So realistically, who could be adversely affected by residential? So maybe the concern about fairness is not that strong.
In terms of effects, if it was to be rezoned, each of those land parcels could potentially accommodate 3 dwellings as a permitted activity. So whether it's rezoned or not, anybody else, anything more than 3 dwellings, it's up to the council's discretion to decide whether somebody is adversely affected or not. And given the size of those land parcels and given the topography that's already there, I think it would be quite unusual somebody to lodge a resource consent for only 3 dwellings that didn't require any kind of earthworks or didn't trigger any other resource consent that wouldn't enable the council to consider as part of the development of that precinct any adverse effects from a residential activity. I think this site's quite unique in that it's an isolated island of rural lifestyle that is completely surrounded by urban activities. And conversely, if somebody is enjoying their
I think my point is that I don't think that the concern about people not being notified of the plan change is that strong when you consider that it's surrounded by residential land and roads. So what's the amenity or what's the thing that they're entitled to claim or appropriate that they could complain about?
I don't know. I don't, as I've sort of outlined, I agree. I think that it doesn't have the characteristics that that would necessarily be lost. And there's no, if it got rezoned, for anybody that has a rural lifestyle block, there's no obligation on them to develop. If somebody wants to maintain their large lot and they want to maintain their, you know, their open spaces and their horses or whatever it is, at the moment, there's no one's forcing them to redevelop. They have complete choice whether they redevelop or not on their particular site. It's just that adjoining them, they may have a more urban environment, as is already the case in that area. And so therefore, I don't think it would, in my opinion, grossly change the nature or characteristics of the surrounding environment in which they already live.
So if we go out to the site, what we'll see is a few lifestyle blocks and a whole lot of paddocks with landform.
Yes.
And it's 50 odd hectares. And your plan thinks there might be perhaps a small town centre zone somewhere in the middle. Or?
When I say town centre, I think I said a local convenience centre. Now, the size and scale of that could be as simple as a full shop, say it could be a dairy, it could be a hairdresser, it could be a local accounting firm. I don't necessarily think there's a need for a town centre. I think the site's reasonably well connected to existing town centres, but I do think that there's a bit of a move in the planning sort of space to this 15-minute city, and that's having your conveniences, your ability to walk to open space, walk to public transport, access existing services, and so. And again, I haven't done a detail. I didn't have the time. This has been quite a quick process, but on a really basic 800 sort of radius perspective, there was potentially a small gap in achieving that 10 or 15 minute walking catchment to some of those amenities. And so to address that, potentially there might be a need for some provision for some kind of local convenience centre or some kind of open space in that cell, noting that a resource consent could be lodged for either one of those two activities if the land is residentially zoned in any case. And if there was a structure plan that needed to be endorsed, then having that indication gives I guess the council indication that we would potentially consider a convenience centre as potentially appropriate in a particular, somewhere on that site.
Yeah. I guess my thinking is maybe asking you to confer with the council officers as to whether or not you can agree on a structure plan in the time available. I can't see how it won't need a structure plan given its size of some form, but I'm not sure what the constraints are on this site. There are not that many. And if it does actually create good supply, then it may have been excluded because of the out of scope. I'm not sure that. So you didn't submit on the.
It's in scope for the plan, Sean.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's in
scope. Yeah.
Yeah. Initially, I saw this as slightly different from the Mansell, which I thought Mansell was quite strong on its that. And then Mr. Hansen, we know, somewhat undercut your position by saying, I understand why you wouldn't do that one, but this one's a bit different. And he's a very experienced planner. I think there's tremendous opportunity here to get some runs on the board in terms of greenfield sites in the Otohunga area, which seems to be well connected. So I'm slightly persuaded by your oral presentation from where I was originally from reading, but it's not. I don't think it'd get past my goal if it didn't have some structure planning. And I understood how the structure plan would secure it, because to be honest, it does look to me like a bit of a no-brainer in terms of just getting some site supply into Kapiti, which is slightly different from where I came from. So.
And I'd very welcome an opportunity to work with council if that's what the panel.
But do you have a landowner mandate to sort of do a structure plan? Like, are you appropriately mandated to get a decent result from the clients?
I have a mandate to seek the rezoning of this particular land. I don't represent all the landowners in that particular precinct, but I would be fairly confident that my client would be open to considering what measures, including if a structure plan was necessary, to seek the rezoning of that particular precinct of land.
because I thought you did have the mandate of all landowners. It does raise a complexity when we're sort of doing structure planning on the hoof without landowners knowing about what we're doing, which does raise a fairness concern in my mind. Which is one of the virtues of the Mansell site, because they own the whole lot.
Yeah, but I think any plan change, you have a clear mandate to consider rezoning. It doesn't have a qualification as to whether, as to how you consider rezoning of greenfield land. It doesn't require the consent of any particular landowner, because no landowner needs to necessarily implement the rezoning. Again, it's still their choice if they want to retain their use of their land in the way that they're using it at the moment. There's nothing that would preclude them from doing so. And again, a structure plan, in my view, is quite indicative. It's not meant to say you will get a road necessary in this location. It's simply saying you will get a road roughly between A and B in approximately this area, subject to detailed analysis. Considering of the specifics of that particular development.
Under the development strategy, does the council identify this for within 10 years?
Yes, it identifies it within 3 to 10.
And so it's definitely outside HPL.
The site, in my view, and I think we've sort of mentioned this, is very unconstrained. It has infrastructure at the gate. It has no natural features that would, in my view, preclude the rezoning. It has very limited natural hazards. There is some localized ponding, and there is a stream, which is part and parcel of any sort of residential development of residentially zoned land. It isn't highly productive land, and it is ring fenced essentially by residentially zoned land. Of looking at a number of the submissions in other areas of the council that I think is suitable for residential rezoning for residential development, I personally or professionally struggle to find a more appropriate site than this particular area.
We may get to talk to Mr. Hansen who disagrees.
I'm not here to provide commentary on some of my colleagues. Unfortunately, planning is sometimes a bit subjective, and people do have different opinions.
No, I'm not teasing. But he just thinks his site's very high up there. I do encourage people to have a think about it anyway, because it seems to me that time can run on, and if the time frame does run on too far, you lose the HPL protection. That's the interim position, pending the RPS, and then you get into other processes. So the council should be aware that there could be an opportunity missed here that might be worth pursuing. But I'd have to say that my current position is it needs a structure plan, and I'm still somewhat unsure about whether imposing that. And I agree that we can, but whether that would be appropriate is something with a little bit of a question mark in mind, but it should be certainly explored. So that's all I could comment on.
Well, I have one basic question that's really demonstrates my ignorance. The word RATANUI. What's the proper pronunciation? You can tell me? Hey? It's Ratanui, not Ratanui. Okay, all right. This makes a difference. Yeah, we were looking at it before. And said, oh, what about,
I'm sorry, I wouldn't know. As a non-naturalized Kiwi, it's something I'm sort of still picking up my pronunciation of names, but certainly would.
Don't worry, even naturalized New Zealanders won't know the
Okay.
necessarily know the answer.
We've had a number of names, including Vatanui.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, that's very helpful, Mr. Thornton. And what we'll do is we'll just have an online conversation at the end of the day with the council planning team as to whether and how they want to play that in terms of exploring it. What I've said isn't just my view about seeing if there's an opportunity, but the panel might make a different view, but we still have to go and visit that site. It's another site that we have to go and see. So I want to test whether there are opportunities there to rezone that land.
I'd be interested to know, in talking to the council, how they would meet their own projections for the rezoning of that land if it wasn't included in this process. So as I outlined, there's the obligation under the NPS UD and their own growth strategy for that land to be rezoned to residential from 2025 onwards. And it would be also interesting to know whether that is actually achievable in that time frame. And I do think this represents a really good opportunity for relatively unconstrained land to reconsider it now. So yeah, we would welcome that conversation with the council.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now Fraser, come forward. Welcome. Welcome to the house.
Welcome, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Black and Commissioner Kitty.
It's nice to meet you.
And we have your statement of evidence. How do you want to present?
Well, I guess I'll introduce myself, my client, not present today, but in terms of their intent and their relationship with this land. I think I could go over a lot of the same ground that Mr. Thornton had before me, and we'd probably end up in the same place because it's a similar discussion. This land is in scope, according to the officials, which is good. Geographically different in terms of its location in the area. So I thought I could talk about the land and then maybe just return to the issues. I take it you've read the statement, so I don't propose to read out anything.
No, well, perhaps if you just introduce yourself
No
to my fellow commissioners, then we'll probably take you into questions, I think.
Thank you. So my name is Bryce Selwyn Holmes. I'm a director and principal planner for Land Matters. Land Matters is a property resource management consultancy with survey engineering ability as well, based in the Kapiti Coast. We're based just south of Otaki and have had, in one way or another, 35 years of experience in land development in this district and others. I have a planning degree with honours from Massey University. I've got public experience as well as in the private sector, and have represented parties in the Environment Court and the High Court, and in relation to this land area in the High Court historically as well. It was around designations and Public Works Act matters. So I thought I should just say that at the start. Classic Developments, the third biggest home builder in New Zealand at the moment. They have a partnership with Kahaaki and Hapai Property, and basically their mandate is, because they are Kaingaora accredited, they have a mandate to look at parcels and land areas that are currently owned and administered by the Crown, with the aim that if it is suitable for residential or urban development, that they can seek funding through the New Zealand Super Fund to one, explore opportunities for such land, and two, then implement those opportunities through planning process and construction. Classic Developments have a regional office in Porirua, so they have a real presence in Porirua. I've personally consented 3 developments for them in Porirua, and 2 of them have been constructed, one being Brookside, which is the old Duck Creek Golf Course. The second one is Navigation Heights. So in the past 10 years, they have delivered well in excess of 200 residential units in Porirua. The beginning of the process, it's fair to say, most of it was high value housing, suburban detached housing. More recently, they are producing some medium density development in Brookside in the last stage, which we have consented as well, and that is currently under construction. So in the region, they do have a form in terms of delivering product to the market. And they, in this district, have invested in a planning process for the land that we are currently looking at. And they also have purchased a property in Otaki next to the land that the council had recently acquired, and as part of this process as well. We're not involved in that one, but Classic have asked us to look at planning opportunities for this land. The land subject to the submission is partly zoned residential and partly zoned rural. I have attached Appendix 1 as light evidence, so you can see the full extent of the land in question. It's fair to say that it does have some constraint through ecological overlays. It does have a ponding layer existing in the district plan as well. Those matters, I guess, it depends how you look at them. They are constraints for development, but opportunities, I say, for the public in the fullness of time, because if the land is zoned residential, there is an easier discussion to be had as to whether it should be vested in the public realm. If it was left as partly rural, I guess the option would be for someone to create 4 hectare titles in a lifestyle manner, which would seem a little bit unusual in the middle of what is currently a residential area. The land itself is bounded by Raumati Road, Poplar Avenue, Matai Road, and the Expressway. It's sandwiched between those areas and the existing Raumati Estate residential area, and Leinster Ave residential areas to the that's to the west and to the south, and in the north, Raumati Road residential area to the north. So I think to the issues, the planning issues that the submission and the officer's report canvassed, there is an arbitrary hard line that separates the two zonings, the residential and the rural zoning. My knowledge is that that line was determined by a former roading project on behalf of council in the Crown, which was the Western Link Road at the time. The rural zoning was essentially a holding pattern while the roading project worked its way through the planning, consenting, and then construction process. The Western Link Road project was obviously superseded by the Expressway, and that changed things a little bit down there in that area. But in terms of the zoning, that remained basically the same, and I don't think that has changed over successive district plans over the past 25 years, I think. So Classic and their partnership have identified that there are opportunities to work that line in terms of a better outcome. If it is left as a hard rural residential zoning boundary, it will probably create a perverse planning outcome with inconsistent activities either side of that line. And at the moment, I can say that as opposed to the earlier speaker with that parcel of land, it is currently owned by the Crown in total. So it's not fragmented in terms of ownership. It is fragmented in terms of its legal layout because it's got various SO plans that were left over after the Expressway was legalised. And that is just a result of the Expressway and former title makeup. But the opportunity, I guess, to plan the property with the council, in my opinion, would be better served with a consistent zoning across all of the land area. I do acknowledge that there are the ecological constraints in there, but as I say, there's other parts of the district that have got ecological overlays over top of what is residential zoned land. It's more a consistency issue than a matter of substance. I think the officer's report mentioned that the issues that remain on the table, so the scope issue is not, the issues that remain on the table are whether it does contribute to reasonable yield or better yield, And the other one was around ecology and the hangover of a designation that sits over top of the property. I've dealt with that in my evidence in terms of if the Crown thought that some residential development was going to be inconsistent with a former roading project, they have the absolute ability to trump it under the RMA in any case. So there is a statutory protection there for the Crown. The Crown have prepared reports and plans and analysis for this land itself through Stapleton Elliott. That is a document that is owned by MHUD, not by Classic. I have it with me, but I don't intend to table it because it is not owned by Classic. Classic at the moment are undertaking fine grain analysis on the land, and that is through their investment, through their partnership. Their intention is to work their way through a resource consent process with both Greater Wellington and the Kapiti Coast District Council subject to this zoning proposition. And I anticipate you're going to ask me questions around structure planning for the property. I can say that there have been 3, what I would consider to be structure plans prepared for the land historically. 2 of them were around the Western Link Road arrangement, so are a little bit different. I have a plan that I can leave with you, and it was developed by Pritchard Group, who had an interest in the land historically. That plan was a, how would I say, it was an assessment of how Urbanism Plus, St Dakota's Ments, saw development occurring on the land, and please acknowledge that we'll respect that it was developed under the Western Link Road designation, but it does show that there would be in the residential, in the rural areas, some meaningful yield from an urban perspective. I can leave you with that plan if you so wish, but because the planning horizon has moved on somewhat since then, it may be of limited value, but it does show that all of the urban designers that have looked at the land have pretty much come up with a consistent design. And I think the reason for that is because it has known road frontages, it has known ecology where people know that they can't do things apart from create opportunities for the public. It does have connections in terms of walkway through to the expressway and an east-west direction, and the reason for that is because it's so well located to Te Rā School, Ramadi South School, the college in the not too distant far away place, and also the 2 shopping centres and the 2 local villages. I think it would be complementary for the Ramadi Shops area and also for the Poplar Ave community area as well. So there would be something they are walkable communities for this parcel of land. So that's my very impromptu address for this, but because you've heard so much around process and policy statements today, I thought I would leave it at that level because you probably have other questions for me about it. And I'm happy to answer those now, but I guess sharing what my friend said earlier in terms of infill, I see this as one of those situations where it is infill, and in terms of a structure planning exercise, that would probably be hamstrung, I think. I mean, we don't even have to talk about structure planning, we can talk about a consent plan for the block. That would be hamstrung, in my view, by this hard line that has been fixed in planning documents in the past and now, which is, I guess, what we are here to figure out whether we can fix that.
So one of the reasons for the council declining to rezone was significant ecological areas. How significant are we talking?
So from what I understand, there are blocks of Kanuka, Manuka in the southern portion of the land. They have in areas wet areas in there as well. So it's not, I'll be careful what I say because the terminology, it wouldn't be at the highest ecological value that you would find. It's not untouched 400-year-old, uncut forest. It's regenerating native material.
Yeah.
It is.
And what about wetlands?
Wetlands, there are areas of peat across the block. Some of those areas are covered in gorse, and the natural wetland assessment will be something that the regional council will be very interested in. We now under the new NES have a consenting path for natural wetlands in urban areas, which is an important consideration, and that does give the ability to take a cost benefit approach and a no net loss approach to natural wetlands going forward. So again, there would be an improvement in the planning framework if in fact those areas that would be delineated as a natural wetland were subject to an urban zoning rather than a rural zoning.
I thought it was pretty wet all the way through there.
It's
quite wet with the peat and.
Yes, so some of the wet area
Yeah.
is further to the north, not on this property.
Oh, okay.
There are areas, most of it is high sand dunes. It's at the back of Raumati Estate and the Raumati South School. So yes, parts of the land next to the expressway are wet. Yes, that's true. And there are areas of ponding shown on the district planning maps that are those wet areas. I think in fact, I know I brought along the planning map that shows the ponding area. I'm just holding that up for you now. This is the area of significant vegetation and wetlands. The ponding areas are in and around here, and there's some that also straddle through to the Leinster Avenue area as well. So yes, the wetland areas are in there. And in the submission on behalf of Classic, we did say that there is an opportunity to move things around in terms of if you were avoiding areas, then you would create better yield in other areas of the block. Normal things that we would need to work our way through from a consented process perspective. Yes.
My question though is, if you imagine, like people have quoted to us today a lot, policy 55 of GWRC, which is proposed change 1. And it seems to me that what it says in terms of policy is sort of fairly common sense, good urban expansion planning. How would we know whether the protection of Indigenous ecosystems and habitats of significant Indigenous biodiversity values, as identified by policy 23, could be achieved by this? How would we know that?
Yeah, I guess you've got two layers for the terrestrial stuff. I guess what you have is the current district planning maps, which are dealing with the terrestrial ecology from a.
And what do they show?
So that they show these K131.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the terrestrial ecology on the site. From a freshwater perspective, we would be subject to the natural resource, the proposed natural resources plan in terms of the normal. There's no hiding from the fact that any comprehensive land development within this area would be subject to those rules in the natural resources plan and also the NES. So you can have confidence that those higher order documents will protect, where appropriate, those values.
So there is that top end of the site is actually identified as ecological, having ecological values in the district plan.
The top end of the site?
Closest to Poplar Road.
Are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yes,
the
it does.
district plan should identify that as ecological value.
Correct.
Okay.
Is the designation, but that's just a remnant from the expressway, isn't it?
Yes.
So would
right.
you were talking about that? Did you mean it could get taken off? Are they planning on removing that?
Unsure. I guess in the
famous the other one.
Yeah, in the fullness of time, they will do a stock take on the various bits and pieces of land that they've got, and if it's not subject, I know that when they did the expressway, and part of the reason they held so much land in this area was because there was uncertainty as to how much cut and fill they were going to do for the expressway. So they thought they may need areas in here and here to either stockpile or get rid of unsuitable, which in the end they didn't because of construction methodology. So There is an area in here, I think, was leased by some contractors back in the day where they disposed of things. So again,
It might just be gone into the bureaucratic bottom file somewhere.
correct, yeah. And as I say, I mean, the zoning of it underlying is immaterial in relation to designation functioning. If the Crown felt that there was something that was going to hinder their designation, if it was used for something else, then they would just say, well, sorry, you can't do that. And use end subdivision is gone.
So you think you're sort of flexible, like structure plan or the consent plan?
I think for this block, a consent plan, as I say, it only has a couple of ways to get in and to get out. The connection through the block is important. People currently walk through there to get to the school. There's lots of beaten paths through there. So in terms of its informal connections, and it's interesting with the expressway proposal, the Crown actually formalised a number of, and they're further to the north, they formalised a number of existing walking connections that people were, working on an informal basis. In any case, there's some land in the back of Fincham Road that people use to access the school, and this one here in particular catches up with the expressway. So you'll see all sorts of little different tracks through the property, and that's the reason for those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No problem. Thank you very much.
All right, so 4:38, we've got 20 minutes to have a discussion. So I'll make a direction about the Mansell site and just what I'm interested in, and I'll do that tomorrow for the purpose of discussion with the Mansells. With the other Otahanga site, I just like to have a discussion with you when we next resume on Wednesday about what your thinking is on that site in terms of the development of a structure plan, or whether the reasons why you're not. What is the absence of the structure plan causing you to worry about? So that I get a better understanding of why that is. Because I'm worried that opportunity might fly by if we ruin the day. And I want to understand that quite fully. And for the classic development site, I would like to know what the ecological values are with a bit more detail. Because I didn't pick up that it actually had a notation at the top. And we'll obviously go and see that site. What follows from that when I read policy 55 is also how much direction you think that directs us to identify and keep out of the way of development sites that might qualify as significant and so forth. So there's a bit of work there you're discussing amongst yourselves. Did you want to say anything?
I'm happy to address the structure plan question now.
Yeah.
So in terms of, firstly, the question about why we're being more interested in having a structure plan to the site is just to manage that wider piece of development that's been highlighted, and James asked a number of questions around it in the site too. And I mean, these are large areas of undeveloped land. I think that they present, obviously they have great opportunities associated with them, but I mean, we'd be foolish to just straight rezone it generally and allow stage development to occur without that wider framework. And I have quite a lot of experience with structure plans, and they're there for achieving the great outcomes that the council wants, the community wants. I think I'll also just highlight that in creating a structure plan, there's a number of aspects involved. So in terms of the work together and create one, I think it's important to highlight that the council would, or the combination of needing to engage experts to advise on specific issues, including infrastructure, ecology, economics, transport, open space, etc. We'd also need to engage with iwi. That's one major missing thing here, as well as we would need to be engaging with the public, because there are people living nearby to these spaces. So, sure, they might be residential zoned, but they also might be interested in understanding transport issues or just how everything fits together, especially if there was to be the provision of open space or working connections, then other suggestions or ideas. And then also we would probably need a bit more time because these things can't be, expert. So it's just things I wanted to know about that.
Right. Well, that might be true of the Otahanga site. But with the Mansell site, it doesn't really strike me that there is much that you'd want to structure plan internally.
Sure. I think that there is still the question of the wider northern site. And then in my mind, there's still a question of, is this the most appropriate location for rezoning to occur? Because it is, we've seen several submitters, Waikanae East, we've got Otahanga, and we've got the Mansell site, as well as others who attended, and they're all requested rezoning. So I feel like there's a balance. Just go outside the issue last week.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll make directions around Mansell, and specifically what that is, because I'm not sure that we are in a balancing exercise. I think we're partially directed to increase supply. And with the other Otahanga side, I think we need to, I would like some reflection on that so we could talk about it further, but just how complicated is it to actually structure plan that land? I know that it's a big site and it's an important site, but other than open space and roading connection, is it really that complicated?
I guess if you're asking the council to engage with some of the landowners now on a structure planning process, the council is put in a difficult position because the council has no experts to enable it to effectively engage. And in ordinary course of business, if the council are looking to initiate a structure plan to a wider area, they would want to make sure that there is effective participation of iwi and the public, not just around the structure plan area, but also within the structure plan area too. And so I guess if you're directing us to engage with the submitter on a structure planning process over the next couple of weeks,
No.
we're saying we don't think we can effectively engage in that process.
No, I'm asking specifically in relation to Mansell, why there would need to be a structure plan.
I think just also to reiterate what Katie's also said, but also the discussion we had with the submitter about this issue about the 90% versus 10%. The 10% was referring to the fact that there are residual issues outside of the boundary of the area you're being asked to rezone that we're not certain have been addressed, and options may be curtailed by the effective exclusion of this area from future structure planning processes by simply rezoning it as generally zoned now. And we alighted on the example of infrastructure connectivity to the area of land to the north of the Mansell site that would not necessarily be landlocked, but there would be essentially preclusion of options for addressing connectivity through the Mansell site as a result of potentially removing it from the future structure planning process. So that's kind of the 90%, 10% discussion. One additional matter that is on our mind is not actually so much related to structure planning, but it's related to the application of the NVRS to an area that has already been has been subdivided through a consent for quasi-urban density, enabling the development to occur on that site under NDRS provisions as a permitted activity. Now, we heard a lot today about future consent processes being able to address infrastructure issues associated with increased density. But if you rezone that site, now that it's already been subdivided to a quasi-urban density, you'll be able to undertake as a permitted activity 3 dwellings per allotment within that subdivision without any consent process to consider those issues.
Right.
So that's kind of the remaining residual, I guess, issue with us. It's not really related to structural planning. It's more related to the fact that there's a quasi-urban subdivision consent in place.
Right.
And in fact, I think the discussion with the previous submitter, the Katra submitter just earlier, kind of highlighted a useful distinction there. The Waikanae site are larger blocks that have yet to be subdivided to a urban or quasi-urban density. So if you rezone as gen res zone now, you can still only construct as a permitted activity 3 dwellings on these very large allotments. As a permitted activity, you'd have to go through a subdivision consent process to enable subdivision and or land use consent process to enable any greater densities through which the infrastructure issue would get addressed, as distinguished from the Mansell site, which has already been subdivided. So you'll be enabling additional development as a permitted activity without it. So these are the matters we would wish to address in our reply. So that answered more questions than you asked.
It did, but it was helpful to have that discussion. I still think I'm inclined to ask you through that request, rather than the direction, what the opportunity costs are.
Yeah.
But I see your point about the existing subdivision. Because what you're really saying is that creates a whole lot of lots. In theory, that will generate potentially 3, which it wasn't designed for.
We don't know whether or not that is the case, because it is not probably accurate way of describing that.
So I'll still need to, and what time frame do you think the Aotearoa processes are going to follow in terms of the council's plan? If it was, the council was going to do it itself, do you know if there are plans for that?
Yeah, I'll throw to you.
Thank you. So I'm Jason Holland. I'm the district planning manager for the council. We have a number of plan changes in our forward work program. They're listed in the long-term plan. One of those plan changes is generically called a future urban development plan change. It could be an opportunity to work with landowners in an area to do some structure planning. However, council hasn't made decisions on the scope of that plan change yet. So it could be a number of things. One of the reasons why council hasn't moved too far down the road of scoping that plan change is really to see how plan change 2 lands. I think there's an awareness, and it's come through in the council's planning evidence that there may well be loose ends of a number of different natures that potentially this plan change might not be the home for, and ones of an urban development type nature, council would want to look at very closely when it does go through the detailed scoping stage for that future urban development plan change. So that's not a concrete answer, but I guess what I'm saying is there is a potential vehicle, and I think council through T2 has always wanted to work in one way or another with landowners, particularly in those areas which are identified in that document as being of a higher priority for it to look at. Now, whether working really closely, it necessarily lends itself to being a council initiated plan change, or whether it's more in the facilitating, working in a very collaborative way on plan changes initiated by others, or it could be a bit of both.
Yeah. All right, well, that's a helpful discussion. So your position is the way you would do a structure plan is not one that you could do on the Who. And if the submitters haven't bought one, that's where we are. So in relation, I'll still ask the question, I think, about the Mansell side as to what that. The other point is something that I hadn't thought of. Okay, think a lot of thinking about, but what are the constraints that would be of concern that to the north that you would be worried about? That would be something I'd like to be interested to know.
And we would be caveating that answer with, we don't know what we don't know. So
that's a Donald Rumsfeld answer.
Yeah. But we don't know what we don't know because we haven't looked at the structure planning of these areas now.
No,
we don't have. That's true. Yeah, and that's if you're sensing some reluctance for us to provide you with concrete.
I understand that point, that you actually say our level of ignorance, we acknowledge our level of ignorance because we have not done that exercise. So the quality of the information will reflect that level of ignorance and therefore may not be particularly useful. That is a fair observation. I don't see how we can get away from that. But we all have to go and view the sites, and these questions are in the abstract, but it seemed to us, at least it seems to me from the evidence, that Mansell site has a lot of strengths for development. So, all right, well, do you think then is your level of knowledge such that you prefer not to answer a question because you simply haven't done the exercise?
I think that would be preferable to, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll think about that, and it may be a question that I just direct then to Mr. Hansen as to what he could conceive of as being potentially constraining. But it does seem to me, though, as a planner, you could look at that site and say, well, like through the Hansen block, through the Mansell block, are you thinking of some sort of connectivity through there that you haven't thought about, but when someone comes up and says, like a Frank Boffa, well, why don't you do this? Or why don't you do that? And until that exercise is being done, you just don't know.
That's correct.
Yeah. I suppose that's the integrated sort of, that's why you say the regional policy statement says structure planning.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, good that we've had that discussion. And we'll go away and reflect on that. So I'll think about that and come back to you. All right. Well, that's enough for one day. Tomorrow's a lay day. And
site visit. I just realised I had talked to Jason about that because Jason was lined up for tomorrow afternoon, but we were shifting site visits to Friday. Does that suit you?
It's fine with me.
Okay, that's cool. I guess I hadn't checked.
so we're doing the site visits on Friday.
Friday morning.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks very much. We'll resume. Thank you, Alfred. We'll see you on Wednesday.
That was a good one.
Hmm?
That was a
Good day.
Yeah. On Wednesday, I flagged